up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
That's right. Be your own hero. Stop listening to what satanic freaking fiddle-faddle bullshit they feed you in your indoctrination centers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the international, intergalactic, fucked up station. We got my friend Something Wong making sure that I follow the party line while I'm up here at all times. I'm tightly controlled by the establishment. Holy crap, why does my view look so terrible? What is going on here? Does that look blurry to you people at home too? Put a thing in there if it does. I might pop back out and pop. All right, that's a little better. All right, sorry about that, everybody. For some reason, I was looking all blurry on here, and don't understand why. Holy crap. Okay, so anyway, last night, wow, what an interesting night that was, huh? Had not one, not two, but three come on here with some real tired ass antique arguments, I would say. I think I saw Greg say something about it's like they just topped off at 2015 and that was it. Okay, well, we'll see if we can get by. We're gonna continue where we left off last night, or where we left off the night before. We kind of got derailed, but it was a pretty good show. Some people didn't like it, but I got to tell you, it was one of the top viewed videos on my channel. It really was. I mean, I got up this morning, it was over 1,000 views, and that's pretty good considering I've got 1.6 thousand subscribers. That's pretty damn good comparative to the ratio of what you usually get on something, especially as long as that one ended up being. I didn't realize how much time it actually. Yeah, Saddlebum says, I can't believe how long we went, 6 hours. Yeah, that was insane. I was like, holy shit, I got to get off here. I mean, I got a little time counter up here, and the show's been live now 5 minutes. And, you know, I looked up there last night and it said 5 hours and 40 minutes. I was like, holy shit. Well, we'll round it to a 6. I'm not going any past 6. I can't. Tired of going around in circles with these guys. I don't know what the hell they don't understand about the most simple things, especially when it comes to perspective. I was talking to Jaron earlier today about the sun. What is the sun actually? I mean, is it a physical object? I don't think it is. There's many that do not think that it's actually a physical object. We're seeing just a point of energy, a point of, I don't know. It's hard to say. And people that say they shot a laser at it, it's a dark object, man. It's not going to reflect a laser or radar or any other such nonsense. Okay. That even gives me more of an idea that it is not actually something physical, and you also have to take in, well, you think the sun and the moon are both just projections? No, maybe one is a projection and the other one is just an effect of that projection. We have to really get into this and understand, and that's hard because you have to shake away this idea of assuming that it's a ball of fire or even a ball of anything. It just looks that way to us, I had a strange experience a few years back when I was living over in Harrisonburg. We had a lightning strike and there was a computer in the dining room, and this lightning strike hit, the power went out, and I actually saw this like green orb come out of the computer and then just disappear. But it was like this orb of green. I don't know. You could see through it like it was just a green bubble, but it wasn't solid, So it's hard to say what things are. I have no idea what that was to this day, but I know it had something to do with that computer dying. Maybe it was its soul leaving. I don't know. It was pretty crazy. Sovereign Ross debating Nick Volt. What are you trying to? You would be the dangerous person in a Frankenstein laboratory. I can tell you that. Me and Ross debating Nick Volt and Joe Cool. Oh my word. Oh, yeah, that would be a shit show. I guarantee it. Holy cow. Well, as we last left off, we had, let's see, Globie McGlobeface. Is that the right one? Am I on the right one? Is that one? Yeah. That's the right one. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, it's not. Hang on. There it is. Almost brought up one by Stinky Cash that I've been meaning to watch here. Somebody gave me the link to it, and so I've had it up on here, but I just haven't had a chance, and it's on perspective. And so it's I like that topic because there's so much cool stuff, Oh, Dirt's in here. Good to see you, David. Nice to see you. Pop that link and come on for a minute if you want to. We're just covering this. If you really want to call it a debate, I think it was defeat, like from the beginning, but it's good. It's good. And like I've said a million times, nobody's expecting to change Globie McGlobeface. Nobody's expecting to change McToon. Nobody's expecting to change Fight the Fat Shirt. Nobody is expecting that. There's Flatsoid. Good morning, my friend. It's morning over there for him. So we're not trying to change them. We already know they've come in with their mind made up. What this is actually for is people that are on the fence or don't know, or even would like to gain a little bit more knowledge on the subject. They get to see the arguments presented and the information produced thereof and make their own opinion. That's the whole thing. I had this guy last night. He was, well, you haven't proven to me, you haven't convinced me to be a flat earther. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm not out to convince you to be a flat earther. You have to come to that yourself. I'm not like some kind of flat earth recruiter or some shit like that. That's dumb, right? So what I'm doing is I'm presenting the information. I'm trying to take the complicated shit and break it down into layman's terms so that the average guy can go, oh, I get what they're saying when I know what that means. And that's helpful. And if you determine through looking at the information honestly through yourself, you come to the realization yourself. No one can make you believe anything really unless you let them. Okay. So it's not about a belief. It's about reality. It's about what's observable. It's about what is actually provable, and most importantly, what is um, uh, scientifically possible. And we already know right from Jump Street, the globe is a scientifically impossible condition. Let's see, Flat Earth Outlaw. It's been out a few months ago. What are we talking about over here? All right. Let's see. I've been trying to get a hold of you. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. You guys hook up. Really, that thing's been a great deal of help to some other people, including myself. The True Earth Wiki. Let me see. I have it in a bookmark. Let me see if I can put it in. No, I don't want to do that. I want to. No, I don't want to have that on a star. Frick. Here we go. All right. Still trying to learn how Edge actually works here. Yeah, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, no, I don't want to leave the site. Damn it. Oh, hang on. Damn it. Why do I have to be so disorganized? Because that's just how things work for me. I know I just saw the little thing. There it is. I'm going to go here, open it up. And I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it into the chat. There you go. So yeah, you guys, man, that thing is growing good. Down in Mexico, Dirth's down in Mexico. Awesome. Awesome sauce. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start this here. Kind of discombobulated now since I had that little issue.
It was a gravity pocket.
Wait. So
Who
you're
claimed
saying
it was a gravity pocket?
So you're saying you've never seen the video of all the astronauts on the ISS?
Oh, good. Right off. Let's have
aandacht voor elkaar.
Man.
Vier het buitenleven.
I was hoping it was Dana from StreamYard. I really was, but
claimed it was connected to a rubber band, and he made the joke. Yeah, that's what you thought I was going to say, but too bad. We're talking about the actual time the astronauts all hit the wall in the middle of a freaking
Instead
live
of bringing
stream.
up the card, you completely just lied and said they all hit a wall and claimed it was a gravity pocket.
Wait. So
Who
you're
claimed
saying
it was a gravity pocket?
So you're saying you've never seen the video of all the astronauts on the ISS hitting up against the wall?
No.
Okay.
No,
this is what people don't understand either about the zero G plane. There's no such thing as zero G. Okay. In all reality, you can simulate weightless because you're still in a state of disequilibrium, but you're in the process of finding equilibrium, and everything in the plane, including the plane, is in a state of free fall. Okay. They're not really weightless. They're just in a state of free fall. And when the plane has to come out of that free fall, right, as soon as it starts to turn or move just a little bit, right, that changes the rate, everything inside goes wham and slams against the wall. Well, that wall can actually be a ceiling. It all depends on the orientation of the camera and what the mock-up on the inside of the plane looks like. We assume that inside of one of these planes, as we've seen these other people, NASA people training and whatnot, they take them up and they bounce around and do all that fun shit, that it's just big and open. But you can put a mock-up of that inside of one of these quote unquote vomit comets or zero G planes and still do your clips and simulate exactly what you're trying to put out on the film, that, oh, look at these people are floating around in space. Another way that they do it that people aren't aware of, hanging them upside down. I've seen this one lady, man, she was been hanging during a thing for so long to simulate that, so her hair would stand up. The veins in her neck were starting to swell up. Another way is vertical shafts. Okay, a vertical shaft, you're filming down it, the person's on a wire or a rope or something, they're going backwards or going down the hole, down away from you. Well, how do you know what the orientation of that was when you're actually watching it on film? You don't. You just assume that they're looking in a vertical or a horizontal position, when in reality, they're filming down a vertical shaft or up a vertical shaft. It's not hard, man. People say, well, how can they fake it? That's why when they were talking about how can they fake that, blah, 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 last night, I just let them argue about it while I played the trailer for Gravity. Timothy. Timothy is a globe person. Hello, Timothy. How are you tonight?
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How about yourself?
Finer and frog hair split 3 ways. So what's on your mind, brother?
You still reacting to the debate?
Yes, sir. Well, that's what we're going to attempt to do. We were going to attempt to do it last night, but we got hit with 3 different guests that were suffering greatly from misconception and what I call globitis.
I don't mean to interrupt then.
Well, you're welcome to stay and watch and comment as because I stop it frequently and make comments about that which has been said or points that have been riven. So you're welcome to join with that if you'd like.
Yeah, sure thing.
Cool enough. Where you at, Timmy?
I'm in the UK.
In the UK? So you're 6 hours behind me. Right now it's what, 3-4 o'clock in the morning?
Yep.
Yep. Wow. You're an early bird. Or a late owl or a night owl. One of the two. These people would say that about me. I'm a night owl. All right,
Absolutely.
So I don't think I would be lying just because you're ignorant of something. So we can move
I
on.
think you would be, because
Okay.
NASA's never claimed there's a gravity pocket. There's no
absolutely-
such thing as a gravity pocket.
Yeah, we
They
know.
claim, well, it was more so something to do with like the way that they had to randomly move and it changed the relationship of gravity.
You
and
guys
their
in the chat,
momentum.
are you listening to this? You're listening to this chat?
Dude, it's a fact that all the people fell up against the wall in the ISS. That's a
Who
fact.
claimed it's a gravity pocket?
No, he's going to go with the terms. One of the astronauts I heard say gravity pocket when one of those unexpected things happened. I think he was doing something in the ISS toilet or something like that. Got the video of it and the fucking screw dropped. And he reached down real fast to pick it up and then caught what he was doing. But you can clearly see it drop and hear it hit and bounce. And it's like, oh, so there's a little tiny microgravity pocket or something. If you need tag teams,
Gravity pockets are real, man.
yeah, I'm sure. I ran into one a little while ago going through my kitchen. I mean, I almost fell over. It was insane. I couldn't figure out what it was because I tripped and I looked and there was nothing there. And so obviously that was a gravity pocket. What else could it be?
No, you and I, as we speak, we are being pulled down to the earth right now. As
We
speak.
are.
Yeah.
How do you know we're being pulled?
Because every time you jump, you get brought back down.
Yeah, but I'm denser than the medium that I'm in. So where else would I go?
Okay. Just because you're saying you're denser than the medium, and so you fall down.
Yep,
Why don't you?
my relative density
Mhm.
compared to the medium causes me to seek equilibrium, which is down,
Okay, why?
because that's where everything dense is at. That's where the densest materials are,
Okay, why?
because that's the way it's set up, man.
When you say that's where the
You mean
densest
why?
materials
Why
are,
are you asking me why the ground is not up in the sky?
no, that's what physics is trying to answer. Why
Right.
is that? What the physics is trying to answer? Why are the densest materials on the ground? Why are they attracted? That's what physics is trying to answer, and they
Well,
answered it with
wait a
gravity.
second. Wait. It's you're using that word again, attraction. There's no attraction.
Okay, I think maybe whatever word you want to use. The point is, physics is trying to explain why are things falling. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why we have gravity.
It's the
Gravity
same
is used
reason
to
things
explain
rise.
why things fall.
Well, wait.
You
What
can't.
gravity?
You flat earthers don't have an explanation. You just say,
You don't have an
density.
no, you don't have an explanation. You
We
made
do.
up
It's
a
called
word.
gravity.
No,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
Okay, what is gravity?
It depends. Are you talking about Newtonian
What
or
is gravity? No,
Einsteinian?
you just said that gravity was responsible for things going down. What is gravity?
Okay, in
Oh,
Newtonian
plateau.
physics, gravity is mass attracting mass,
Okay,
and in Einsteinian
that's it.
physics, it is the curvature of spacetime.
Can you prove mass actually attracts mass?
Within the Newtonian context, yeah, You can.
How?
You can demonstrate mass attracting mass.
Can you prove it? You
Yeah.
can watch a
If you
phenomenon.
conduct
Wait
the
a second, you're doing the same thing. You're watching a phenomenon and you're assuming a cause. Yeah.
I
You can't
can demonstrate
assume the cause.
it to you
What if
via I can demonstrate
how did you manipulate the independent variable?
I could demonstrate it to you via experiment, via
You
experimentation.
can actually manipulate the independent variable?
Yeah, it's called the Cavendish experiment. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, it's not an experiment, it's an observation.
No, I'm saying no, it's an experiment.
It's an experiment. What was the independent variable?
Just give me 1 second. I'll tell you what the independent variables were.
I mean,
So
it should
the-
be pretty easy. I
How's it
mean, if
going,
I'm
man?
watching something
Can you guys hear
fall,
me still? Can you guys still
Yeah.
hear me?
Flatzoid, what do you got, bro?
How's it? I just want to tell Timothy, first of all, Cavendish is not an experiment. There is no actual singular IV for a DV.
No, it is an experiment.
And sorry, I'm still talking. And mass does not attract mass because you require gravity to be a force for that to happen. And gravity hasn't been seen as a force for 109 years. Just had to point it out.
Yeah, you're not listening. I clearly stated 2 types of gravity. One is known as the local context, and the other is known as the celestial context.
You
And
don't
the local context adheres to Newtonian mechanics and Newtonian physics. And so in Newtonian physics, mass attracts mass. We can observe that in the local context, mass attracting mass.
You assume that.
And you can demonstrate this through the Cavendish experiment. Now I can give you the independent and the dependent variables. I'll happily do that. Do you want the independent dependent
Yes.
variables? I'll happily give you the
Yes.
independent dependent variables of the Cavendish experiment.
Yes.
So the independent variable is the distance between the masses in the experiment, right? That's the independent variable.
not gravity then.
Huh?
Then not gravity then.
No, I'm getting there. The dependent variable is the gravitational force between the masses.
And where did
No, you
it's
said distance.
no, that's the independent variable. The independent
You
variable
only get
is
one
the
independent
distance.
variable. Sorry, this is what I'm trying to correct you on. You only get one independent variable. Your independent
Oh my
variable
god,
is
I
supposed to be
literally
gravity
just did
because
that.
you're claiming
I gave you
gravity is
one
the
independent
variable.
variable, and now I'm giving you the dependent variable. If you just listen instead of blah blah blah, then you can understand.
Sorry. Your incredulity about
Oh
gravity is not helping
god.
you.
Why are you interrupting me?
Independent variable is the
Oh my
cause.
god.
If you're claiming gravity is the cause, that's supposed to be independent variable.
You are really extremely stupid. Congratulations. But
Wow,
look,
at all.
So wait a second. Why you devolved into ad hom? Nobody has called you stupid, Timothy.
but
Why
yeah,
do you
come
find
on.
it necessary? Wait a second. Why do you find it necessary? You see, this is what happened to you.
Just because it's an
You
add-on
no,
doesn't
no,
mean
no,
it's
no,
not
no, no,
true.
no. I'm going to explain what happened to you. You memorized this nonsense. Somebody told you that made you fucking smart. And when somebody points out that it's not real, it's an attack on your smartness. You take it as an insult and therefore have to resort to ad hominems. Do you think you could refrain from that from now on?
Yeah, I'll happily refrain from it. But if somebody
Good.
came to me and said,
Leave your emotions
if
out of
somebody
it.
came to me and said 1 + 1 is 3, I'm gonna call them stupid. That's just how it is.
Okay, then in that case,
I,
I can call you stupid because you say independent variable is gravity, but you're not saying gravity is the independent variable. Therefore, you're stupid. Well done.
you're not listening, bro. Flatzoid. Flatzoid has fried the brain. The dependent variable is the gravitational force, okay? The gravitational force between the masses as measured by the deflection of a
How can
torsion
that be a
balance.
dependent variable? How can that be
As
a
the,
dependent variable? It's
I'll
not even,
explain.
it's an assumption.
No, it's not an
Yes,
assumption.
it is. It's an assumption.
No, it's the gravitational force between two masses.
How do you know what the gravitational force between the two masses?
I'm
How
getting
did you
there.
isolate
I'm
that?
getting there. I'm getting there. As measured by the deflection of the torsion balance, right? The deflection of the torsion balance, the angle in which the string is twisted, you can determine the gravitational constant. So
Torsion
this
test.
idea that you're talking about, Oh, how do we determine gravity? I just showed you how we determine
So
gravity,
gravity
and
is
you've been
torsion
absolutely
dynamics.
debunked.
So gravity is torsion dynamics.
Huh?
That's what
you're
Cavendish
measuring.
does. It demonstrates torsion twist. Didn't you know this?
Yeah, and that we can measure the angle of the twist, and the
So
angle of
not
the twist.
gravity then.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It is gravity. Oh
How do you
god!
know? How is it gravity? Where was
Because
that
that's how
proven?
we obtained the gravitational constant from that experiment.
No, you didn't.
Oh my god! My brain! My brain!
No, you didn't. Otherwise,
I
so
can't.
then the gravitational constant meant that those weights went together at 9.8 meters per second squared.
It came from the Cavendish experiment.
No, it didn't. It came from measuring how fast things fell.
Oh my god! Oh my god! My brain! My brain! My brain! My brain!
How are you going to get 9.8 meters per second out of the Cavendish experiment? Please explain that to me.
Okay. Do you know what the Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
So the Cavendish experiment gave us the gravitational constant G. Okay, do you know what the gravitational constant is?
Which one? You're talking about what?
I'm
From the
talking about
mass of the Earth or something?
I'm talking about 6.67 times 6.674 times 10 to the power of 11 meters cubed kilograms per second squared.
So you're talking about
Whoa,
the
whoa,
entire.
whoa, whoa. Can you ask him what's kilogram quickly?
Huh?
What's a kilogram?
What kind of question is that?
Are you evoking weight as gravity?
Dude, oh my god.
It's a
Oh my
simple
god,
question.
dude.
Are you
Is this
evoking
guy a
weight as
troll?
gravity?
I think this guy might be a troll.
No, I know better. I already know
Dude,
better. I think you
I
might
eat
be.
Globies like you for breakfast, mate. I have a channel
Dude,
and I'm literally
no, you
trying
don't.
to educate you on your own religion. That's all I'm doing. Do you
In
equate
religion.
gravity, weight as gravity?
Oh my god. Okay, so the kilogram doesn't demonstrate the weight of gravity. You freaking oh my god.
So
The
are you
kilogram is
referring?
there. The
Are
kilogram is
you
there.
are
Oh
you
my
are
god,
you
I'm
referring
having
to
a
a
fever, man.
mass of the Earth? Is that what you're
No,
getting
I'm
at?
trying to hold on. The kilogram is there to
What
as part
is
of
a
the
kilogram though?
I'm getting there. You keep
Okay.
interrupting.
All right.
It represents the mass of the objects that are experiencing the gravitational force. Okay,
In that medium.
it's not the weight of
In
gravity.
that medium. What the fuck is he losing his mind or what? You all right,
Sorry, what?
Tim? I said, are you all right? Did you drop acid or something? Or we're cool.
I'm just laughing my ass off.
No, you're not really. That's a forced laugh. You're just being a retard.
Oh, well, I thought you said no ad hominems.
No, I mean you are. You're acting retarded. You're forcing a laugh like that's
You
not even
said the
real.
weight of gravity, bro. That's
No,
hilarious.
that's what you are saying. You are trying to
No,
equate
I'm not.
gravity as weight.
You're equating gravity. Yeah, you're equating gravity as
No,
weight.
I said that the kilogram is used to represent the masses which are experiencing the gravitational
Mm,
force. So the mass of the objects experiencing the gravitational force, that's why we have kg in the 6.674 times 10 to the power 11 m3
what
kilogram
force?
per second squared.
What? Yeah, what
The
force?
What force?
gravitational force.
There
You're
is no
supposed to be
force.
proving the force, not evoking
Oh
force without having
my
the force.
god.
How
You
are you?
can't
Yeah,
be.
what force? You're assuming there's a force.
No, we determine it
Yes.
from the twisting. The
No,
twisting.
it's
The
torsion dynamics,
twisting.
bro.
Oh my
It's just
god.
torsion dynamics. It's not even an experiment. It's a.
Oh my god. It's the
I
do you know
mean,
what the twisting? Do you want to do it live? Do you want to do the experiment live right now?
sure, set it up. Let's do it right now. Set it up.
Make
Oh my
sure you
god.
are accounting for all the confounding
Okay, so
variables,
I'll
please.
explain it as best as I can. All right, I'm gonna explain it as best
You
as I can.
realize you're trying to explain something to
So
people who have already dissected the shit out of it. And that's why we can confidently say the things that we're saying. Everything that you're trying to give to us, we already know. We already know this. And we've already dissected it. It's not like you're our teacher or something. It's not like we just zoomed here from the 13th century. We went through the same indoctrination centers you did. We were told the same fucking bullshit that you were told. The only difference is we went ahead and questioned what we were told. You accepted it.
But you don't even know the Cavendish experiment.
We do know the Cavendish experiment. We know it so well that we know it's not an experiment and it's not scientific.
Oh my God. Oh God.
Are you one of those people that thinks math is science? Are you?
Have you noticed he said he's going to demonstrate it for us, and now he's not demonstrating it?
I wish I could, but you guys keep like cutting me off. It's like it's hilarious.
Sorry,
Words are not a
demonstration doesn't
demonstration.
require your mouth. It requires action.
Yeah,
I'll happily like demonstrate it, but I don't want to interrupt this guy's stream. He's obviously streaming a debate.
well, it's I got
Excuses.
time for you, bro. I got time for you.
Are you sure?
Sure. How long is it going to
Um,
take you to set up the Cavendish experiment?
Maybe I'll set up the whole experiment next time, but
All right.
but it's really simple. It's just
Mhm.
a bunch of balls hanging on
Yeah.
a piece of string,
Yeah.
and you're basically looking at the hypothesis is that mass will attract mass, right? That's the hypothesis. And so what you'll see is these two balls attracting each other. They come together. They kiss.
Is
And
that a
and and,
joke?
they, and you find that in the twisting, right, of the wire. You measure the angle of the twist, and you determine the gravitational constant from that.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Oh,
And
so you're not
that
measuring
sounds so.
gravitational constant.
and you
You're
can use that
correlating.
constant. You can use that constant to determine the two masses, like something falling, free fall. You can determine the free fall
Mhm.
of an object by taking into account its mass
Mhm.
and the gravitational constant, and you can determine how fast it's accelerating to the ground. So for you to say it doesn't work, it's garbage, you're just stupid. We use it in everything. We use it in computers. We use it in
No, they
astronomy. We
don't.
use it in.
No, you don't use Cavendish in computers.
We use
That's
no.
nonsense.
You're not listening. We use the gravitational constant. We use the gravitational constant in everything that we do, from missiles
Acceleration is not gravity,
to
Tim.
Yeah,
GPS to
in
all kinds
effect,
of things.
Timothy, an effect is not a cause.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
So you
gravitational
keep
constant.
jumping back and
I'm
forth.
talking about the gravitational constant from the Cavendish experiment. Okay, we
No,
use
they
it
don't.
for-
They use 9.8 meters per second
no, we
squared,
use the gravitational constant. Oh my
which is
God. Which is 6.674. We use that gravitational constant
for
in
what?
little g. We use it in little g. Do you
No,
know
you
what little
don't.
g is? Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yo,
Hold on 1 second. Wait, let me ask you something again. You laughed before. Are you one of these people that thinks that math is science?
oh my God. Dude, listen, math is just a
Can you just
language.
answer the question, yes or no, and stop giggling like a maniacal weirdo? Are you a person that thinks that math is science?
Listen, math is a language we use to interpret what we see.
There
Okay?
you go. There you go.
Oh my
There you
God.
go.
If I witnessed the twisting of a wire and I
You
see it
witness the
oscillating.
twisting of a wire and determine that's why things fall. Are you fucking shitting
Hold
me?
on. Relax.
You watched a wire twist. Hold on a second. You watched a fucking wire twist and determined that is enough to tell you why things fall to the ground. You never came to the idea that perhaps it's because that object has more relative density to the medium that it's in. You never came to
No,
that
because
conclusion.
no.
So you never wondered why things don't fall that fast in, say, water or in mercury or in other mediums. That there's a different rate of fall depending on the medium? Holy cow, there's something to consider.
No, because the gravitational constant needs to be determined.
Well, to what? The medium of air or the medium of water? Because the medium is dependent upon it.
Okay, can I ask Timothy one more question quickly?
So do you know what little g is? But hold on, I just want to ask him, do you know what little g is?
Little g is defined as 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, so then, yeah, okay, awesome. So in little g, we use 6.674 in little g.
Okay, listen to me.
Oh my God.
In little g is an effect. It's not a cause. So when you say force equals mass times gravity, I can say force equals mass times acceleration. And it's the same without assuming the cause of the acceleration. You understand this, right? And when I'm dealing with a buoyancy formula, I don't have to assume that weight is due to gravity. Weight is nothing more than a quantification of the density of that object within a given medium. That's it. It's going to weigh.
Oh my God.
You don't think things weigh different in different mediums? Things actually weigh more.
My brain.
Things actually weigh more in a vacuum. Why would that be? You've removed the air that's pushing down on you from the downward acceleration of air that you think there is.
Oh my God, you must be like unbelievably. Can you explain why then we use it in everything?
Okay, can I ask my question now, Tim?
We
sorry,
use it in everything we
Sovereign.
Yeah, go for it, Flats.
What you was just saying, and this is particularly to what Sov is saying now. When you get your average in a vacuum, what is the independent variable that you create?
Why
what
are
did
you guys
manipulate
obsessed
to get
about
that
independent variables? I've given you guys independent variables, and you still throw out the experiment. There's no point in me giving you independent variables. You're just annoying at this point.
You might
just
need to keep quiet a bit and just listen quickly. When you
no, I'm not answering your stupid dumb questions.
To get your 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum, what is the manipulated independent variable to get that?
Yo, pass me that bong because I need a hit right now. I'm losing brain
cells.
You
struggled to find the independent variable in your Cavendish. You had to look it up.
No, I literally did.
Now we're talking about something dropping in a vacuum chamber, and you don't understand it again. The only thing you have is incredulity and laughter that you force out.
Dude, just give me the bong, bro. Like honestly, like I'm losing.
There you go.
Okay, can I quickly educate you, Timothy?
He keeps asking for independent variables. I give it to him, and then he just says, nah.
Why are you talking like in third person? I'm right here. You can talk to me. Anyway, Tim.
No.
When you use something in a vacuum. Sorry, can I talk? I know this is triggering. As soon as you invoke a vacuum, you are manipulating the medium. So you're manipulating the densities. You are not manipulating gravity. Your gravity is not a force. It doesn't exist.
Wait, did you just say gravity doesn't exist?
Yes.
Bro, we use it in everything we do.
No, you use a measured effect. You use a measured effect and assume.
Hold on. So you agree with it, little g, yeah? You acknowledge it?
In the ambient in the
if you acknowledge little g, you acknowledge gravity.
No, I don't. It's an effect.
Period.
No,
because in little g, hold on.
Timothy.
God.
Is 9.8 meters per second squared an effect or a cause?
That's not the point.
No, it is the fucking point. Is it an effect? Is it an effect or a cause?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter because you're invoking it as a cause, and actually you're saying that the cause and the effect are the same thing.
Can you just let me finish?
Yeah.
In little g,
yeah,
we use gravity. We use the gravitational constant from the Cavendish experiment to determine the little g.
You assume a cause. You assume a cause for a measured effect. That's all you've done. You've assumed a cause. I could say, weight. You say weight due to gravity. I could say weight due to magic elves in a council table.
Wait. So you don't accept Cavendish experiment?
It's not an experiment. It's not even scientific. Why would I? It's
Okay,
just torsion dynamics.
so the gravitational constant from the Cavendish experiment is just garbage, right? It's just rubbish.
Yes.
Okay, but you accept the little g. You accept the little g, yeah.
I accept the little a. How about that?
Oh my god.
No, what is with your maniacal laughter? Do you think you could calm down a little bit?
Because
No one really believes that you're laughing. Okay,
Because
no one really believes that.
unbelievably like ridiculous.
No one really believes.
So I left a video in the chat because he can't demonstrate it. So I'll show a demonstration where it doesn't work.
All right. Just 1 second here. I'm going to pull this up over here. And
because unlike Globie, we demonstrate things.
Rakeem for a I agree, man. Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. Has it got sound?
No, it's got no sound. Point out where this is working, please, Tim.
I have no idea what you're showing, nor do I care. I'm not.
That's called the Cavendish.
To be honest with you, I'm not even going to respond to you because you're just officially you're officially
That's
stupid.
called the Cavendish.
No offense,
something
but you're
you said you would demonstrate
stupid.
Us working.
Oh,
it's a Cavendish experiment, Timothy. Isn't this what you were going to demonstrate, bro?
With all due respect,
which means you're about to say something disrespectful.
With all due respect to the host, I'm not going to engage with this other guy here. He's just like
what are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's showing you right here. Here's a Cavendish experiment over a course of 9 hours, 10 hours. Now, coming up to 11 hours. No movement, nothing.
Oh my god.
Zippo.
Oh my god.
There's 12 hours, 13.
Do you want more? I can show more.
Oh my god, I'm losing brain cells.
Well, I don't think you had any to begin with, bro.
Like you guys are incredibly
you came in with just some nonsense.
The Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment.
You're looking at the Cavendish experiment
Hold on.
there.
Can I actually respond? The Cavendish experiment works in a vacuum. Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my lord. In fact, Cavendish, in his time,
can I
finish my response, sir?
Yes, you can.
During Cavendish's time, he desperately was looking for an environment that didn't have any air resistance. He desperately tried to look for one because he knew that in order for this to work, he needed to have a vacuum environment.
Yeah.
But in his time, there was no such thing as a vacuum environment.
Do you know why?
So if he was alive, if he was alive today, he would go to a vacuum environment and do his experiment in there.
Do you know why there was? Do you know why there was no
pathetic, moronic moron?
Okay, so do you know why there was no vacuums around for him to experiment with? Do you want to know why? Because vacuums don't exist in nature anywhere.
Oh my god!
Can you demonstrate a vacuum? Can you demonstrate a vacuum without
we can make a vacuum? We've created vacuums. Go to NASA.
No, wait. You have to create a vacuum. It doesn't exist in nature. Did I not just get done saying that a vacuum does not exist in nature?
No, it doesn't exist in the natural world because
that's right. So why are we invoking
atmosphere?
It?
Because of atmosphere and air resistance. But he was
conducting his experiment. Shut up a minute. Why would we invoke a fucking vacuum if there's no conditions anywhere in nature that has a vacuum?
Because of something called pressure gradient, and because of something called the atmosphere.
You can't have a pressure. You cannot have a pressure at all, gradient or not, without containment.
Oh my god! How much
does air weigh?
One more point to this, if I may quickly, Tim.
The reason I wanted to show you Cavendish not working. Independent variables again.
The reason I wanted to show you Cavendish not working
was to specifically show, because you claimed Cavendish was scientific. So based on science, if someone does an experiment and it goes against their hypothesis and experiment, therefore it is invalidated. I just showed you an experiment that has a lot more tolerances than Cavendish used, and it shows it not to work. So therefore, your hypothesis and not
You're
experiment
actually,
is
I just
debunked as
responded
being
to this
gravity
already.
for the cause.
Yeah, Sovereign Soul, did you not hear me respond to this already?
So
Okay, just hand me the bong. Just hand me the whole bong because I desperately need it
get
right
your
now.
own fucking bong, mooch. Jesus Christ, will you smoke OP? It looks
Bro,
like.
listen, I already addressed this. He's just repeating himself like a
You didn't
nutcase.
address it. You danced around it.
Listen, Cavendish during his time desperately wanted
Doesn't
a
fucking
vacuum
matter. It
environment.
doesn't. What does it fucking matter? Where
It
is there a
matters
vacuum?
because that's the validity of his argument. He
Well,
needed.
obviously, it's not, because
It
we're not.
works.
We're
It
not
works
in a.
in an
Hold
environment. Oh
on.
my.
If I drop something, you're claiming it's mass attracting mass, right? I'm not in a fucking vacuum, jackass. Am I? I'm not in a
Oh my
fucking
god.
vacuum.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
So
my
where
god.
does a vacuum exist in nature? Nowhere. Vacuums need containment. They have to be created. No such thing, bro. And I don't think that Cavendish has ever even thought of a fucking vacuum. Okay,
know
you're
what?
making up shit. You're making up shit and you're giving attributes to people you have no idea about. Some eccentric crackpot looking at balls through a telescope in his fucking shed, who didn't even
respond?
release the information until after he was fucking dead.
Can I respond? Can I respond? So the reason why Cavendish wanted a vacuum environment was so that,
How do you know he wanted a vacuum environment?
because if you've read his fucking experiments, it literally
Show
tells you.
Show me in his fucking words that he says, "I wish I had a
can't do it
vacuum
right now.
environment."
I can't do it right now, but I'm
He
not on my
wouldn't even
computer.
he wouldn't even conceived of a vacuum environment.
Hold on. Because the reason why he wanted a vacuum is because he didn't want air resistance, right? He didn't want air interference. He didn't want reduction of buoyant forces. So there's a number of reasons why he wanted a vacuum environment. It's not because he wanted to simulate a vacuum environment or whatever. He needed it because he needed to ensure that, he didn't get any air resistance. He didn't get any uh, uh, reduction of buoyant forces, which is caused by air density, which can affect the apparent weight of objects. He wanted a vacuum environment to minimize external interferences. That's why he wanted a vacuum environment. This is why he conducted his experiment in a shed, away from everything, away from the elements, away from all kinds of things. Okay. Now, the experiment would work perfectly fine in a vacuum. Perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine in a fucking vacuum. Fucking idiots.
Okay.
You acknowledged little
Can
g. If you
you
acknowledge
just made
little
a few
g, you
you
acknowledge
just made a few
gravity.
claims there,
That's
Tim.
how that works.
Tim, you just made a few claims. You said he wanted it in a vacuum. First of all, a vacuum wasn't even a thing then. It wasn't even invented because a vacuum is man-made. Okay? So he couldn't
Oh my
invoke a
god. Okay,
vacuum
hold
because
on,
he
hold
didn't
on. What do
know
you think a
about it.
vacuum is?
So would you please present everybody where he said anything about a vacuum in any of his papers or anything?
Sure. But I'm going to ask you, what do you think a vacuum is?
It's privation of matter.
Huh?
Next.
What did you say?
It's a privation of matter. Next.
So will you present us the papers where he said vacuum, please?
Any air resistance, right? A vacuum is no air resistance,
Privation of matter.
minimal gas pressures. So that's the whole point. He needed that
Privation of
environment.
matter.
Yeah, but he needed that environment so that he can.
Where does that
ensure-
environment exist?
That's not the point, dude.
Are we
It doesn't.
not looking at a natural phenomenon? Why would we look at a natural phenomenon in an unnatural setting?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so are you telling me that you've never done an experiment in your life?
I have.
Dude, do you even know what
Okay,
natural
so
sciences is, Tim?
so you agree that there's certain experiments where you need to make sure that you're not affected by external influences, right? Like,
Sure, like
for example, if
temperature,
you're conducting an
sometimes
experiment,
it's amount of light. There's all different variables. Yes, those are called controls. Okay, those are called control variables. We conduct them with the same conditions, and then isolate an independent variable. In other words, the cause that we think it is, and modulate that cause in order to determine it to be the cause. You understand?
okay, awesome. All right. So if I want to conduct an experiment and I want to make sure that I can accurately detect the angle in which the twisting occurs, but the thing is, I don't want to do this outside where there's wind and it can blow everything around, and I don't want to be affected by buoyant forces where it can make the weight of these bars
What buoyant
bigger and
forces?
smaller. So you want to make sure that you're in an environment where you're not affected by these external influences.
Wait. You
Okay.
said buoyant forces. You're saying he's trying to prove gravity. You can't have buoyant force if you haven't proved gravity yet.
True.
No, okay, so buoyant forces can affect the weight of objects, and it can
So then
introduce
gravity
like
doesn't cause buoyancy. Nice, I agree.
introduce dude, what are you dude, just shut up, bro. You're just fucking
He's right
stupid.
though.
You're
You
just
just did. You
incredibly
basically stated
fucking
that. You
dumb.
basically stated that. You did. You basically stated that.
Do you know what buoyant forces are? Oh god.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
displacement.
In fact,
Archimedes'
wasn't it?
principle.
Yeah, Archimedes. I think it was like about 1900 years before Isaac Newton. Yeah.
Yep. Archimedes' principle has been postulated 1,900 years before Newton was even a twinkling of an eye. Do you know there was no such thing as gravity when Archimedes was alive?
Yeah.
Bro,
No
there's
little
so many
G.
things that didn't. Bro, computers didn't exist during Archimedes. Are you saying
Yeah.
computers
No
aren't
little
real?
G. It
Like,
was
just
still.
shut up, bro.
He
Like,
was
oh
still
my
on.
god.
How could he have? How could he have been right without knowing about gravity then?
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is called an appeal to history, and you're just fucking
Isn't that
stupid.
what you just did by
Listen,
telling us that what Cavendish wished he had and shit? Isn't that what you just did?
wish he had. It's in his papers. He literally said, "I
You
needed an
haven't shown
environment
that.
away
You,
from the
I,
elements."
I would love to see where Cavendish invoked vacuum. I would love to see that.
Oh my god.
I would love to see that where he said, "I wish that
Hold on,
I
hold on.
had a vacuum."
Before I go, I just want you to. I just want to ask you this one simple question. Two simple questions. So you don't accept Cavendish, right?
Well, who would?
Okay, awesome. I don't know. I just need you to say, I don't accept Cavendish experiment.
I don't accept Cavendish experiment. He was a
Okay. Do you
crackpot
okay? Do
eccentric.
you acknowledge little g?
No,
Okay. I need you just repeat after me. I wait. You said you don't acknowledge little g.
no,
You
no.
literally said before you do
No,
acknowledge 9 point whatever,
no.
whatever.
I changed it. I changed it. I
Oh, you
called it.
changed it. You changed
Yeah.
your mind.
No. I changed G. I changed G.
Oh, you changed it.
Yeah. You know what I changed it to? You want to know
Bro,
what I changed it
then
to?
explain why I can use G. Could you explain
Oh,
that?
because you might as well use A because it's acceleration. It's not
Oh
an
my
effect.
god, you're fucking dumb. Oh
Is it
god.
acceleration or not?
No, you can't do that with anything
Is
else
it
other than G.
acceleration or not? Is the
You
small g
can't.
that you use, is it a cause or an effect?
That doesn't matter.
It
What
does
matters is
matter. It does matter.
you
No,
said
no,
you
no, no,
acknowledge
no, no,
G.
no, no, no. What in the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
You
What's with
acknowledge
this
G, bro.
FTFE laugh, man?
What is with that stupid laugh, man?
You acknowledge G. You said it. You said you acknowledge little
I
G.
He
acknowledge G
acknowledges acceleration. Aren't you
as an
listening?
Bro, I'm gonna clip this.
acceleration.
I'm gonna clip this and put it on
Clip it
TikTok.
all
You're
you
gonna go
want
bro.
to.
You're gonna go
Okay,
viral, bro.
Timothy.
You're gonna go
All
viral.
right.
You're
Timothy.
Yes, because
actually
everybody's
fucking
watching
dumb, bro.
because everybody's watching the Timothy Globe show. We've all heard of you. So I'm sure that your
No,
clip
I'm
is
gonna
going to
clip.
get
You're
a
gonna be
lot of
famous, bro. You're
traction.
gonna be famous. You're gonna
I
be
already
famous.
am
Timothy.
famous.
Timothy, we said we can acknowledge acceleration because that is what we see. We do not accept
your globe religion rhetoric about
No,
gravity,
I've already caught this
that's
guy
not
saying
even
he
a
accepts
force to
little
give
G,
that
bro.
acceleration.
What is wrong? Is there? I'm serious, man. Do you have like a mental problem or something? Why do you laugh like that?
Because this is
No, I mean, is that
hilarious.
really how you laugh, or are you just a lunatic? Because it sounds like you're just a lunatic.
No, you're right. I am a lunatic when I'm surrounded by idiots.
Well, then you must be giggling continuously when you're alone. Because then you
So
are
can I also ask
clearly
one more question
surrounded
before you
by
give it to
idiots.
me?
Oh my god!
Are
Can
you
I find the
evoking
independent
the
variable of your
cause and
brain
effect
that's
is the
missing
same
in your
thing?
head?
You think cause and effect is the same thing, Tim?
That's not the point, dude.
Yeah, it
The
is the
point is
point.
not about
It
cause
is
and
no, it is
effect,
the
bro.
point. No, it is the point. Do you think
Oh
cause
my
and
god!
effect
You
are the
said
same
you
thing?
accept little G, but you don't accept Cavendish. Oh
Little
my lord!
g is nothing more than an observed effect. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't give you a cause, does
Okay,
it?
if I
So
made,
if I say shut up, I'm talking now.
Wow, you're so rude.
No, you're rude. You better get the fuck over it, because look whose name's on the show, dickhead. It's mine, not yours. You dig? All right. Now, the little g in your fucking formula that you slipped in instead of an A for acceleration does not give you a cause. It doesn't mean that gravity exists outside of the context of weight. Okay? So we have an observed effect. You've not proven a cause. You've only assumed a cause. You might as well say that it's caused by a council of magic elves that live within the earth and continuously cast spells to decide which stuff falls and which stuff doesn't. Okay? I have as much proof of that as you do of your fucking gravity.
Okay, if I gave you the hypothesis, right, that mass attracts mass,
Yes,
how would I conduct it? How would I
don't
conduct an
know.
experiment to demonstrate that?
Well, first off, I would like to know why anybody would ever assume such a stupid fucking thing in the first place.
Is that not what we witness?
No. Because why would anybody even have that hypothesis in the first place?
Because that's what we observe.
We observe that? When do you observe
Yeah.
the largest piece of furniture in your house attracting a majority of the dust?
I'll give you an example.
Have you
right?
ever seen a car slowly roll toward a huge mountain? When have you ever seen a crane hanging with its pendulum and the pendulum want to be drawn toward the fucking mountain? Never. No one has ever observed.
Would you like me to explain why that's not happening?
It
Would you
all
like me to
comes
Can we
explain?
ask
from
him
a
to set up the
Pythagorean
hypothesis?
Would you like me to
also?
explain why that's not happening?
I already know why it's
Okay.
not happening, because
Okay.
mass
The
doesn't
reason why
attract
is
mass.
because the fucking Earth is fucking bigger than a fucking
Oh,
mountain. You dumb
then how
fucking
can
retard.
your fucking Cavendish experiment work, dickhead?
Oh my god, you're fucking stupid.
Sorry.
How did you exclude?
Because the Earth is much bigger than the stupid
How did
mountain.
you
You dumb
exclude the
bloody
gravity of
retard.
the fucking Earth, Tim? How did you exclude the gravity of the fucking Earth? You didn't,
my
did you?
God.
So you don't fucking know. You
If you
don't
let
have
me
an
explain,
experiment.
I'm gonna walk you through the steps, right? So
Timothy, would you give us
if
a
I'm
hypothesis?
if I'm sitting under an apple tree, right, and I observe the apple, and I can see that the direction in which the branch and the apple is heading towards the ground,
Mhm.
and then eventually the apple leaves the branch and it falls to the ground. To me, I'm like, wait a minute. I can see the branch and the apple attracted to the ground. They're attracted to that downward acceleration.
Attracted.
They're attracted to it.
Wait a
And so,
second.
and then eventually the
Wait,
apple
Timothy.
falls, and
Let
then
me
it
change it.
falls and it hits the ground. And it's like,
All right, let
why
me
is this
change it.
object so attracted to this
I
other
don't know.
It's
object?
not attracted,
What is
mate.
this mass
It's not
attracted to this other
attracted.
mass?
What if your apple fell into a pond next to you? Now what's your fucking hypothesis?
It's the same thing.
Oh, it is? And why is the apple
Yeah.
floating?
Because if you've ever been next to a tree, I know you don't touch grass, but if you've ever
Really?
touched grass in your life and you've
Really?
seen trees, you can see the branches, they're heading towards the ground. You can see that they're
Motherfucker, I
Which
pointing
way
live.
does a
towards the
tree
ground.
grow,
And so
Timothy?
what you find is as the apple grows bigger and bigger, its weight is too much for the branch and it
And what is
collapses and it
weight?
falls to
And
the
what is
ground.
weight?
So what you
What is
see,
what is weight?
dude, now you're sounding
What
like this
is
other
weight?
guy.
What is
Now
weight?
you're sounding like this other guy.
Why?
You're just
Because I'm
asking
asking
stupid
pertinent
random
questions.
questions.
Because I'm asking pertinent questions. What is weight?
Pertinent. It's not pertinent. It's just random
not.
garbage.
You just invoked weight. What is weight?
Oh, dude, it doesn't. Oh my god, are we here to debate
Okay,
semantics? Or are we here
if you
to
don't want to
actually
answer
have a
that,
real conversation?
if you don't want to answer that, imagine Newton was alive today, or there were things as helium balloons in his day, and the apple fell, and then
Bro,
someone
your name
released
is
the balloon and it went
Flatzoid.
up. Would
Your
you
name
think
is
he would still
Flatzoid.
say
You
mass
have no
attracts mass
brain
because
cells.
the helium balloons are going up?
Timothy, stop interrupting and let him ask his question. Go ahead, ask it again, Flatzoid.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Timothy, if helium balloons existed in the days of Newton, okay, and the apple fell and some kid walked past and he released a helium balloon and it went up, do you think he would claim gravity is a mass attracting mass towards the ground?
Bro, I have no idea what this guy said. He's just saying a bunch of crap.
Oh, so you don't understand simple words. Must I break it down smaller?
Bro,
Things
all you've been
go up.
asking is really dumb questions this entire time.
Not everything falls down. Some things fall up.
Oh yeah, give me one thing that falls up.
Helium
An
balloons,
airship.
Helium balloons. No,
dandelions,
helium balloons are actually falling
bubbles.
down.
Mhm.
Oh,
Zeppelins.
helium balloons are falling down. Oh my
They
god.
are. How are they falling down if they're up in the air? Is there gravity up in the air? Is up, down, or something in your world?
Oh my god. Helium balloons are falling down. Do you guys not know this?
Do you know how a high altitude balloon works? Last time I checked, it goes up, Timothy, not down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's still going down.
How is
It's
it
still
going
falling
down?
down,
What's this Christmas
What the
smoking?
right?
fuck?
So
What?
gravity.
You don't know up from down? Do you know left from right?
Hold on, let me finish. Gravity, right, is the force that pulls all objects with mass towards the center of the earth,
Where's
right?
there proof of that? Do you have any
And
proof of that?
this force acts on helium balloons as well,
How? If it's going
right?
up, and it's, how is it pulling?
So despite gravity, pulling the balloon downward,
How
the
is it
buoyant
pulling it down if
force,
it's
the
going up?
buoyant force that's generated by the helium within the balloon acts in the
Oh,
opposite direction.
Wait, you're
And
ignoring
so
what I said in the
it
beginning.
pushes the balloons upwards. And
You
so that's
ignoring
why
what I said
it
in the
goes
beginning, Tim.
up. But
Sorry, I have to stop you.
that
I
doesn't
have to
mean
stop you
gravity is not
ignoring what I
acting
said.
on it. Gravity is still acting on the balloon.
how?
It's just
No,
that the
Timothy,
buoyant forces.
stop evoking something
Dude,
that
why are
hasn't been
you
proven.
interrupting me, man?
We are in
Why are you
Newtonian.
interrupting? I wasn't finished with my
I'm
explanation.
stopping
You
you
just
because you're
interrupted me.
totally straw manning the argument. You're ignoring
No, I'm
everything I'm
not.
saying.
You're asking about
Okay,
helium balloons, and I'm
listen.
debunking your stupidity.
I'm talking about a specific time where Newton postulated gravity. Okay. So what he did was he saw an apple fall, and we are now postulating what if there was such thing as a helium balloon, or maybe a dandelion next to him, and he saw it go up while the apple fell down. Would he still postulate things are accelerating by force due to attraction towards the ground? Would he still postulate that?
What? Bro, there was no helium at the time. They haven't even discovered
Oh my
helium, so it's
God.
just a stupid question.
Do you
First of
understand
all,
what the word
and
if means?
second of
Do
all,
you,
Okay, ignore the helium balloon. How about steam or dandelions or bubbles? They go up. What if he saw them go up?
no, dandelions don't go up. Oh my
Oh my
lord,
damn word. Wind doesn't blow
dandelions do
dandelions up.
not go up. And look, we all observe anything with a mass falls to the ground. Period. Period. And if you're a helium balloon, you are falling to the ground. But the thing is, because of the buoyant forces, the helium balloon acts in the
Again,
opposite
you're
direction.
ignoring the argument. You are
And so,
claiming buoyancy without having your gravitational force. You first have to prove gravitational force before you can claim buoyancy due to gravity.
Yep.
It's the same you guys have with gas pressure without containment. You say, see, gas pressure gradients.
okay,
You first need the gas pressure, which means you
why
have
is
to
he
have
calling
containment.
me
It's
an
the same
idiot?
thing. You
He's
can't
calling
have
me an
buoyancy
idiot.
without
But
having
when
your
I call
proof
him an
of
idiot,
force.
I get muted. That's insane, dude. I mean, the double
That's because
standard
you're
is
over talking
insane.
me.
Yeah, you're being a shithead, Timothy. It's because you can't, you're having trouble backing up your shit. Okay. How can you invoke gravity as part of the buoyant force when you have not proven gravity yet?
Oh my lord. Bro, you agreed with me. You agreed with
No, I
gravity.
didn't. I agreed that there
Bro,
was
when you see the clip on TikTok, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, this guy accepts
I don't
gravity.
watch much TikTok, and I don't put a lot of stock into those that do watch it.
Bro, I've
Okay.
already got a clip of you saying you accept gravity, so it's too late for
Well,
you.
that's great. That's great. You know, when you're using it out of context, that just shows how dishonest you have to be to try to make your point.
No,
And here's the
it's
problem,
coming out of
Timothy.
your bloody
Here's
mouth.
the problem, Timothy. When you have to be dishonest, then you don't have a point. You understand? If you have to
haven't
take
even let me
a,
explain
shut
my
up,
point.
I'm talking, bitch. Okay? If you have to take something out of context to make it look like something else, then you don't have a point. This is your guys' problem, and this is why you all have to resort to dishonesty, because your entire belief system is based on fucking lies and gaslighting.
Well,
Every
I hate
last
to
bit of
break
it.
it. I hate to break it to you.
I don't give a fuck. Break whatever you want to.
I
You
had to break it to
don't
you.
hate it. Relish
I had
it.
to break it to you. But the rest of us, we're using gravity.
Who's
and
us?
It works.
Who the fuck
and
is
it
us?
works.
No, you're
and it
using a
works.
measured
The
effect, you dumb.
whole scientific community.
Timothy,
use-
you're retarded because you think that an effect is a cause. You are actually literally saying that cause and effect are the same thing.
I never said that.
You
But the thing
obviously
is-
are. You obviously are. If you
No,
think
you're
that,
saying
if you
gravity
think that
doesn't
little
exist.
g, if you think that little g is a cause of the
When did
observed
I say
effect,
that? When
well,
did I
you
say
obviously did. That's what you're wanting to say.
No.
Clip me saying. That's what you're
No.
wanting to clip me saying.
No. What I
Yeah.
said was,
Yes.
what I said was, if you accept little g, you accept gravity.
No.
what I
How
said.
is that? How is that? If you use a computer, if you have, if your name
Okay.
is Timothy, hold on, wait a second. I can do just as good right that. If you accept that your name is Timothy, that means that you suck dick with your butthole. Okay.
Well, I got one for Timothy as well. If you accept,
I mean, I'm sorry.
if you accept buoyancy, you accept relative density
Bro, you don't know
disequilibrium.
what
Well done.
buoyancy is, bro. Just shut up.
Dude, it's displacement of ratios.
It
I've
is.
done the actual experiment showing this by debunking your gravity.
Buoyancy is fucking. You don't understand buoyant forces.
Yeah,
bro.
I do
You're just
understand it.
fucking stupid.
It's
Don't understand
buoyant force.
Gravity is acting on the
How is
helium
buoyancy
balloon.
a force? How
Fucking
is
retard.
buoyancy a force,
And that's
Timothy?
why, if you've ever seen a balloon go high enough, you find that it stops in midair. Why does it stop? Why does the balloon, when it goes really high, why does it stop in midair? I wonder why.
Displacement.
Because it,
I wonder
because it
why.
Displacement.
Maybe it's because of gravity and buoyancy canceling each
No.
other out. They
Displacement,
cancel each other
Timothy.
out, and it stays there in midair
Do you
because
know
of
why? No,
gravity and
Timothy.
the buoyant forces
It-
canceling each other out.
Timothy, no, it's not that at all. It is equalized. And Flatsoid, I'm sorry, I forgot your name was Timothy too. I didn't mean that. But I mean, it's not that. Okay. The reason the balloon only goes to a certain height is because when it stops rising and doesn't fall, it's not because of gravity. It stays at that altitude because it has now equalized. It has found equilibrium. Okay.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Found
I agree.
equilibrium. Okay.
I agree.
So relative density.
Equilibrium with
disequilibrium.
gravity and buoyancy.
Yep. So how is buoyancy a force?
Huh?
You said the buoyant force. How is buoyancy a force?
So you haven't heard of buoyancy as a force?
You said it. You said the
Yeah.
buoyant force. No,
Yeah,
buoyancy is not a force.
No, it is. It's the
No, it isn't. No,
it's
it
the
isn't.
upward. It's the upward force that's exerted on an object that's floating in liquid.
There's no force. It's nothing more than. Do you see what Flatsoid has on the screen right there? What's that word say?
Huh?
Displacement.
Okay.
Displacement.
What about it?
That's your force, bro.
That's so dumb.
No, it's
God.
not. Okay. If you have a bathtub full of water and you step into it, what forces the water over the edge?
You know what, guys? I look.
What forces the water over the edge, Tim?
This is so cringe.
What was it?
I feel sorry for you guys. Like, I
Why do you
really
feel
do.
sorry? Just answer the question.
Because
What's
like you guys
forced?
are incredibly stupid.
Was the
Like, it's
water
just,
forced
oh.
out? Was the water forced out of the tub?
Do you know
If I
what buoyancy is?
answer the question, was the
It's
water forced?
buoyancy is when
Was
a
the
force
water
exerted
forced?
on an object
Was
of the
the
fluid
answer the
displaced by the
question,
object.
Timothy? Answer the question, Timothy. When the tub is
It's
full and you step in it, and the water is forced out of the tub, what caused it to what forced the water to leave the tub?
dude, I have no idea what you're saying, dude. You make zero
When you
sense.
step into a full tub, the water will rise up and go over the edge of it, right? So the water is being forced out of the tub. What forced the water? What was the force that made the water leave the tub?
I have no idea what you're saying, dude.
It was displacement. Do you know why this displacement takes place? Because
I don't think you understand what
two
displacement is.
physical
but
objects
that's fine.
cannot occupy the same space at the same time.
I don't think you understand what displacement is.
That I do understand what displacement is.
Okay, what is it?
Okay. Displacement. Here's a good example. I have this pack of cigarettes right here, right? There is a hole in the air, exactly the shape of this box, exactly the same shape. That's because the object is displacing, in other words, going from its place to another due to the object being here. Because
Oh my
the
God.
air and this object cannot occupy the same place at the same time, one of the things has to yield. In this case, it's the air. So the air is being displaced by the pack of cigarettes. Right? Now, when I drop this pack of cigarettes, being is that if I took that chunk of air that's being held out from where this box of cigarettes is at, and I
feel sorry
compare
for you,
them,
man. I feel
one
sorry for
is
you.
going to be heavier than the other, isn't it? Okay,
I feel
and it
sorry
would
for
be
you.
this. So consequently,
I
the pack of cigarettes goes down. Now, what happens to the hole where the cigarettes were at? Where before it was here, now it's here. What happened to the hole? It filled in rapidly, didn't it? It filled in very rapidly.
Hey, Sovereign Soul audience. I feel really sorry for you guys, and I feel sorry for this guy as well. Like, you guys are incredibly sad.
Why? Can you perhaps tell me where I was wrong in my ways, Timothy? What was I wrong about? That you feel sorry about? What was I wrong about? Did I not describe displacement correctly?
You have a misinterpretation.
No misinterpretation. So the
and
air
the
and the
thing is,
cigarettes
like,
are all in the same space.
You don't understand. You don't understand that within the helium balloon, there's a helium gas and there's air, and the helium gas displaces the air, which causes it to rise. But then there's a point where there's an equilibrium, right? And the equilibrium is caused by gravity.
No, it's not.
And hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. It's caused by gravity and buoyancy balancing out. Right?
No, it's
because
RDE.
When
It's RDE.
when the
RDE.
decreasing buoyant force.
No, it's
hold
RDE.
On. Let me finish
okay.
my. Can I just actually just finish my point without getting interrupted? Let me finish
Timmy.
my point. When you go up, right? When you reach higher levels of atmosphere, right? The air density decreases, right? So because of the air density decreasing, this causes the balloon to reach a point where it's like just floating in the air and it's not really moving. And that's the point of equilibrium. This is because when the decreasing buoyant force due to decreasing air density is equal to the constant force of gravity that's acting on the balloon. So the constant force of gravity that's acting on the balloon, and because of the air density decreasing and the buoyancy force decreasing, it causes the balloon to be equilibrium. And we can test this out using gravity and mathematical models. So for you to sit here and say I'm wrong and I'm dumb, I'm laughing. I feel sad for you guys. I feel sorry.
I don't care how you feel.
Sorry.
That would be very obvious.
Whoever did this well, Timothy, until you evoked gravity again.
Whoever did this to you, I feel look. I'm
Okay.
so sad.
Dude,
You know,
the
okay,
insults
so
aren't helping
you can dispense with your sanctimonious bullshit now. Okay, nobody gives a fuck how you feel. You dig? I don't. I don't believe anybody else here does either.
Yeah, but like,
okay,
you're so pathetic. And it's just really sad.
shut the fuck up. It's my turn to talk. You dig? All right. I don't have to take your bullshit. You dig?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, cool. Now we're on the right page. All right. So once the balloon has stopped rising, that's because now it's RDE, relative density equilibrium. It has achieved equilibrium. Okay. Everything is trying to be equal. That's how nature works.
That's so dumb. So dumb.
No, it's not.
Okay, listen.
Listen, I'm going to tell you about a really fun game. It's called entropy. You can't win. You can't lose. You can't even quit the fucking game. Okay? Everything wants
Can I ask you a question?
to a state of
Can I ask you a question?
equilibrium.
Can I ask you a question? When you go higher, right? Let's say you start on the ground and you go up. You're in a rocket. You go up, right? When you go up, right? Is the air density when you go up? Is the air density decreasing?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. Now let's just say for now you acknowledge gravity, right? Let's just say
I
you
have not
acknowledge
acknowledged gravity.
No. Just for this.
No. Because then you'll take it out of context and try to clip it.
Hold on.
No,
when
fuck
you
you.
have air density.
No, fuck you. I'm making it clear right now. I'm not going to let you do that. You've already shown yourself to be deceitful and dishonest by your, I'm going to clip this and take it out of context bullshit. So no, I treat you as hostile now.
That's fine. That's fine. So you agree that air density decreases as you go up, right?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. And you agree that the buoyancy or the buoyant force, right, because of the helium gas exerting buoyancy on the air surrounding it, causes it to rise. You agree with that, right?
I'm sorry. What did you say? Say it again. I couldn't hear you. I had a glitch happen on my thing locked up for a second. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what you got. What Flatzoid has drawn down there. Exactly.
Okay.
So if you're going on about a gradient, yeah. What was it, Flatzoid? Go ahead.
Yeah, just can I quickly educate Timmy again? This pressure gradient you're evoking requires containment, as I've said, entropy, mate. But off the fact, back on the displacement, why do you think when the balloon starts here and it's going up, it's because there's more matter around it to support it. So it's forcing it out of its space. It's trying to seek equilibrium. So as that balloon is going up, it's getting harder and harder to displace the medium around it. As soon as it gets to that sweet entropic spot, it stays there. Why? Because it can't be displaced any longer. It's at equilibrium.
That is so dumb. That's not what's happening.
That's physics. Literal physics.
That's literal physics, bro. It's not
That's
dumb at
not
all.
what's happening at all. Like, you're fucking dumb.
Every physics book in the world will tell you
Are
that.
you gonna let me explain my point, or you just keep interrupting me, old man? Keep having that bong.
So you calling buoyancy dumb? Okay.
Right on.
Let me actually explain myself, because you're clearly stupid.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, we're clearly stupid.
You are misinterpreting. You are misinterpreting physics. Okay.
Oh yes, we're misinterpreting physics.
We agree that buoyant force is the upward force exerted on an object submerged.
No, there is no buoyant force. Right? No,
now
there is no
as
buoyant
an object
force.
ascends, right? Let me finish my point. As an object ascends through the atmosphere, it enters regions where the air density gradually decreases. And this decrease in air density means that there are fewer air molecules per unit volume at higher altitude. Okay, do you agree with that?
Volume, I want you to keep that in mind. Volume.
So the buoyant force that's acting on the object is directly proportional to the density of the fluid it displaces. So therefore, as the object ascends and it encounters regions of lower air density, the buoyant force decreases because there are fewer air molecules being displaced by the object. All right?
Yep.
And then what you...
Go ahead.
Why stop?
Why did you stop?
You're doing so well. You just do it. You're just literally explaining something you said was stupid and wrong. by validating exactly what I just drew on the board.
Shut up. Shut up. and the gravity, because of the force of gravity is acting on the object remains constant as it ascends. Gravity pulls the object downward with the same strength, right? And as a result, it causes it to reach equilibrium. It's because of gravity and buoyancy working together. It's not because of this the entropy.
Whoa. Remember I asked you
Bullshit.
earlier if
It's
you're
so
evoking gravity as
dumb.
weight.
It's so stupid.
Does a balloon still have weight, Timothy?
Okay. I don't want to talk to this guy.
Does the balloon still have weight,
I'm not
Timothy?
answering. I'm not answering you, stupid dumb. You don't
It's
understand.
a simple question.
Physics.
Does the balloon have weight?
Oh god, I'm not answering the questions, man.
You're gonna have to, man. This is the show. This is how it goes. You don't just get to come on here, lay out a bunch of dumb shit, and then act like,
But
oh,
he's
there it is.
asking dumb questions.
No, he's not asking dumb questions at all,
Yes,
dude.
he
You
is.
just got done. You just got done explaining exactly what he said with his drawing and explanation. You just explained exactly the thing that you called stupid.
Weight. I'll explain what weight is. Weight is the force that's exerted on an object due to gravity. So due to gravity, you have weight. Okay.
Then how come
You
if I
fucking
change
idiot.
the medium, I can change the weight?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get my face palm protection real quick.
Do whatever
Okay,
you
you
gotta
still
do.
haven't answered
Let
it
me
to
just
me.
quickly. Hold on. Let me quickly find my face palm protection.
Does a balloon have weight,
Really
Timmy?
quickly. Here it is. Fucking moron. Ugh.
Does the balloon have weight, Timothy?
What do you think weight is, you stupid fuck pasty
I'm asking
bitch?
you a question. Don't ask me
What do
another
you
question.
think
Just answer it,
weight
yes or no.
is? What do you think weight is?
That's what he
I
just
asked
asked you.
you a
That's the
question.
I just told you weight is because of gravity.
No,
Fucking idiot.
weight is not because of
He
gravity.
said
Maybe you don't know what weight
no.
is.
He said no. What a fucking moron, dude. Oh my god.
Please
You need to learn
define
to
weight for us,
differentiate.
please.
You
Go
need to
ahead.
learn to differentiate between mass and weight, you fucking retard.
Define weight.
I just told you, weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
False.
First, you're a flat sword. You have no brain cells. Just shut up.
So far, he's kicking your ass all over the place.
No, he's not. I'm gonna clip all of
he
this.
is. All you've done
I'm
is
gonna
you've
fucking
invoked
clip, bro, I'm gonna
an
clip all of this, and
unproven.
you guys are gonna go famous.
No,
dude.
no,
You guys are
listen.
fucking
You have evoked the idea of this force that you can't prove, you can't show, you can't manipulate, you can't isolate, you can't really identify, but somehow it's there and responsible for every fucking thing in the world. That's stupid.
What?
You remember my analogy of the unicorn of the leprechauns, you know, casting spells in the center of the earth? Okay, I have as much proof of that as you do of gravity, man. You
Bro,
keep
just be quiet.
invoking the idea of an observed
listen,
effect
You
as
already,
the cause.
you already accepted gravity.
No,
You accepted little g. You accept gravity. That's it.
I accepted things. Okay, see what you have to resort to, Timothy. Timothy, do you understand that your position is so weak? That's where you have to go.
All right.
Okay, I'm
Because
gonna have
you
to
don't have a position. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I'm
What'd
gonna
you
have
say?
to go now. But I just want
All
to
right,
quickly finish my statement before I go.
Yeah, do it, bro.
It's called W equals mg, Timothy. And I just want to let you know that g is stating the acceleration. It isn't gravity. It's the effect that you still haven't given the cause for. You are evoking correlation based on your belief system.
Oh my god, you're dumb, bro.
Can I finish my
Just be
statement?
quiet.
You're evoking,
Just be quiet.
you're evoking a cause for that acceleration without actually giving proof
When did
for
I ever
why there's
evoke
an
a cause?
acceleration.
When did
Now,
I
when
ever
you
even use the
explained
word
the
cause?
displacement for us, you literally validated our argument of relative density disequilibrium, and we are able to do
You
scientific
don't understand what you're saying.
experiments
You're
to
dumb.
show it is not gravity, because gravity is not a force. Thank you very much. So keep up the great work,
Just
man.
piss off. I
Have
don't
a
know
good
why
day.
you
Thanks
invited
for
this
your
guy
time,
on
man.
here.
You have a good day, Platswood.
The guy is just fucking dumb. He's
No,
misinterpreting
I'll
physics.
tell you what, he's anything but dumb. You know what's
He's
dumb?
literally misinterpreted physics. It's just like the cringiest
How
thing
did
I've
he
ever heard.
misinterpret physics? You literally, with your explanation verbally, explained exactly what he said that you thought was dumb.
It was because he's
You
misinterpreting
said
what he.
that, so then what you said was dumb.
No,
Because
he's
you said the exact same fucking thing. You
No,
just
I
used
didn't.
more words.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
He's misinterpreting what
Nobody's
we.
misinterpreting anything, Timothy. Nobody's misinterpreting anything.
Oh
Okay.
my God, he's misinterpreting. Okay,
What's he misinterpreting?
because as the object ascends
Yeah.
and it encounters lower air density,
Yeah.
the buoyant force decreases.
Right.
Right.
Because and the
So
thing went up
so
in the
when
first
the
place.
buoyant
Hold on,
hold on, let me finish.
all
When the
right.
buoyant force decreases, what do you think is going to happen next?
Okay. It's going to
It's going to
finally
fall,
reach.
right? It's going to go right to the ground. Whee!
What are you
But that's
talking
not what
about?
happens. What happens is you find that there's an equilibrium. What is causing the equilibrium? Gravity.
No,
Gravity.
no, because the density of the medium and the density of the object are equal. That's why. It's not nothing to do with gravity at all.
That
It's
can't
relative
work.
density
Oh my
equilibrium.
God.
That's all that happened right there. You proved relative density disequilibrium.
That can't work.
Why?
No, that can't work, you freaking idiot.
Why? Why can't it work?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I'm dead fucking serious, bro.
Because we observe things falling to the ground. Anything with mass falls. Do you agree?
Mm-mm.
Do you agree?
No, it doesn't.
Yes or no?
No, I don't agree that everything with mass
Oh my
falls.
God.
Okay. Is a helium balloon a mass?
Oh my God, you're fucking
Is a
dumb.
helium balloon a mass?
Look, honestly,
is a helium balloon
I'm
a
losing.
mass?
I'm losing
Timothy?
patience, man. Look, honestly,
I
you
don't
just
give a fuck. Is a helium
if you
balloon
wanna,
a mass?
if you wanna live in your ignorance, you can do that all you
Is
want.
a helium? Wait a second. Hold on. This is your big moment to shine. Okay. So is a helium balloon? Does a helium balloon have mass?
What's your point?
Just answer the question. Does it or does it not have mass?
Look, I'm not going to answer the question because you're going to take it out of context. You're just going to rip
I'm
it
not
up
going
and
to take it out of context at all.
misinterpret it and misinterpret it and all this other
You
garbage.
don't think a helium balloon has mass? Huh? It does. It absolutely does. So why isn't it attracted to the mass of the Earth? And if I increase its mass with more helium, its tendency to go away from the mass of the Earth becomes stronger. That's crazy. Mass repelling mass? What?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Equilibrium can't work in the context of helium balloons floating in the air without gravity.
Why?
It can't work.
Why?
It can't work because gravity is the primary force
No,
that's
you're
responsible.
assuming
Let me
that.
finish. Let
Yeah,
me
but
finish.
you're just
Let me
making an
finish. Let
assumption,
me
brother.
finish. Let me finish. Gravity is the primary force responsible for the buoyant force that allows the balloon to float in the first place.
Prove it.
So
Prove
without
it.
gravity, there
Prove
would
it.
be no buoyant force
Prove
acting
that.
on the balloon.
Can you prove that?
Freaking hell, man.
You can't prove any of that.
Yes,
You
we
assume
can.
no, you
We
assume
can
that.
literally prove it.
You can. You haven't
prove it.
proven you have not proven gravity. How can you
Oh
how
my
can you,
God, you literally accepted the little
no,
G.
no.
My ninja, you literally accepted the little G, man.
I accepted that things fall at a predicted rate.
Oh my God. Explain why everything with mass falls to the ground, buddy.
A Zeppelin with a large amount of mass doesn't fall to the ground. a helium balloon, as I just exhibited,
You don't even know what a
doesn't
zeppelin
fucking
is,
fall
man.
to the ground, does it? It falls up to the sky.
You don't even know what a zeppelin is. Just be
I do know what
quiet.
a zeppelin is.
And I've already
Now you're
debunked
just
the
trying to
helium
get
balloon.
now you're trying to get out of the fucking conversation. So how do you explain?
You're the one that brought up fucking zeppelin.
Yes, because it's an object with mass that does not
stick
fall
to
to the
helium?
ground.
Stick to helium. I've already
It's an
debunked helium.
object with mass.
I've already
What do you think
debunked helium.
What do you think is in a zeppelin, dumb fuck?
Bro, you can't have buoyant force without gravity, you freaking
Really? Why
retard.
not? Why? Wait a second. Who said?
Oh my god.
What is
Oh
gravity?
my lord.
What
you're
is
dumb.
gravity? Wait a second. You haven't ever proven that you have gravity to begin with.
Oh my
What the
god.
fuck are
my
you
brain.
talking about? Are you talking
listen,
about without weight? You mean with weight? Of course, weight. Weight
Okay,
is nothing more than a
hold on.
relative density of an object within a fucking given medium.
Can you just give me a second? Buoyancy is the result of
No,
gravitational
it isn't.
attraction
No, it
between the
isn't.
object and the fluid.
No, it
Or
isn't.
in this case, the gas.
Buoyancy is
So
nothing more than
the
the relative
buoyant
density of an
force,
object
the
within a given
buoyant
medium.
force, the buoyant force is a result of gravitational attraction,
No, it's not any
right?
there's no
Between the
attraction.
helium gas and the surrounding air.
There's
Okay, and the
no
helium gas
attraction.
causes a displacement, which causes it to rise.
Well, why
Okay,
not go down? I increase the mass, it should go down, right?
because of buoyant force. Buoyant force is
So
due to
not gravity.
gravitational
Then where's
force.
gravity at? Where's gravity at?
Gravity is acting on the helium balloon. It's still acting on it.
No, it's not, because if
It
it was, it
is.
would be coming down, wouldn't it?
It is going down.
No, it's not. Helium
Yes,
balloons
but
rise.
but because of the displacement of the helium gas, it's going
Displacement,
up.
right.
But really, it's going down.
No, it's really going down. So up is down.
It's technically going down, but because of the
Technically, it's going
displacement,
down.
because of the buoyant force,
Even though I observe it going up, it's technically going
up.
down. If
But
it
then
was
when it
going
reaches
down,
equilibrium,
if
when
it
it
was
reaches
going down,
equilibrium,
wait a second. If it was going down,
balances
the
with the
ground would get
gravity
closer.
and,
Timothy,
and the lower density.
Timothy, if it was going down, then the ground would get closer. So what you just said is just nonsense.
I said technically, right?
It's not technically at all. Technically, it's going up.
Technically, gravity is acting.
Technically, it's going up. I'm
Bro, can you
observing.
just let me
I
actually just
observe it.
finish, you
No,
freaking moron? Maybe you can learn
observe
something
it?
today because
So
you're
you
stupid.
observe it going up, but it's really going down.
You're not listening. I said
I am
technically.
listening. That's what you said. I see it going up, but
moron, you keep
technically,
interrupting.
it's falling.
You keep interrupting.
How is it technically falling if it's rising?
I said technically it's going down. But what
How?
we observe it's going up.
Technically,
Okay?
How is it technically going
Because
down?
gravity is
What
acting
that
on
means?
it.
How is
Gravity is acting
acting
on it. Gravity
How?
wants it to go down, but because
No.
of the displacement of the helium gas, it goes up. But gravity is still like, yo, get down, get down, get down. And then it reaches an equilibrium state where gravity is like, get down, get down. But because the gravity and the buoyancy is equal, they reach a state of equilibrium.
So gravity
Okay?
has shit to do with it.
And so without gravity,
wait a second.
without gravity, you wouldn't have buoyancy.
You're talking about
buoyancy without gravity.
I see where your problem is. You meant weight. You meant weight.
Listen, buddy, weight is due to gravity. You freaking
no, you haven't proven. You've never proven that. You've never proven that, Timothy. How do you know weight is due to gravity?
Is literally due to gravity.
It is. Why does an anvil float in a pool in a bucket of mercury? Huh? Because it weighs less.
I'll tell you what, right?
It weighs less.
When you go on, hold on. When you go on, have you ever been on a weight machine? Have you ever been on a? All right. So you accept a weight machine, yeah?
A what?
Do you accept a weight machine, like a weight measuring
weight machine?
Like a weight.
What is this with you? Do you accept and shit?
Hold on, just
tell me. Do you know what a fucking weight machine is? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'm just saying. Do you accept a weight measuring machine?
A weight measuring machine? What, like a scale?
Like a scale, yeah. Have you been on the scale?
Yeah.
Okay, so you accept the readings from the scale, yeah?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so then you accept gravity. Congratulations.
No, I don't. Well, wait a second. No,
we got him, bro. We got him again.
You do. We got him. What are you fucking talking about?
You accept gravity. Congratulations, buddy.
I do. Okay. Where did you get that from? You see how desperate you are. It's not
Bro,
a
you
win.
literally
Timothy.
said you
No,
accept
Timothy.
you said you
Timothy.
accept the scale,
Timothy.
so that means you accept
Timothy.
gravity.
No, because now I'm giving you the next question. What is weight?
I just told you it's because of gravity.
Oh,
Weight
prove
is
that it's because of gravity. Prove that
weight
it's
is the
no.
force that's
Prove that it's because
exerted
of
on an
gravity. Okay, if
object
it's due
due
to
to the
gravity,
gravitational attraction.
then how come things weigh more in a vacuum?
I'll explain how what weight is, right?
All
Weight
right.
is mass times
Uh-huh.
gravitational acceleration.
Acceleration. So mass
So
times
if
acceleration.
you accept the scale and you accept the readings from the scale, you
Uh-huh.
accept gravity
I
and that's it.
accept that there is a gravitational, what they call a gravitational constant. It's a rate of fall. Okay. It's an effect.
So you accept little g now. I thought you said
Holy
you didn't.
shit. Dude, you just said that it's mass times acceleration.
No, mass times gravitational acceleration.
Okay, mass times magic fucking
Well, dude,
leprechaun
why are you so scared to
acceleration.
say gravitational,
Mass
bro?
times
Why are you so?
fucking sourdough cookie acceleration. I can put whatever fucking name I want to on it. It doesn't mean that that was the
No, it
cause.
does. It does. It does.
No, how does it? How does it? Timothy, if you laugh like that one more fucking time, I swear I'm just going to throw you off of here. And it's for no other reason that you're just disingenuous, intellectually dishonest, and you're a lunatic. Now try to remain an adult. And you said that the weight is due to gravity.
Yes.
Prove that shit.
Okay.
Okay. You can't prove that shit. In fact, I can prove that it's not due to gravity,
I can prove
that it has everything to do with the medium. Everything to do with the medium. This is why things weigh more in a fucking vacuum. If I increase the density of the medium, if I increase the medium, I decrease the weight of the object, because it's nothing more than the quantification of the relative density of an object within a given medium. That's it. That's all weight is. That's why fat people have to do physical therapy in water, because they weigh less in water and it's easier for them to move. We remove all of the medium and the object weighs more. Isn't that crazy? It still has weight because, of course, things are denser than nothing. Okay?
Dude, why do
It's
flat
nothing
earthers
more than it's a
earthers
quantification. You're saying that it's due to gravity. You have no
hold
proof that it's due to gravity.
why do flat earthers
You have
sound
as
like they
much
live
proof. You have as much proof that it's due to gravity as I do that it's a council of magic fucking elves. Okay, you have no proof of any of the fucking speculative cause that you have for it. I can manipulate my independent variable, which of course is the medium, and I get different results when I do manipulate the medium relative to the object, the dependent variable. Okay, because I know that if that apple had fallen into a bucket of fucking water instead of onto the ground, we'd be having a completely different discussion, because you'd go, wow, that's interesting. It floats in the water, but it falls through the air. That's the difference. What's the difference? Same apple, same outside. What's different? Oh, it's the medium that the
okay, so
object is in.
why do flat earthers use what you guys sound like you guys live in the year 500 BC. You guys
No,
are
dude.
using
No,
you guys are
no, no.
using
Literally, you
dude, you've been
sound
talking for like 5
exactly.
minutes already.
You sound like exactly like some kind of a religious fanatic from the Middle Ages.
Can I finish? You guys
You do.
sound like you're trapped in the year 500 BC. You have a misunderstanding of physics, a misunderstanding of math,
Wait
a
a second.
misunderstanding of reality. It's really sad. It's honestly sad. Like,
Do you have any facts to go along with that straw man?
listen, listen.
Do you
I'll give you
have
an
any
example.
facts to go
Yeah, I
along
do.
with
I
that
can
straw man?
demonstrate how weight is tied to gravity. So when you
How?
get on a scale, right? When you get on a
Yeah,
scale, right?
yeah.
When you get on a scale,
Yes. What happened? We still live? Are we froze up? What happened? You still there, Timothy? I don't know what happened to him. When you get on a scale, so we quantify the relative density of an object in our medium.
What?
I
Did
mean,
you even hear what I just said?
no, I didn't. You were silent like for the last minute.
That's weird. So can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're standing on a scale, right?
Uh-huh.
You are mass, by the way, right? You are mass.
Okay.
So when you stand on the scale, it measures the force exerted downwards on it. So the weight measured by the scale is the force exerted on the person due to gravity.
No.
Yes.
No,
That's just
it's
how
not.
it is.
How do you know it's due to gravity?
Because we observe mass attracting mass.
No, you don't. You've never, it's not been
God.
proven that mass attracts mass.
Show me an instance where an apple doesn't get attracted to the surface of the earth.
In the water.
Okay, what you're describing there is called buoyancy.
I know what
And
I'm describing there. The whole thing is buoyancy.
Buoyant forces.
The whole thing is
buoyant.
buoyancy.
Let me finish.
Okay, I'm not going to go around in this circle with you anymore tonight. Do you have anything new, Timothy? You've been going around in circles with this. No, you've been going around in fucking circles with this dumb shit for a long time now, and I'm tired of going in the
due to
loop.
gravity, you freaking
No,
reap.
once you can establish that it actually is gravity, then I'll listen to you. Okay? You haven't done that. You haven't done that. Okay? And if you have to resort to clipping some shit to make it sound like I said something that I didn't, then that means you don't have a point. Give it up. Okay? And I don't even know what the fuck that guy was. And what was with that fucking laugh? What was with that laugh, y'all? Holy sheep shit. Was that guy something? What the hell was that? He sounded like the fucking giggler or something, man. I don't understand that shit. But, you know, you keep going around in circles. Well, it's because of G. Well, prove that it's from G. Well, it's because of mass attracting mass. Well, you haven't proven that. Yes, and he's right back to fucking Cavendish. And it's like, holy shit, torsion dynamics is not mass attracting mass, for fuck's sake. God damn, yeah, there he was. That he bullshit. Where was he doing that? Wow, what a fucking goofball. Anyway, let's get back onto this. Why not, right?
Okay, so I can't remember exactly what they
Nobody
claimed.
did. That's the point, dude.
Wait. Okay, what's the explanation?
And ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly why I smoke weed. The cabbage dish. Yeah, the cabbage dish experiment. You know, we made a prediction if we ate that whole dish of fucking cabbage, we'd be shitting all over ourselves, man. Wow. This is why I smoke copious amounts of marijuana. I run across these people all day. Little G proves big G. Yeah, it's like, well, wow. No, it doesn't. It's the same give. Yes, it is. Do you think maybe they're possessed by the same entity? Maybe part of Legion or something. I just wonder, because that guy was really in the bag with that shit, man. I couldn't believe it. And I'm sorry he got like that. And I was like, hey, man, you're not going to call him that. And I was like, you know what? Flatzoid, he can defend himself. I'll let him do it. I'll let him defend himself, and let him go ahead and let that man make an ass out of himself with all his bullshit, ad homs and shit. And it's at the end of the day, that's all he goes, oh, your education is lacking, and I feel sorry for you and all that. And I was like, I don't give a fuck how you feel about me, man. How is that going to affect me? I don't even know who you are, bro. Get a grip on reality or something. G sharp equals A flat. Okay, I believe that.
Not a gravity pocket. Let's go see the video and we'll get an explanation.
Okay,
I've seen a lot of
I may
ISS
be
videos.
wrong.
I've never seen it.
I may be wrong about gravity pocket. They may have said that the relationship of 0G and the angular momentum changed in such a way that there was a net gravity situation for intents and purposes, and that's why they all free fell against the wall. That's a fact. If someone has referred to it as a gravity pocket, that's a fact.
The only time I ever heard gravity pocket was the card thing.
Okay, but you've never even seen this video.
All right, last word we'll have for here, Globie, and we'll move on.
Sure. So the only time they've ever fallen or moved uncontrollably is when they're actually firing the thrusters to correct their orbit altitude. So maybe that's what you saw, but there's never been a video of them all falling into the wall and then NASA claiming it was some sort of gravity pocket.
You know, you're going to
admit
it already. You know, someone's just going to clip you and then put it right beside the video.
Yes, I hope they do. Go ahead.
Okay. Rough outing, bro.
I'd ask you to see it, but I know you don't have it.
Well, let's move on there, guys. Alex, $5.
Do you think that was him? Do you think that was Bob from last night, Barbara? I don't know. I'll have to go back and listen and hear and compare voices. It could have been. It very well could have been. You know, you notice these cowards can never show themselves on camera either.
Witsit, can you walk us through the flat Earth model prediction for the next solar or lunar eclipse?
Yeah. All eclipses are predicted based on cycles and relative latitude and astronomical observations and aren't exclusive to heliocentrism at all. And actually, I challenge anyone here to actually show me how it requires heliocentric models in the formula, heliocentric values in the formula to predict the eclipses and where they're going to be. It doesn't. We actually have all the eclipses predicted on a flat Earth, and it's not exclusive at all. You have a coordinate system transform, and then you just map out the sky based on the cycles. You get the relative latitudes of the positions, and we can predict all eclipses as well. So now we have a
predict them, except you can't explain why they happen.
Oh, but he asked. Wait, didn't he just ask about predicting them?
Sure, but you're claiming you can predict them.
He just asked about predicting.
See, that's what that other fuckhead we kept trying to do, man. What's up, Peter? Within? Oh, I got more people. What do we got who showed up in here? But that's the thing that they do. They'll just sidestep off of the fucking thing. Like last night, we were talking about gas pressure, and then right from there, you got Joe Cool wants to talk about fucking water now. And it's like, wait, are you talking liquids or gases? I mean, I know it's within the purview of fluid dynamics, but they're not the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't be two separate states of matter. You know, so what do you want to do? Gases or liquids? What was the other thing he done that with gravity? He's trying to discuss the gravity and shit. And so he starts bringing up magnets, and then he wants to talk about what's magnets and talk. I said, dude, stick to the fucking gravity. We'll go to magnets after you get done with that. I mean, it's just like they can't. Too many sugary cereals as children, I would think. I think that's what causes that, like some ADHD. I remember we had kids in school that they'd come to school so hyped up from eating Fruit Loops and shit, man. My little brother, man, you give him an Oreo cookie and he'd be bouncing off the walls, man. That ain't no shit.
Them.
Okay, we'll ignore the other part that you can't.
So you agree that all the Globers, including MC2 and all these people that claim you can't predict them, and that you have to know that the Earth's in a heliocentric model are just patently wrong and doesn't have anything to do with heliocentric model. And we have all the math, and if I need to pull it up, I will.
No, I don't think we need to see any more of your math. But again, you have notes.
Don't show me that math. He did not like it when he showed that the formulas for angular resolution of the human eye it happened to just coincide exactly with the fucking shit for the Earth curve. That's
used
funny.
For how they happen. So predict them or not, you'd have to invoke magic on your model for it to happen.
There's a 651 great astronomical year, right? Cycles of 325 or 326, 18-year lunar cycle, 18-year 10 and 11 day 10 or 11 day eclipse cycle, solar cycle, transit cycle, recorded history. But then you just take all of this data, then you can actually fully replicate and predict everything, including location. If you actually understand relative latitude observations on a flat Earth.
That's begging the question. You're taking the globe.
Has nothing to do with the globe, has nothing to do with the heliocentric model. And we've been challenging all these people that claim it does. Show us where in the actual formula that they use that it accounts for the heliocentric model at all. It doesn't. It accounts for a stationary Earth.
All right. PT Collins coming in.
I was not aware of that, Tobin. That's crazy, because I clearly remember that, man, my brother was highly affected by like chocolate, Oreo cookies and shit like that. He'd get into some chocolate and that was it. He was a holy terror, man. He was bouncing off the fucking walls. It didn't affect me that way, but of course, I don't know. I think he had more shots than I did too. He came along a few years later.
Witsit.
I didn't have very many shots. I was born in a private hospital. They didn't do a lot of shit that they were supposed to.
Remember when we proved that a basketball was flat by taking a zoomed in photo of one?
Ooh, that ought to be good.
No, I don't remember ever claiming that. Like, what? Yeah, we know that your claim is that the Earth is such a big ball that it just always looks flat. Yeah, we get it. Or it's just not a ball and it's flat, right?
Right, that's Occam's razor. That should be pretty good this Sunday. But did you see what he says? I'm going to clip that. Yeah, knowing full well that it's anybody that's ever watched me knows that would be taken out of context. I don't see a lot of people scrambling over to his channel to watch, or maybe he's got TikTok. I don't know. I don't care. I don't really do a whole lot of TikTok. There's a lot of I don't know. It seems like it's for a hyperactive mind. I can't really get into it. I mean, I can to a degree. I found some good shit on there, but I don't know. It's really random as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, if you have to resort to that kind of a tactic to clip somebody's words, take it out of context, to make it look like somebody said something that they didn't fucking say, some kind of shit like that, then you don't have any footing. You don't have any ground really to stand on. And of course, as we all know, every lie ends up seeing the light of day. Okay. Every one. You can't get out of it. So truth always shines through. It doesn't matter. I think Barbara's right. He was actually that other guy. What was his name? Globetard Bob or some shit like that. And I know my wife, she goes, God, I kept hearing you say Bob. It was getting on her nerves, man. Anyway.
All right, let's move on. Chris Barry, let's try to get one here for Globie, just to get you in here and give you a last word. So how did Globie isolate gravity from electrostatics, from LJ?
Did I do some sort of experiment that he wants to know about? I don't even know what he's talking about.
I bet anybody $50 in here that guy won't come back with a fucking Cavendish experiment and do it live. I guarantee you he won't. That guy won't even turn on his camera.
I guess he's talking about in general.
Yeah.
Okay. In general, isolating electrostatics. Well, you can do something like Cavendish experiment, right?
God, every fucking time. That's the best you got is some goddamn crackpot from the 17th century or 18th century hanging lead balls in a shed. We've gone over this ad nauseum. Stop fucking using it. Stop using Eratosthenes, for Christ's sake. My God, 2015 called and said they want their globe arguments back, for crying out loud, man. Wow. Yeah, but I guarantee you he won't come back and do that. What he's just right there. That's the best you can do. Some old guy hanging balls in his shed and watching them through binoculars from his house. Give me a goddamn break, man.
You can use lead, electrostatically neutral.
Trash list. Yay.
Yeah. You can ground everything, make sure everything's tied together, right? So there's no charges built up on one thing versus the other. And yeah, I guess that's what he's talking about. That's what you can do.
All right, let's carry on. Awaken Heather, sorry. Globie, can you steelman a flat earth sunset? Then we'll get one for you.
Steelman a flat earth sunset. Sure. The sun gets so far away that it just disappears. It goes beyond your well, I don't know. It depends. The atmosphere could block it at some point. If you have really thick atmosphere that day, it could set sooner than other days. So I'm not really sure how that works. But I guess the argument is it just gets so far away that it just disappears, which is nonsense because it doesn't shrink.
Pretty terrible snowman.
The one you correct me. What is it?
Well, you forgot the most important part. That is that it disappears into the vanishing point. That's called the horizon, the optical location where the ground appears to converge with the sky. That isn't actually physical. Right. So it just goes into that horizon, that visual limit. It does slightly fluctuate. Sometimes the sun, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's pretty cool. Actually, the sun will disappear from the bottom up, like with the horizontal line. It'll look just like a normal sunset, like up above the horizon.
I've seen
Pretty
that.
It's pretty cool. But
Mhm.
so yeah, it's just an optical effect. It disappears and it doesn't change angular size because it's within your curved visual limit. So it's basically equidistant to you.
Oh, it is. That's interesting. It's the only object in the sky that's equidistant from you.
Zet uw geld aan het werk met Trading 212. En dat zonder commissie.
Shut up. No, I'm not going to pay YouTube. Oh,
No, everything.
Before I forget, everybody make sure, man, that you're still subscribed, because this was crazy. Joe Cool messaged me today and told me, he says he went and looked and he'd been unsubscribed from my channel. YouTube just arbitrarily unsubscribed him. And I thought that was crazy because he was on here, you know? So yeah, YouTube pulls some nasty shit. We had like over 1,100, 1,200 views on that video last night. And that's what they report. I'll guarantee you it was higher than that because they fuck with my views too. So like right now it's showing me 108 people watching. I would figure it's probably higher than that even, you know, but they really screw with your shit.
Everything is going to be within your equidistant visual limit.
So it's perspective to the point of convergence, but it doesn't shrink because it's within your what? What'd you say?
It's outside of your visual limit. So you see the apparent location, which
Outside
would
of
be,
your-
yeah. So the apparent location would be equidistant.
Equidistant, right?
If I was standing, okay, if I'm real close to you like this to the camera and I put my hand toward you and pull it back, you can see a change in the angular size, right? Now, if I'm standing across the room from you and I do that same thing, you're not going to see hardly any angular change in the size of my hand, okay? Because it's already far away from you to begin with. So when an object like that, it's already far away from you, is going by, all right, and it's at the altitude that it's at, it's going to disappear out of your visual range into the horizon before it changes angular size very much. Now, there's been some films that I've seen done with solar filters, and it does get smaller, but by a few pixels or so, you know, just by a small amount, almost imperceptible. If you didn't have the measuring lines, you wouldn't really notice it, but it is there. But eventually, because we're in the thickest layer of all the shit, all the gases are produced here. This is where all the dust is at. This is where all the moisture is at, the highest concentration. We have the thickest amount of shit to have to look through laterally in order to see distant objects. This effect, of course, changes throughout the day and from day to day. This is why your weather app on your little phone there, you pull it up and it'll have your temperature, your humidity, and it'll have a thing that says visibility. And that's what that factor is based on, you see, and it changes all the time throughout the day even. And so even over long distances, you've got different concentrations going on. It's not like it's all just a layer cake or something. You have this mixing it's occurring with temperature and different densities of different, you know, like moisture and shit like that. It's all just kind of, it's going to change even throughout the day. So the more that there is in the atmos, the more the effects are going to be. And especially if you're looking out over water, do you reckon that a highly reflective surface like water might have a higher concentration of moisture just above the surface? I think it probably would. In fact, if you've ever walked by a pond early in the morning in the summertime, you'll see this little mist coming up off the top of the pond. That's because that's moisture evaporating out of the bottom, out of the pond. You see, it's a moisture level, but it'll dissipate. It eventually dissipates because gas molecules are not bonded to one another. They don't have a shape and they don't have a weight unless they're in a contained volume.
No, it's not equidistant.
If it was equidistant because of the apparent location of the curved visual limit, then would it change angular size?
Isn't a plane equidistant? Isn't a
If
boat
it's this- if-
equidistant? Isn't
it's-
anything else going away from us in your world equidistant because it's all in this sphere of vision?
Yikes, you're lost. No, because the plane is within your visual limit. We're talking about something from outside of it, so it remains the same distance away from you. If a plane gets closer to me, then it's not the same distance away from me.
What's your visual
I asked
limit
you
then?
if it stayed the same distance away from you, would it change angular size?
If it stayed, of course it wouldn't. But it's staying the same distance from you. The sun is not staying the same distance from you. It's
Apparent
getting
location is
very,
because you have a-
very further away, thousands of miles further away.
Yes, it's much further away than your curved visual limit. So you only pick it up within your curved visual limit, which is equidistant in all directions. And you literally had to
So
reverse engineer.
you're literally sitting here saying the sun's physically getting thousands of miles away from you, but your curved visual limit is making it seem like it's the same distance from you. That's what you're saying. That's the steel man of what you just said.
No, you're not really
Yep.
getting it. No. So,
What is it?
dude, listen, man.
Your
you have a
curved visual
curve-
limits. It's so the sun is closer, it looks closer than it actually is because that's the limit of your vision.
Yeah, it's an apparent location. Yeah. Yeah.
If
I
it's the
didn't
limit
think
of your
that-
vision, you just wouldn't see it anymore.
No, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it from outside of that. So you don't pick up the light until it's within how far you can see. And this is literally how we measure the sky. We take a zenith measurement, an azimuth measurement. We make elevation, altitude measurements, right? We have a meridian, and then we do this in all directions, and it gives us a little dome, which is why it's on Stellarium. You claim that there's a celestial sphere with a 1-to-1 ratio of a real sphere, and that's why it's a linear relationship as we move over the curved surface that make the stars change. Actually, no, it's just that we have a curved visual limit, like exactly what we measure that you hijacked. You then hijacked our angular resolution limit as well, and then got the radius value. Got the radius value from the curved visual limit. Said that the Earth is curving, and let me say one more thing. This is just a fact. This is so funny. This is the
This
most
is just a
obvious.
fact. I love when
let
you
me
say that
this.
because the next
This is
word
the
is going to
most.
be a
This is the
lie.
most obvious. This is the most obvious tell, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Right. So Flat Earth says that everything changes with perspective, and things go down when they're above you because of perspective, and that also applies to the stars. The globe claims yes, that does happen with everything, but not the stars. The stars just do the same thing, but it's for a different reason. That's literally a stillman of the globe. So I think we'll stick with the one that makes sense and says it does the same with the stars.
All right, last 15 seconds. Can you steal man the flat Earth sunset to you, Globie, and we're moving on?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Sure. I think anybody who's listening and just listened to that understands how nonsensical it is to claim a sun is getting thousands of miles away, but our optical limit is making it appear to be equidistant there as it is above us.
All right.
It's absurd because that's how they measure that. Yeah, you're right. That's how they measure things as the azimuthal, right? The zenith angle. But you're saying
But if an object is already far away from you, as I described, right? Let me just do this here real quick. Okay, like you can see the angular size of my hand change quite drastically, right? Now, if I were to move all the way back here, okay, we're gonna go all the way back here. I'm still coming in. Okay, now watch. Now watch what happens. Now what? Can you still see it? Now watch. The angular size of my hand does not change as drastically as it did before, did it? No, it doesn't. Okay, so if it's already further away from you, you're not going to see much difference, and it's at a low enough altitude that it goes out of your sight before you can see any appreciative size and angular size, any appreciative change. So, wow. I didn't know I could go back that far and still be on green screen. That's pretty cool. Huh, I'm learning shit every day. That's what we do too, man. All right, let me go back here.
look out, that object there is not really as far away as it is. That's what you're saying.
Well,
You're saying it's just magically closer to you.
Not magically, it's just you can't see
No,
forever.
it's magically.
last word. Sorry. Yeah, we got to move on because we are.
Yeah, I'll just
So let me. I'm going to put it this way too, man. Okay, so think about this. How far can you see with a telescope underwater? Think about it. Okay, the clearest pool, the clearest water, you're still going to have a limit to how far you can see with that telescope. Why? Because of the density of the medium. That's why. Same thing when you're looking across laterally through this soup that we literally live in down here on the ground, where all of the gases are produced, where all the moisture is at, where all the evaporation is happening. We live in the thickest soup of the entire atmos. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Move on. Let's move on. He doesn't get it.
We're hardly even 15% of the way through the super chats.
Dude, I
boy.
applaud him
This is
for
gonna be
doing
long.
better than most people do at that question, to be honest.
And this is, yeah, we've got a wild number of questions coming in here. So if you guys are not aware, if you're watching on the podcast right now, we are live on Modern Day Debate. So if you're not hanging out on our live chat, make sure you head on over to Modern Day Debate.
So Julie had a question. Let me see what it is. I'm asking genuine questions that I noticed while watching the debate. I really have no interest in listening to a flurfer try to explain things in bad ways. I explain things in ways that most people can usually understand. What was your question that you'd like answered? Why is it Witsit and act like he sees a flat line all while saying the lens is distorting the line anyways? Well, it's a relatively level line. The distortion he's talking about is in a horizontal position. Okay. Of course, we're looking across the plane. The sky is coming down to our perception to where the horizon is going to be just slightly, just a little bit like below your eye level line, because you're not on the ground, you're up above. And that horizon will remain at that same point relative to your eyes the higher you go. Okay, now down here on the ground, like he was talking, you get that distortion that happens because of diffraction and refraction. There's a whole bunch of shit going on, like I just mentioned, with all the stuff in the medium. Now, as far as what he's talking about, you have a limit, an angular limit to your vision. And because you can look in all directions, except through the ground, you can actually look at it as an azimuthal grid of vision, basically your own personal visual dome, right? Okay. So I'll bring you up in a minute, Timothy. We're going over this debate. You left out real quick.
And take part in our polls and all the other good things that we're doing over here. Like I said, if you're watching in podcast, make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss these live events, and also so you can see them on YouTube. So when we're doing these screen shares, you can know what the heck's going on. So let's carry on, guys. My just keeping aside.
Kango.
I'm a Canadian.
Gotta be
Look at
Kango.
that. Earth is life. Witsit. What is the difference between plane and geodetic surveying?
Oh, that's pretty simple. So, well, we establish a local plumb, which is a vertical, and then that's perpendicular to the ground, which perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. So we treat the...
It's real simple. In layman's terms, planar surveying, it's in the word, it's in the name. You are surveying using a plane. Geodetic surveying is taking those sections of planar surveys, stitching them together, and adding curve to it.
Ground like it's horizontal. And then you guys claim it's actually tilted relative to the center of a ball. You just can't tell. Treat it like it's flat. And so anyway, we make the actual measurements using a plane survey as if the Earth's flat. Then you guys take the plane survey, stitch it together, right? And you look out and you assume spherical trig, right? And you're like, okay, well, we know there's a certain rate of curvature that has to happen over distances. We stitch that plane survey together to get the distances. We know how much it should curve. We have a predetermined window, and then we try to take averages with different types of measurements. That's the primary difference, is of course that the plane survey neglects the notion of curvature and is used for all engineering and building in real life. And then the geodetic assumes the curvature and isn't really used for actual engineering and building in real life.
And what's another thing, before I forget, y'all, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but go ahead and look into, I'll get your question in just a second, Tim. Look into the Royal College of Longitude. What a fucking mess, you know, because I started wondering about that. I was like, well, they get all these lines, these distances by stellar observations while they're, you know, in the ocean. Okay. And this is why they have nautical miles and we have statute miles. Great. And all this based off of Polaris. So what happens when you get far enough south that you don't see Polaris anymore? The only thing you're seeing is the moving stars and shit, right? And you have to have a way of timekeeping. And you start looking into it and you'll start to see. I hope they bring up maps again, because we'll discuss maps. This is why nobody's got an accurate fucking map, globe or flat. Nobody has an accurate map, not as far as where land masses are. So that's crazy. What's your question, Timothy?
My question is, so you were talking about the hand experiment you just did.
The what?
It's not even an experiment, but the thing you did right there with your hand, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's called size constancy. Okay.
Yes.
And size constancy is just a natural phenomena that we observe, right? But you can agree that observation is flawed, right?
What do you mean observation is flawed?
As in, you can't rely on your senses to determine facts.
Well, in a lot of cases, you can. You have to understand. This is the crux.
So you're cherry picking.
There are.
That's awesome.
Hold on a second. Did you come up to ask a question, or did you come up to fucking argue for another hour and a half?
I asked you the question, but you're cherry picking. You're being dishonest.
Oh, I'm being dishonest. Okay. Well, never mind then.
All right. Let us carry on then. And thank you again for all your super chats, everybody. We do appreciate it. So let's carry up here. Chris Berry says, is Wit debating McToon on celestial navigation? Well,
I don't know.
Not blue. This guy is not blue.
Yeah, I saw that he posted something on Facebook about how I challenged him to a debate on celestial navigation, and I'm going to run away or something. It's like, no, my friend specifically wanted me to ask him if MC Toon would debate it. So I asked him if he would debate it.
Well, I'll host it. You know I will, buddy.
Yeah. So I don't want to say, yeah, I'm pretty sure my friend wants to specifically debate MC Toon on celestial navigation, but yeah, I mean, I may would debate him in the future. I'm uncertain. I said I wouldn't debate him anymore. So.
Well, you know, send your friend my email. You got that. So we definitely are always interested in new speakers. If it's if it is a new speaker, unless it's somebody we know. Is it somebody we know?
A lot of history and interrupting usually.
Oh, good. Oh, that's fun. You know how that's always
disagree.
Yeah.
You disagree. Even Lord.
You see that? See how that was done? See how easy that was, right? He pops up. I start to give him an explanation. Start to answer the question. Right? He's going to turn it into a fucking argument. It says, well, you're just lying. Oh, okay. Well, you think I'm lying. Well, it's over then. What the fuck? What did I lie about? No, that's their go-to. You know why? Because that's the crux of their entire fucking globe is lies. Everything that they say is a goddamn lie, an inversion of reality. And they get so goddamn mad that the little bastard starts giggling like a little fucking demon when he thinks he's got something. Not taking into account that, oh, I have to fake shit and I have to take people's words out of context and clip them and threaten you with that because I don't really have a point. What a fucking loser, right?
For both, do you think the moon is made of cheese? Yummy.
I do.
No, not even going to entertain that. Yeah. What kind of cheese would it be though?
I don't know, man. I was trying to look at those pictures we got. Hard to really.
Since it's a ball, I would say it's probably Fromunda cheese, man.
Make out those pictures.
Mozzarella for sure.
Because they're like the worst pictures I've ever seen in my life. They're just absolutely a joke. 2024. Are we kidding right now? 2024. We got like the grainiest, most trash picture I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Yeah, but let's be honest. If it was very, very good pictures, you would just say they were CGI.
Wouldn't know because they're absolutely terrible.
Right? You would just say that this one behind me was taken by Artemis last
As soon
year.
as they show me stars and I can verify their positions, we'd be really heading in the right direction. And that's no cap at all. I'd be like, wow, that makes a lot more sense. But
Once they
apparently,
show
you're
you
guys,
what?
if we could actually show a bunch of stars in relation to the moon or where they are, where they're navigating, or videos in relation to their celestial navigation or whatever, they say they use the stars.
There's videos of Apollo with stars.
What?
Mm-mm.
Yes.
There's videos of the
Yeah.
stars in the
Outside of-
Apollo
yeah.
missions.
Not
There
on.
is not. This guy's just making shit up, man. This is what they do. They're such fucking dishonest shits, man. Oh, what? That's an easy one. That's 7.9 inches per mile squared is how much curvature there is, minus the observer height. It's real easy. There's a curvature calculator that can be used. Let me bring it up real quick and put it in the chat. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see. I have a curvature calculator on here. Let me find it real quick. I'll put that in here for you. I should actually place this as a shortcut on my, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. I will copy that and I will paste it in the chat. There you go. So that's pretty cool. You can figure that out. All you have to do is it'll ask you for the distance to the object, how high of a height eyesight level, right? I think it defaults to metric, but you can go from kilometers to inches, feet, yards, miles, nautical miles, feet, inches, feet, whatever you want to do. Eyesight level and your distance to the horizon, it'll calculate with the distance to the horizon, and then how much of the object should be obscured by curvature from your location. So it's real easy to use. It's based off that formula. Check it out, see what you can find out. You could name the award after Joe. What's the award? Hold on, I see. I did put that in there, didn't I? I put that. Yeah, okay, cool. What do we get? If the earth were flat, it'd be incredibly easy to prove. Well, it is. What you're not understanding, Julie, have you ever observed the earth being a globe? What do you observe? You look out, you see a flat horizon. I see a flat horizon. What would ever give you the idea that you lived on a ball other than someone telling you so much as so? So therefore, what needs to be proven is that it is indeed a globe, because it's ridiculous and it's scientifically impossible. Okay. We've brought that out several times, and there you go. You can check for the curvature yourself. We find that there's no curvature. We find that there's no convexity. And therefore, that tells me that whoever made the claim, the positive claim of a globular Earth of a certain diameter, moving at certain speeds with certain distances, that must be proven. I don't have to prove that it's not what you claim. You have to prove that it is what you claim. See how that works?
On the moon. No, not on the moon, but on the way to the moon. Yeah, I've posted them.
Okay, but you asked me what I would think, right? If they
Apollo
were
9,
high
I think,
definition.
huh?
Can you just admit that they're very underwhelming and dissatisfactory images that we received from this alleged lander on the moon in 2024?
This last
It's the moon
it was
made
a
of
big
cheese. All right,
it was
we're
clearly a
we
big
gotta
fish
move
eye. It was clearly a
No, it
huge
could be
fish eye.
plasma though. All right, let's go.
I'm so sorry, guys. It's just it's fun. It honestly is. It's just that
So where
I'm scrolling through a list. If you saw where my scroll bar is right now, you'd be like, "Holy lightning, Ryan!"
No,
Let's ask these
let's
questions.
go.
Toby Walker, is the moon made of cheese? Was the question. I see how you guys can vamp. It's awesome.
I was really hoping that cat that came on here would get into that about the gravity pulling on air, because I was gonna. It might hurt his feelings to know that a gas doesn't have any weight unless it's contained, man. You know what that means. I also think about this. Do you feel air pushing down on you? No, the pressure that you really don't feel because it's normal, but it's exerted on you equally everywhere because of a thing called displacement. You're displacing the air, okay? And it doesn't want to be displaced. It really doesn't, because it's not its natural state. So it fights against that displacement and exerts a force. Holy shit.
Let's take 20 minutes on that one.
Yeah. Toby Walker says, why was Ruyong Wang able to measure linear velocity with an interferometer in a lab in 2004, but we can't measure Earth's linear velocity with interferometry? Yeah, sorry, thanks.
I got you, brother. Interferometry.
What do you
That's
do
a question for you. He said basically, why was Wang able to detect and measure linear motion with interferometer in 2004, but we can't detect the linear velocity of the Earth's orbit with
What was
interferometry?
Wang measuring? I'm not familiar with what Wang was measuring.
I'll send you that paper too. I actually will if you'll give me your email. I'll send you all the papers.
I'll give you my email.
It doesn't work. It's big.
How many ex-wives you reckon Globie has? I see him as a guy being harassed for child support or alimony. He's got 2 ex-wives, hitting the club scene, trying to pick up chicks, and I mean, that's just he just looks like he's got like divorced dad vibe all over him, you know.
Big problem for relativity. The only way that anyone's even tried to explain it yet is they invoke absolute space, which is, not allowed in relativity. But yeah, I'll send you the paper. Just send me your email.
All right, let's carry on. Toby Walker asked, why does GPS range measurement have to account for the relative linear velocity of a receiver craft? This indicates linear velocity measurable with electromagnetic wave propagation. Thoughts?
Can you say it again?
Is that for me?
He
Say it
says,
again. It probably is. They're probably coming at you, bro. I'm going to try to help you. What was the question?
says, why does GPS range measurement have to account for the relative linear velocity of the receiver craft? This indicates linear velocity measurable with electromagnetic wave propagation.
Yeah. So they're saying that GPS accounts for like a variant speed of light that it changes, and it's C plus V. You actually have to account for the velocity of, say, the actual satellite or whatever is moving. So it's relativity says you wouldn't have to account for it. So it's saying that light changes its speed. And why does the range measurement equation that GPS uses to get distances has to account for light being variant if relativity says it's constant?
And that's where the mistake lies with treating light as though it is a constant, when in reality it's a variable. The number used was a consensus from a physics convention in Bern back in the 20s, is where they came to the consensus, because they had different measurements. Also important to know that the measurement is that of a reflected light and not that of it going one way. So what'd you say, Tim?
You're just spreading misinformation, man.
I
You're
am
just like a
spreading misinformation. No, I'm not.
You're like a misinformation machine. Like you just blah blah blah
What misinformation did I put out, Tim?
Everything.
No, don't stop being so vague. Do you have any specifics?
Light is constant. Stop
No, it's
listening.
not. No, it isn't.
The audience members do not get deceived.
It is not constant. It is a fucking agreed upon average.
It is constant. Stop deceiving.
No, it is not, because light speed changes through medium.
The speed of light is constant.
The speed of light changes through medium.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Oh my God.
It slows down in water.
The speed of light in a vacuum
slows down in water.
The speed of light in a vacuum is constant.
We're not in a vacuum. There is no such thing as a vacuum unless it's created.
The speed of light is can be affected by the medium.
It is affected by the medium. It is
It does
affected by
travel
the
at
medium.
slower
This is why.
speeds,
This is why. This is
but
why
in the speed of
anything
a
above.
vacuum.
This is why above anything above 40 hertz will penetrate the ionosphere.
But the thing is, just because something is affected doesn't mean that it is naturally not what it is.
Yeah, it does, because you had to create
So
an
for
environment.
example,
No, you had to create an environment that doesn't exist in order to even get a speed, and then you
you
only got a bounce back speed.
you do realize you live in an environment, right?
I
Like the
know that.
natural world is an
Yes,
environment. You're
yes,
fucking dumb. Oh my
yes,
god.
yes. I know. I'm in a natural world. I'm in a natural environment
Stupid.
that's not a vacuum, right? Do you
Go
live
into
in a
space.
vacuum, you stupid fuck?
Go into
Do you
space
live in a
and
vacuum, you stupid fuck?
yes,
You
we
do.
live.
Okay, you
Yes,
live in a vacuum. How are
we
you
are.
breathing?
We live in a vacuum.
Wait a second. How
And
if we live in a vacuum, how are we breathing?
because of atmospheric pressure.
How
And
can you have pressure without a container?
you're so stupid.
No, am I? Am I? Let's explore this. How can I have gas pressure without fucking containment, bro? Are you going to try to tell me that gravity pulls on air? Gravity doesn't pull on air. Gravity doesn't have any effect on gases at all. Gas behavior is the fact that molecules of gas travel until they collide with something. Okay? They don't have any weight unless they're in a contained volume. Without being in a contained volume, they dissipate out to the furthest reaches that they can go.
Yeah,
So you have to have containment in order to have air.
is the containment a solid?
I would have to say that,
Is
yeah,
is
it
it
would
can
be. I
listen,
don't know any other. I
can
don't know any
can
other method of containing a gas other than a
Mhm.
physical barrier.
Okay. Can I'll give you an example of how you can have different kinds of containment. You don't need to have a solid for a containment.
Okay.
Have you ever put water in a bucket before?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when you put water in a bucket and you pick it up and you spin it around, you do a 360 rotation,
Mm-hmm.
right? What
Mm-hmm.
happens? Does the
It
water
will.
spill out of the bucket or does it maintain its
No, it goes against the bottom of the bucket. Now take the bottom of the.
fantastic. So it doesn't spill out, right? Doesn't spill
Right.
out.
Right.
Okay, fantastic. That's
Are we
basically what we're
talking now?
saying.
Wait a second.
We're
Why are we
saying
talking? Wait. Why are we talking about?
the
Wait.
reason why we have the atmosphere is because of something, because of a force. Just like how I'm spinning the bucket, that force is gravity is the reason why we have the atmosphere
Wait. Wait.
contained.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
Okay,
Wait. Wait.
so
Is gas a liquid?
what?
Second, we were talking about gas pressure, and you started talking about water.
No, that's not the point. The point that I was trying to make is it's not about the water. The point that I was trying to make is you said that I needed to have a physical containment. I
Yeah.
literally demonstrated to you how if you have the right force, you don't
Yeah.
need a physical containment.
That's water.
The force.
Wait a second. That's
Hold on,
water,
hold
though.
on. Relax. The force can act as a containment holder. You don't need a physical containment.
Take
Just
the
like when I
bucket.
pick up a bucket and I spin it around,
All right.
I can
Take the
hold
bottom.
the water. I can
Do it
hold the
without a bottom
water.
do it without a bottom in the bucket. Do it without a bottom in the bucket.
Hold on, man.
Do it
I can
without a
hold
bucket.
the water in the bucket
You have a bucket.
without a
Is the bucket
container,
a
right?
container? Is the bucket a container?
No, the bucket is opened, so there's no lid.
So how
There's
does it contain water if it's not a
because
container?
of the force that I'm exerting when I spin it around.
No, if
So
you
when I
set the
spin it
bucket down on
around,
no, if you set
why are
in
you so
gas,
dishonest, man?
no, you're dishonest because gas
Like
is not
seriously,
water.
you guys are just so dishonest. It's just
Is gas
insane.
a liquid?
That's not the point.
Yes, it is. We're
Oh.
talking about gas pressure.
No,
You're trying to conflate
why is it so
water
hard to have
with
a
a
normal
gas.
conversation with you, man?
Stick to the fucking topic.
Why are you so hard to have a normal conversation? I'm trying to be
Why?
courteous.
Because you just went. If I was talking about,
Oh,
let's say we were talking about alligators, and you suddenly bring up turtles.
no, that's
Is a
not the
turtle a
point.
fucking
Okay,
alligator?
maybe if I rephrase it. So the point of the experiment that I demonstrated, the point is I can use a force as a container, as a form of containment,
No,
right?
you didn't
You
use the
said
force. You didn't use a
you said
force.
gas pressure is can't
You didn't
exist
use
without
a
a
force.
containment.
The force wasn't what was containing it. The bottom of the bucket was containing it.
No, it's the force. So the force is me
Dude,
spinning,
take
because
away the
without it,
bucket.
hold on, relax. I'm trying to
Why
explain.
why are you using a bucket then?
Can dude, just relax, man. Why are you
I'm
so like hyped up, man?
because you're stupid.
Just relax.
You realize
Listen to what I'm saying.
I dealt with stupid for 6 hours
Listen
last
to what
night.
I'm saying.
I
Listen to what I'm
am
saying.
listening to what you're saying.
If
You're
I put the
saying that the
bucket of
bottom of the
water,
bucket,
if I
did the
spun the bucket,
what
if I put
prevented
the
the
water,
water from slinging out?
God, it's
What
so hard to have a
what
conversation with this moron.
prevented the water from coming out of the bucket?
I'm
Was
trying
it
to
the
explain it.
bucket?
I'm
Was it
trying to explain it. You keep cutting me
was it
off,
the
bro.
bucket? Was it the bucket? Was it the
So dumb.
bucket that held the water or the
I'm
force
trying
that
to
was trying to
explain it to you,
release it?
moronic moron, but you keep interrupting, man.
Okay, go ahead. Explain. Let me
Fucking
hear what you
stupid.
got,
I
bro.
have a bucket, it's not
Yeah.
closed. There's water in it. If I pick it
Yeah.
up and I put it towards my head, the water is going to come out. How
Right.
do I make sure that the water doesn't do that? It doesn't come out of the bucket when I tip it on my head. I use a force. I spin it around. It keeps
Right.
the water in the bucket the same it is, even though I'm exerting a force
Wow.
on it.
I
So the
know. It held it
force,
in the
so
bucket.
the
Right.
force is an example of how I can use force as a containment.
You didn't
So
use force as
now
a containment.
the reason why reason why we still have air and atmosphere is because of gravity. Gravity is the container of the
Gravity cannot
atmosphere.
affect gas unless it's
Oh,
contained,
yes, it
even if it
can.
fucking existed. Hold
Yes, it
on.
fucking can.
What's the weight of air?
You know what? I'm out of
What
here.
is the weight of air? How much does air weigh? You have to have a contained volume in order to weigh it, correct?
He bailed.
Correct.
He bailed out.
Of course he did, the fucking little coward. So what's going on? What's your name, Mr. Xavier? What's going on, brother?
How's it going, brother? I'm a frequent watcher of your show, and I just had to jump in because dude was annoying. I mean, it seems that they can't answer straightforward questions.
Mm-mm.
What's going on with that, bro?
So listen, he brings up, and I remember the day I'm having this exact same argument with a teacher in elementary school, right? Because look, I'd been out on the fucking playground and they got this thing called a merry-go-round, right? And we get on that thing and we get it spinning as fast as we could. And boy, that sucker would try to throw you off as hard as it could. And I noticed that the fat kids fell off quicker. And I'm like, this is really amazing. So how are we sticking to the earth? And so that teacher used that same bucket example, swinging a bucket of water around in a circle. And I'm like, well, that's just centrifugal force. And he goes, yeah, but it's holding the water in the bucket. Isn't that amazing? And I said, no, you want to impress me? Take the bottom out of the bucket and do it. What happens if you got a hole in the bottom of the bucket? That water's going to go flying out in a spiral, isn't it? So you had to have containment in order for that water to stay in there, regardless of what kind of force you put on it, whether it be natural pressure or you increase the pressure through centrifugal force. It doesn't matter. And besides that, water's not a gas. I mean, we know this. They're both fluids. Gases and liquids are both fluids, but they're two totally separate states of matter. You have gas, solid, liquid, and plasma. So is a plasma a liquid? No, it's plasma. Is a liquid a gas? No, it's a liquid.
You ever notice how they try to make force a thing in itself independently?
Yeah.
Force is not a thing. It can't contain anything. It's a description of an interaction. So I don't know what my man's all about.
Well, and they sit there, they always want to talk about a pressure gradient, but notice that the word pressure precedes the word gradient. And in order to have pressure, there must be something pressing.
It's even in the word.
It is. It absolutely is. It's just like, these people say, well, describe planar surveying. And it's like, it's in the name, plane survey. What is a plane? If I went down here to the hardware store and bought me a wood plane and it had a curve in it, I'd be pissed off.
One thing I wanted to ask him before he bailed is his misunderstanding of a constant speed of light. Their constant in their model means it's not continuous, meaning it's the same rate at any reference frame, meaning if you're moving, if you're not, the light
Yep.
gets from A to B at the same rate. But well, wait a minute. If speed is distance traveled over time, and you could have two separate distances traveling at a rate, it necessarily can't be at the same speed just by that simple formula. So how does that work out?
It won't. And I think he maybe got fooled with the bucket trick himself. You know, I mean, I saw through it. But when you're talking about a gas, gases are a very curious thing. They really are. There's a lot of gas laws involved. For instance, you know, this 14.7 or 0.69 that we've got here at sea level. I'm a little bit above sea level. It's the sum value of all of the different gases pressures combined, right? So what happens when we get a little higher, right? We have this dispersal. I think Flatzoid gave the great demonstration of that. The dispersal. They also don't take into account that the gases that we're breathing in and exhaling, there's this thing called respiration that happens on the earth. It's all the evaporation, the exchanging of gases between different organisms. I mean, it's a constant dynamic cycle that's taking place. And these guys are so limited in their thinking that they want to pin it down everything to one cause. And it's not. There's a lot of things involved, and they don't look at it like in a proper sense. I think they're used to focusing on single dots and not backing up and looking at the whole picture. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's how you get multiple models at different scales. Hey, this will model work for the quantum. This will work for this. Like, what can't you come up with a model that'll work? That's what you're asking for us, right? Some unified model. Why would we have these double standards? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's their whole thing. And the one that gets me, well, prove your flat earth, or what are your flat earth physics? And it's like, wait a minute. Everything I observe would indicate that I'm on a level stationary plane. Along comes some joker and says, no, you live on a globe and it's spinning. And this globe has a specific size, and it has a specific rotation, and it has a specific orbit, and things are specific distances. Those are positive claims. I don't have to prove anything. I can see what I see. All I have to do is disprove your claim. That's it. Tricking people into, what are your flat earth? What do you mean flat earth physics? Physics are physics, physical law. Boom. That's all. And like this guy, he giggled like a maniac when I said, do you think that mathematics is science? Now, what was funny about that? Other than he does think that.
Yeah, they can't explicitly say it, so he has to laugh right through it. And like you said, nobody believes you're truly laughing, man. That's not winning. That's not an argument. Giggling and calling people stupid. I mean, they can't have a civil argument from start to finish. No matter how civil it starts, they have to start with the name calling.
Do you ever watch Lucky Haskins?
I have not. No.
You'll want to look him up. He's a good old guy, man. He's down to earth. Probably not as radical as I am, but I reckon he could get that way if he needed to. But he says this, and I agree. He says that when it comes right down to it, the only thing these guys have is fake space and mockery.
Yep.
You know, I've watched on Facebook, you know, you make a point and you destroy their head globetard with your point, right? Next thing they send out is a couple clowns to go through and pick out every one of your comments to put a laughy emoji on. I pull up and see, wow, damn, 27 notifications. I hit it and it's all the same joker just laughing at whatever I've posted. And it's that thing. It's part of the psychology. No one likes to be mocked. Nobody likes to catch shit. Nobody likes to get any smoke. So they won't say nothing, right? They'll back right down. I don't like to be mocked. I don't like to be teased. I don't like to be ridiculed. But I'm different. I'm built different. I don't care. I don't care, man. Why would I give a shit what some bot on Facebook or some faceless moron that giggles like a retard? Why would I give a shit what they think, man?
Yeah, they got a hard time with people with thick skin. Like you were saying, hey, listen, if I can talk about the acceleration and without the gravity formula, and the model still works out mathematically, why do I need your 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 make believe science? You can
Right.
talk about the math, and he didn't want to talk about the math. He went back to giggling. So they have nothing on their side. They don't have the math. They don't have the science. They don't have the model that they're asking for. They have conflicting models, but somehow we're supposed to accept this.
Yeah, and then they want to turn around without having an accurate map of their own, because there are no accurate maps. So give me a perfect map. Dude, you don't have a perfect map. Okay, especially, and I'll tell you where this starts to come in really apparent, because I started getting into looking into this, man. And you start figuring how they came up with some of this shit, especially south of the equator. Because let's face it, once you're past the equator, you don't have that stationary pole star anymore. Everything is moving. Everything is moving. So they had to develop a way to keep time on a ship properly, because they had pendulum clocks, but a pendulum doesn't work very well on a ship that's rocking, right? So they really had to go through a lot, calculating by the position of the moon. They had to make all these charts and everything. This is why they came up with the Royal College of Longitude. And through that and the Royal College of Cartography, maps have to go through and be approved by them. They're the ones that set these systems. And when you look through the trouble that they had and how much guesstimation has been placed in there, you start to realize, wow, what a golden opportunity to hide shit in a vast area like the South Pacific.
Yep, you said it.
You know, and why would that be to their advantage? Sure, why not have a Shangri-La for the elite, right? Only for the special people, or you know, whatever. If you've got something like that and the rest of the people don't know about it, fuck, you're in a club. You're in a special little group there now. You see? And I don't buy that it's freezing ass cold in Antarctica either.
Hey, I don't buy anything until I've been there, till they allow free exploration. But to your point, there was a book, I wish I remember the title of it, but there were some navigators, some ship navigators, and supposedly on a sphere, the top half is going to be symmetrical to the bottom half. The distance that are purported on a globe, it was way off. They were sailing way off the mark. So they say, wait, if we're living on a globe and these distances are way off, what's going on with that? So there's so many documented cases of this, but like everything, it's buried in history. If I get the book out, maybe I'll send it one day.
Well, they yeah, I think you're referring to Cook. It might have been Cook's expedition. I know that they reported to be miles off of course due to those corrections, right? He went to go around Antarctica and it took him 3 years. He went in excess of 62,000 miles, which would mean that he went 3 times around the world, right? 3 times around the world at the equator. I mean,
Houston, we have a problem, Houston. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, real big problems. There's a lot of it. And when you start looking at the basics and you find the holes and you realize that they've built everything off of this flimsy shit, it really blows. It just becomes apparent. So that's where I go. That's right where I go. Let's get into the basics, the physical impossibilities of what you're postulating. You know, that blows him away every time. And it's just like that with the gas. He did not want to talk about that. That's why he went to water. Because once I've established, which is true, that gases can only have a weight in a contained volume, well, then it has to be contained, because you're asserting that even if there was gravity, the only way to have a weight of gas is in a volume. And the only way to have a volume is to contain it, just because of how gas behaves, gas behavior. That one right there fucks them up every time. I mean, you can't sit there and go, well, there's gravity in the buoyancy formula. No, it says weight due to gravity. I could say weight due to magical elves casting a spell. And I have as much proof of that as I do of it being gravity. Whereas it's just nothing more, because if I change the medium, I've changed the weight. So what does that mean? That means that the weight is a quantification of the relative density of an object within a given medium. I got to stop saying that so fast. I'm starting to sound like Witsit.
Nah, you got it, bro. You got it. And they seem to have a problem with descriptive language of math and causal dynamics. That's not the cause of it. It's the description of what's happening. The what and the how are completely different. We're asking for the how.
Always have to be. And this is why they'll say that pressure is the source of its own pressure. You know, and it's like, no, it can't be. You know, it can't be. That's just and they just keep looping around in circles and circles. Now that's twice he's come back, got stomped, and left.
He goes, cools off, and comes back with a new script.
Yeah, he's desperately emailing McToon right now.
Well, have you heard of this new thing?
I'm sorry, what?
No, when they say they want the math or whatever, it will present the physics and the math that'll work for it. Kinematically, it's the same thing. They'll say, well, you just found one paper. Like, wait, which is it? Do you want the math in the model, or now it's a democracy? We need to have numbers on this thing. What's going on?
Right. And this is why they always with the peer reviewed. But the problem with the peer reviewed is that those are all people that believe the same bullshit. So if somebody comes along with something that doesn't agree with the academic stature, then it's not even considered. I think that one guy that I played that night, he said, you know, if you think about it, that's a step backwards for science. Because take, like, for instance, in the entire candle making industry, nobody ever thought of a light bulb. That came from outside of the purview of candle maker peers, for instance, right? So all the other people that made candles and perhaps even kerosene lamps and shit like that, right? They were the entire industry for that shit. Nobody in that industry came up with the concept of an electric light bulb. That came from outside of the peers. So what would have happened if Edison brought his thing to be peer reviewed by oil lamp salesmen, right? Come on. They'd find everything wrong with it. That's bad. So Julie's very active in the chat here tonight, I see. I'm going to look. You kept interrupting his explanation. I'd leave too. He went from gases to fucking liquids. I'm not going to let you strawman me that way, bro. We are talking about gases. You want to talk about liquids? Okay, we'll do that. But stick to the topic. You start talking about water in a bucket when I'm talking about a quantity of gas under pressure, then we're talking about two different things. One guy's discussing turtles and the other guy's discussing alligators. It's two different fucking things. They both might be lizards, but they're two different things. I mean, God, what they don't understand about that. And you want to impress me with the bucket and the water? Take the bucket away. Now show me your force containing something.
I'm rephrasing the question for you. I get it. You may not have heard of it. So they're saying that, dude, just so you know, GPS, to get the proper distances, they have to account for a change in the speed of light relative to their velocity that it's moving, when it should just be c. It shouldn't change. But to get the right distances, they have to account for a variance in c, like a variant c. So c plus v, c plus the velocity that it's moving, which is directly in opposition to relativity. But the range measurement equations say you have to use it for GPS to be accurate. So.
All right. He's talking about the adjustments needed from GPS satellites. Is that what he's talking about?
The speed up, based specifically on the anisotropic distribution of light. Yeah, like the speed of light changing.
Yeah. That's the relativistic change of time due to the distance away from Earth.
No, c plus v doesn't.
That's what he's talking about.
No.
All right, let's carry on then, guys, because it seems like we're getting caught up on that one. Kango 44
That's in the
says,
weeds.
the London Underground took the curve of the Earth into account during its construction. Tow tanks for testing boats. Hulls take the curve of the Earth into account. Thoughts, gentlemen?
That is a famous one that took the curvature of Earth into account, the London tunnels.
Oh
But
boy.
I think the question was really for you, so I don't know what you got.
I mean, I missed it. So something about what about bridges and tunnels that account for Earth's curvature allegedly?
The London Underground took the curve of the Earth into account during its construction.
Really?
Tow tanks
That's
testing the
crazy.
boat hulls take
They-
the curve is also.
They
Man, that's
literally
crazy.
had-
Why would you have to take a curve into account building a tunnel underground? That's stupid. You sure they didn't put a slope angle into it for drainage? Huh? I would imagine that's probably more to the case if there is a deviation. Absolutely. So you're back, Tim. What happened? You keep blowing out and coming back and blowing out and coming back. I used to have a girlfriend did that. She'd get pissed off and leave in her car and then come back and argue a little bit and then get pissed off and go leave in her car again.
You are disgustingly dishonest. It's just really hard to
Really?
listen.
What have I been dishonest about?
The amount of misinformation you're spreading.
Give me an example. Give me an example, Tim. Give me an example.
You're saying that we can't contain gases with a force. That is disgusting.
Then do it. Show me containment of a gas using just a force. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's called the Earth's atmosphere.
No, it can't be its own container, stupid. Can water be, you like talking about water? Can water be its own container?
The gravity is the force of gravity is used as the container of the Earth's atmosphere.
How? Gas doesn't have weight unless it's contained.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Really? How much does air weigh? How much does air weigh?
You want me to tell you how much air weighs?
Yes. How much does air weigh?
You don't even know what weight is.
Yes, I do. Go ahead. It's a quantification of relative density within a given medium. What's the weight of air? What is it? What's the downward? What's the? Can you prove the downward acceleration of air due to gravity?
Listen, buddy, you are a joker. That's what you are. You're
a joker. You can't answer a simple fucking question.
Because you're a
come on here
joker.
and you came on here and said a bunch of stupid fucking shit just now. Said I'm giving disinformation. You can't answer a single goddamn question. Can you or can you not demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity? Can you tell me how much air weighs without containment?
Tell me what but you don't know what weight is.
Yes, I do. It doesn't matter. Tell me tell me how much it weighs. I know if I get on a scales and it tells me I weigh 160 pounds, that I weigh 160 pounds. How much does fucking air weigh?
You don't know what weight is.
Answer the fucking question.
This is what I'm saying. All you have is imitation, insult, fallacy, stupidity.
I asked you questions. Listen, you've not answered anything I asked you.
You don't know what weight is. You don't know what mass is.
That's not an answer to my question.
Stupid.
Wait a second. That's not an answer to my question.
Dumb Neanderthal. That is what you are.
All right. Are you done with your little bitch tirade? Are you a woman? Are you like, is this Brenda?
You literally came in here with the insult.
Is this Brenda? I swear you act more like a bitch than a bitch. I swear. You got bitches out there going, man, that dude's a bitch.
You're saying I'm a bitch, but you're insulting me right now. You're insulting me. You're calling me names.
You just got done.
You're calling me
you just got done insulting me repeatedly.
No, I didn't. I only started
when
insulting
you could have
just
answered my fucking question.
When you
how much does air weigh? How much does air weigh?
What is weight?
Can you prove a downward acceleration?
What is weight?
Weight is the relative density of an object within a given medium.
I don't want to hear blah 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 Witsit crap. Like you sound like Witsit retard. Give me a measurement. Give me mathematic formula.
What do you
Show
mean?
me
Give
the
you a
mathematic
mathematical
formula.
formula. It's real
Shut the
simple.
fuck up, you old cunt.
It's
Show
real
me the
simple.
mathematical
Why
formula
are you
for
getting
weight.
so triggered, Timothy?
Because you're a
You
fucking
haven't
old
answered my
cunt
question.
who's fucking old and dumb. Now
Okay,
answer
so
the
what's the
fucking
weight of air,
question.
Timothy?
Give me the
How
mathematical
much does
formula.
air weigh, Timothy? It's
Give
your
me the
claim.
fucking. You don't
It's
even know what
your
weight is. You're asking me something you don't even know.
Timothy.
Shut the fuck up.
Timothy, I'm 160
Fucking
pounds.
idiot.
Okay, so if I get on the scales and it
160
registers
pounds of fucking
160,
moronic
okay,
retardation.
so that means that I do understand what weight is. Okay,
Give me
so
the
how much?
mathematical formula for
How
your
much
weight.
does
sir.
air weigh?
Give me the mathematical formula for weight.
You're the one with the claim, Timothy. Answer the
Give
question
me
or
the
go the fuck
fucking
out.
mathematical formula for
Either
weight. you
answer the
fucking
question
cunt.
or go sit in the
How
corner.
am I supposed to
Answer
measure
the
something?
question or go
How
sit
am
in
I
the corner.
supposed to measure something if
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know the
count to
formula?
3, and you're going to go sit in the corner.
You're dumb.
Answer the
You're not even
fucking
letting me answer. You're a
question.
dumb cunt. You're a dumb
I
cunt.
didn't.
Listen,
You haven't answered
what
my
is the
question.
formula? How can I measure something without a fucking formula?
What do you mean?
stupid
It's
cunt?
your claim.
Show
You
me the
said.
fucking
You
formula.
said.
No,
Hey,
you gave a claim about weight. What
you
is
just got done saying that gravity holds air. Prove that by either demonstrating a downward acceleration of air due to gravity or telling me how much air weighs. Real simple.
Crickets.
It's not crickets, you fucking stupid nigger. Listen, the point that I'm trying to make.
You mad, bro?
The point that I'm trying to make.
You
Are
mad?
you upset a little bit, Timothy?
Do you hear me? Can
Why
you
is
hear me?
it such an emotional issue for you?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, I can't see you. Quite an emotional little bastard, isn't he?
He doesn't know that flat earthers have the thickest skin in the game, man. There's nothing that you can
Dude.
say to get us triggered, bro. I mean, I'm
Dude,
sorry you're
shut up.
triggered.
Nobody's talking to you. You're nobody. Shut
I'm
up.
talking to him. I'm
Shut
talking
up.
to no, you're nobody, Timothy.
We're
You're
having a
nobody.
conversation.
Xavier's my guest here. You're a troll. Now, can you demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, or at least tell me how much does air weigh?
How can I weigh something, guys, without a formula? How do I
What do you
weigh
mean?
something
I can
without a
go over
formula?
and get on the scales and weigh myself. I
How
didn't need
do
a
I weigh
formula for
something
that.
without a formula, guys? How do I
Wait
do
a
it? How do
second.
I weigh something without a formula?
Okay, so I go over and get on my
You
scale.
disagree with my interpretation of weight.
So I go over and I get on the scales in my bathroom and it registers my weight, right? I can also take a bag of dog food from over here and take it in there and put it on the same scale, and then it would tell me the weight. And I didn't need to do a formula in order to do that, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't. Wow, isn't that amazing? So how much does air weigh? Or just demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity.
Hey, old man, if you meet me one more time, you're done. You're done.
I
You're
am. I'm
stupid.
done.
You're
I'm done.
stupid.
I'm
You're
done.
stupid.
Wait a second.
You're
How am
stupid.
I done? How am I
Because you're
done?
officially dumb. You're officially dumb.
Well, coming from you, that doesn't
You
mean
don't
anything.
even let me finish talking because you're scared. You're
No, I'm not
scared.
scared. I want you to answer my question. Okay. You always go to some other bullshit. Okay. Can you or can you not prove a downward acceleration of air due to gravity? Can you or can you not tell me the weight of air?
I can tell you whatever you want.
Well, go
If you
ahead.
meet me one more time, I'm out of here, man. Because I can't have a conversation with somebody who's
There you go. Bye.
retarded.
There you go. I
You're either
muted
gonna
you.
let me finish talking or you
Are
shut
you
the
going to
fuck
answer
up.
my question?
I would love to answer your dumb old
Then do it.
questions. If
Then
you
do it. And then
shut
you can
the
go on with what
fuck up.
your nonsense.
Fucking retard.
Go ahead.
You made a claim about weight. I'm
Mhm.
still waiting for the formula for it. How
Well,
am I
go
going to
ahead. I
find the
don't give
weight
a
of
fuck.
something if you don't give me the formula, you stupid
Oh,
dumb old
okay.
cunt?
Okay.
What is the
You
formula
ready?
for
Are you
your
ready?
interpretation
Are
of
you
weight, you
ready?
stupid
Are
old
you
fuck?
ready?
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to give you the formula. Pay
Give me the
attention.
formula,
All
stupid
right.
dumb cunt.
All right. Listen. You ready? D equals M over A equals D equals M over A. Okay? I mean V, I'm sorry, volume. Okay? So density density equal to density. Okay.
Density
So
equal density.
yes, it's wow, what a retard. I'm gonna mute you while you laugh maniacally. What do you got, like a hamster in your butt or something? Are you one of them gerbil stuffing faggots or something?
It's tickling, bro. He's about to bust.
No shit, bro. So anyway, density, which is density equals mass over volume, is equal to density equaling mass over volume. Okay, that's equilibrium. Density disequilibrium would be when those two are unequal. And so, just like a
You
seesaw,
are so
if
dumb.
one is more, it's going to go this way. If the other one is more, it's going to go this way. It's just like a seesaw. It's balance. It's equilibrium. It's entropy. The game that you can't win, you can't lose, you can't even quit.
You keep muting me because you're a bitch. You're a
I keep
bitch.
muting you because you laugh like a fucking girl and you interrupt while I'm making a point.
You don't have a formula.
Secondly, it's my fucking show. You
You
got
have
that?
no formula.
Do you understand? I just gave you the formula. There it
You
is.
have no formula. That's not a formula. That's just
Okay,
garbage.
so give me
That's
the weight
garbage.
of air. Give me the
It's
weight of
garbage.
air. Give me the weight of air, or
I
prove
can't give you the weight of something if you don't give me the weight formula.
Well, you're the one that said it had weight.
Yeah, but you don't agree with
Wait,
my
wait,
weight
no, wait.
formula.
You said it had
My
weight.
weight formula.
Prove that air has weight.
Shut the fuck up.
No.
My weight formula has gravity in it.
I
You
don't give a fuck what it's
accept gravity.
got. All right,
So
use that.
give me a weight
All right, go ahead.
formula.
Go ahead and use it. Use your formula. Use your gravity. What is the weight of air?
No, I can't use you don't even agree with gravity. So why would you want me
Doesn't
to use
matter.
that?
It's your story. Tell it how you want.
He said he doesn't agree with gravity, but wants me
It's
to
your
use it.
story. It's your story, Timothy. Timothy, you really should get some medication or something, bro. I usually don't recommend
he
that.
wants me to. He says he doesn't believe in it, but he wants me to use it.
Okay, so are you
Oh
going? Are you? This is your last chance, Timothy. This is your last chance. Last chance.
Yeah, go ahead, old man.
Okay. Do you think you can maybe calm the gerbil in your rectum?
Yeah, go for it.
Calm
You
him
stupid
down a
cunt.
little bit.
Go ahead.
You got it? You got a grip on yourself there? Obviously you don't. Obviously you don't. Okay. So what's going on, Anson?
Yeah,
I'm done with that clown.
Yeah, pretty good. I just sort of tuned in to the show and noticed this guy having losing the plot.
He's a fucking lunatic. Did you hear that laugh?
Yeah, and this is just really what I wanted to talk about, man. It's, you know, like irrespective of the science and everything that's being said, it's all you have to do is you know, analyze the person to see what the situation is. Like, you know, it's not to do with the truth. It's to do with this like emotional, personal reaction to the question. You know, it's either about where I'm coming from in my life, what my qualifications are, what my investment is, or it's all about you particular flat earther on your channel, pushing the message, not the message, mind. It's and then you're getting this like hysterical behavior, which, like, you know, it's hard to believe that there isn't the whole satanic element when you see people in this like possessed state, man.
I know.
That's part of what made me like go down the road of looking into that whole side of it, was seeing this behavior.
Well, think about this. Just even think about this. Now get ready and hold on to yourself, because you're going to start busting your sides, because this is funnier than hell. Okay, you ready? Relative density disequilibrium. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to laugh. Go ahead, because that was so fucking funny. Really? You're going to sit there and act like you're fucking laughing over that? What the fuck? He didn't even really know what I said.
It didn't matter what you
Was
said.
he British?
He's claimed to be.
Yeah, I think
Sorry
he
about
was,
that.
man. I think he was, because I'm from the UK, and like I instantly like, you know, recognized the and I'm not to be like, you know, racialist or whatever, man, but you know, a lot of people, and it's part of the indoctrination. You know, a lot of British people have been kind of made to believe that they do have this like superior like intellectual position, and it's like there is this like arrogance based on nothing, basically. Because we have been propped up like through time and stuff, and like British academia and that doesn't mean that there's more intelligent or more like learned people in the UK, but a lot of them think they are, like, you know.
Well, Americans are highly affected by the accent too. We are. I mean, we'll automatically assume intelligence based on that accent.
Yeah, man. Definitely,
you know, and
definitely. Yeah. And it's like how they get you to like believe like the American accent's like associated like real stupidity, or people just don't care about anything, you know. Like just it's just media, man. And you know, the power of the media.
Well, and I grew up watching like documentaries. I always liked documentaries. I was a weird kid, you know, and I'd watch documentaries on World War II, you know, and it was always someone with the British accent talking about they had to resort to horse-drawn transport due to the number of casualties on the battlefield that day. You know, and he's got all these books behind him and shit, you know, and this guy's somebody, you know, and he's just some guy they put a tie on and said, here, read this shit.
But the classic is always in the Hollywood films, it's always the real bad guy, bad boss is always like the British accent, you know. The British guy with the American hero is like a bit bumbling, but like super like good. Like, and he always gets through, and then has to meet the British like aristocrat dude at the end, and it's like almost makes you think as well. It's like the hidden truths in that. There is some like European aristocrat at the end with a like with a, you know.
Well, we went through a period here in the United States of Anglophilia, and where people were just all about Britain and the Beatles and the Stones and James Bond and there was all these spy movies, MI6 and shit, and everybody was watching these spy movies. We had Man from U.N.C.L.E. and all that crap, right? And it was like this period of Anglophilia that went through the United States for a good number of years, really. It's still carried on because I'm still trying to figure out why there was people in the United States bawling their eyes out when that decrepit old lizard bitch died. You know, I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you care? Yeah. You know, didn't we fight a war supposedly to get away from them fucking people? What are you doing? You know?
Yeah, well, they're playing the sort of, you know, following the signs, you know, that's it.
Yeah. We just go with whatever. I support the current thing. Is whatever. Oh, this week it's a Ukrainian flag in my profile. Next week I'll have an Israeli flag, and got to put a gay flag in there. And I support whatever the fuck the media tells me to support. You know. God.
Yeah, it was this really powerful thing of where people put their will, and that's what's trying to be channeled. And it's like these people that are so obsessed in their subject, and they've given everything towards their like particular brand of physics or something. And then when someone like you, who's just a dude on the internet, tries to like challenge that, you know, that's why they feel so threatened, man.
Yeah, they see some bong smoking old dude come up on the screen and making sense. What? You're gonna dare challenge me and my degrees and my awards and my accolades and all that shit? You damn straight I'm gonna.
Yeah, and my British accent, but he still acted like a thug, like a immature, like vicious. And that's the thing, man. It's like that's it doesn't matter how softly spoken you are, how nice you are. It's like once they go past that point of like they lose control, then you see what's really going on under the surface, and you're like absolutely spitting poison.
Well, the thing that gets me is these clowns that'll come on here and demand shit from me. and tell me that, you know, if you mute me one more time, that's it. What are you going to do? Reach through the screen and punch me? Shut the fuck up. Did you not pay attention to whose channel this was? Notice it wasn't your channel, right? You're going to come in here, which is basically coming into my house, and start demanding shit from me. I'm the wrong person to do that to. As soon as I hear somebody, even if they're not ordering me to do something, I hear somebody else bark an order at somebody, my body just bristles up and I'm like, fuck you. You know, that's the first thing I think.
Yeah, well, it's
So
especially happens with these professors and that. It's because in their spheres, they're so used to being in the teacher position. And within that academic framework, they don't allow much discourse or much like difference of opinion. So they're used to standing up there and people listening and not asking questions. So when we're just like, you know, bouncing ideas, you know, around, they're trying to get in the way of that. They just want to tell what they have been told, and they don't want to learn, man.
Well, and you look at it on a psychological level where that comes from, right? A little kid come home from school and he told his mom, listen, I know all the planets. And he uses that little thing, you know, my mother, my very eager mother, whatever the fuck it is. I just remembered what the planets were. And they have that little thing and they say, oh, aren't you so smart? Look at there. You might be a scientist or even an astronaut one day. What a good little boy, Billy. Pat him on the back. And then the next year he comes home and he's got his little science fair project that he made, his little solar system with styrofoam balls and spray paint and coat hangers and what have you. And his parents are telling him, and grandma and grandpa, you're such a smart little guy. Why, you're probably going to be a scientist one day. When you tell them that shit was all waste of time and nonsense, you're taking that away from them. You're taking that away from them. That they were a smart little boy.
The sad thing is, man, it's like it's from that initial time when you just wanted to achieve something in your life and you wanted to do the very best you could, and then you're given the framework within to do that. And nearly all of us, when we were little, we wanted to be either an astronaut, a vet, or president or the prime minister of the country. It was pretty much everyone wanted to be those, because that's what was presented to us as the top tier, you know. So that those were our goals. And then, of course, they give you the way to get to those goals with all their signposts.
Yeah.
It's called the education system, and it's like it's just been going downhill, man.
It's a caste system. It really is. It's a sorting mechanism for a caste system. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think it was always that bad. I think, like many things, there are grey areas, but I think now it's just totally like worthless. Yeah. I know. I like I said probably a million times now, school is not a place for smart people, folks. I'm serious. And those that are going to go on beyond what they have to, you know, it's like, wait a minute, hold on, really, what are you doing? You're going into debt. You're not questioning the bullshit that you're getting. You're just getting more propagandized, basically. Sure, you'll learn some stuff, but is it really anything useful? Is it anything that you're actually going to carry out there into the world? And once there's a certain amount of people with these higher degrees and they become a dime a dozen, what the fuck good is the degree? And it's only going to be as good as the stupidest person that has one. And it's in the best interest of the school to give more people these degrees because they're in cahoots with the banks so that these people will take out massive loans, go into debt. And who are the recipients of the money from the loans? The school. So they're feeding into this entire loan program. So it's to their benefit to make sure everybody gets one of these degrees, at least within some measure. I mean, these people are paying a lot of money for that piece of paper, for crying out loud. And then when it's all said and done, does it really mean anything? Not at all. I mean, we had a guy supposedly was a PhD on here last night. I ended up questioning his credentials. I was like, you can't even think straight. How could you be a PhD? Yeah, that's why he's a PhD, because he can't think straight. No, seriously, it's like the most like, it's like to fill their head with so much like complex like nonsense that they're even more deluded than the people with no education. At least they've got like a clean slate to put the new information on. Well, these guys have to kind of dismantle all this rubbish, all this algebras and stuff, and double speak, man.
Oh my God, and such circular shit.
Yeah.
Such and no pun intended, but it is funny how much circular reasoning is involved in the globe belief.
Yeah.
You know, no, I'm sorry, Timothy, you're not coming back up tonight. I don't know. What do you guys think? If y'all want Timothy to come back up, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't want him to come back up, put a 2.
And
so we're waiting, Timothy.
one thing I wanted to add is that the more we focus on the science and asking the direct questions where Timothy couldn't answer, it shows that to the audience. I don't try to convince the person I'm debating with, especially if they're anti-flat earther. I know I'm not going to get through. I think about the audience, the person on the fence that's saying, man, I never thought about that. What is the answer to that? And when you get somebody giggling and we're coming off as a cool, calm, collected people, that makes the person on the fence think. So we're doing a lot when we're focusing on the science, on the actual physics, and asking you questions. Okay, how does force affect something independently? Force is not an independent thing. So could you explain yourself? And when there's nothing but giggling, that comes off, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I'm seeing a majority of 2s in the chat. Saw a couple of 1s by some masochists. Had to be a masochist. Sorry, not tonight, Timothy. We've had enough of you and your stupid giggling. So you'll have to come back another time when I've had time to let your maniacal laughter wear off again. We're going to get back into this thing.
If you only took the dribble
segments.
What? I'm sorry.
That's it. If you only took the dribble out, man, we could have had a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you're just going to laugh when I ask you a question, or if you ask me a question and I answer it, right? No counter argument to it, just your maniacal laughter like you have a gerbil tickling your colon. I don't know, man. He says he's no worse than Joe Cool. Yeah, but see, I go back a long way with Joe Cool. You know, believe it or not, as heated as Joe and I get with each other, we're still friends, right? We'll get heated at each other, call each other dumb motherfuckers and shit like that on here all day long, right? But at the end of the day, Joe and I are friends. And I know that if I needed him, he'd be here and vice versa, right? So, you know, don't take what you see in an argument as to mean that I hate Joe Cool or anything. That ain't the case at all. I think Joe's mixed up on some shit. He's got some willful beliefs that he wants to cling to. That's fine. But the fact that he keeps coming back tells me that something's sticking. Something's sticking. So, yeah, this guy is just going to fucking laugh and giggle like that. I mean, that's like insane asylum, like the Joker or something, you know, like one of these fucking villains on a superhero magazine, how they laugh, you know? I don't know. Crazy fucking people.
It's bigger than 10 miles.
They literally were building it and had to stop because the tunnels weren't meeting each other because the data they had was so old. It wasn't taking into account Earth's curvature. They had to
it doesn't even make any sense.
They had to resurvey the area. It does make sense because they weren't taking into account Earth's curvature.
Probably the reality of it is they did account for Earth's curvature and didn't meet up.
But they would have to be building in segments over 10 miles.
Yeah, it's tunnels underground.
Yeah, but they're not building in segments.
Long.
They're leveling it off. I mean, I'll look at it. I'll look at it
once. Why would you have to build the whole segment at once?
I'll look at it, man.
All right, go look at it.
All right. Padme the Cat says,
is he talking about the tunnel? Anson, you know about the tunnel, right?
No, I don't, man.
That's that tunnel that goes between England and France. Don't they have that?
Oh, yeah.
And they use these big boring machines.
Oh, yeah.
That are huge, right? And it drilled the tunnel out. And then when the two met, they actually had to tilt them down and have them bore into the ground. And that's where they're at, buried underneath the tunnel to this day, I guess. I personally would have dismantled them and carried them out piece by piece and used them somewhere else, but hey, government, right?
NASA, sorry, let's carry on. Padme the cat says, NASA can tell me that the next eclipse is the best place to see it. Why can't Fadi tell me where the next eclipse is and where to see it? The next eclipse is and where to see it. It's a little lack of punctuation there, but is asking why can't you predict eclipses is essentially the crux.
I'll answer for you. You can.
Yeah, we can.
According to him.
Lunar and solar eclipses, all of them, locations. It's not map specific, not coordinate system specific, not heliocentrism specific. I have it all right here. So,
okay.
According to him.
All right.
According to him.
It's like, his contribution to the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, is that a rule that you have to act like a little bitch? Really, is that a rule to be a Glober? Is you have to act like a bitch? I mean, do we need to have a rule like McToon does? Like, got to be a bitch to glurf? He's got that one, got to lie to flirt. How about you got to be a little bitch to glurf? I like that. God.
So I think hopefully that answers your question, Padme. Earth is life. Witsit. Why do geodetic surveying textbooks and manuals say the...
I can. Hang on a second. Who was asking about 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2? I can actually do that. So you take a man, you take a woman, put them together, they have a baby. 1 and 1 made 3. What happened there, right?
The curvature of the Earth must be accounted for at long distances.
Because if the Earth was a sphere, it would have to be. So people assume the Earth's a sphere, and at super long distances, and you would have to account for it to understand your optical long range angle measurements. And of course, that means that they factor into all other presuppositions and they're cherry picking, right? So if you assume spherical trigonometry and assume that the Earth is a sphere and then make really long distance measurements of angles, and you have to assume there's a sphere, and you assume, infinite Euclidean geometry perspective, then yeah, I mean, obviously, the question is basically why do people that assume the Earth's a sphere and believe that say that in order to measure it being a sphere with spherical trig, they have to treat the Earth like it's a sphere curving? Come on, you should know the answer to those types of questions.
All right, let's move on. Isaac Tim says another win for Flat Earth, and that's their first super chat. They said end of Globerface. Wow, we hope to see lots of more of both of these speakers here on Modern Day Debate because you guys are a lot of fun. So Bonds says $4.99. So Bonds.
Hey, I got an idea. If Mr. Xavier, what happened to you, bro? His devices aren't connected anymore. Maybe he had a battery issue. He's still backstage, but it says he's not connected. Maybe he'll pop back in. You're way behind, Mr. President. Way behind. It might be the delay between Earth and up here to the ISS might have caused that too, especially if you're further away. So here's my idea, Timothy. Why don't you get a hold of these guys, Modern Day Debates, and tell them that you would like to debate me? Now, they usually have 2 people against 2 people for the first time on MDD. I've not been on there yet. I don't necessarily need a partner, but that is what they want to do for the first time showing up there. So you can pick the Globetard of your choice for your team, and I'll pick the Globetard or the Flat Tard or the Flurf from my side. Okay. So what you want to do is on that Modern Day Debate website, you can go there and you can actually get the email, send the email, and tell them that you would like to debate Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, and we'll set it up from there. I can bring Flatzoid on. He's agreed to go and do one with me, and he's been on here before. Or I have a host of other people. I'm sure Jaron would have no problem going on there with me. I've been talking to him here. whatever you'd like to do. So Tim, that's your Tim Bob. Yes, Tim Bob. So Tim Bob, that's what you want to do. Then set that up. Okay. And that way, when you start your maniacal giggling or whatever, we have a moderator, hopefully, that'll kind of like knock that loose or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Good idea, guys. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe get someone like Vince as your partner, because this guy could be good like training for him.
Yeah, that would be cool too. Yeah,
you know, I don't think he's really kind of, you know, yeah, he probably, you know, yeah, I don't know, that could be a good partnership.
Yeah, man, that time zone thing is a bitch. You know, and it's crazy because like he's over in Sweden, and I like to collaborate with him when I can, and of course Flatzoid, he's down in South Africa, and like right now he was getting up early to do his workout before he goes to work and shit. So you know, it's early morning. Yeah, so trying to coordinate that. I mean, I did that one show with that lady Sal Chetty from South Africa, and I set it up so that it was like noon my time, so that it would be evening for her. You know, so I can do that too. I'm pretty flexible. But if you hear that, Tim, Bob, whatever your name is, if you want to do this, go ahead and set that up on MDD or on Jeranism, whatever you want to do, man. I've been on Jeranism before, so we can go from there. And who said I do science? You don't do science. Science. I hate when people say that.
It's for $4.99 says
like it's
Globie is debate under influence of marijuana a winning strategy for Globe side. Just some constructive criticism. Well, I will tell you, Mister, we do not condone marijuana in this house. All right, let me just carry on.
All right. I hope he's being cheeky, because I can't stand for that.
Man, yeah, better be. He just drank it. They're just openly drinking alcohol.
Oh, I know. This dude up here on the left, this Globie McGlobeface, is getting fucking tore up. He was drinking vodka. And you can see through this thing as I was watching the progression of his belligerence. You know, you see an increase in his belligerence, and his belligerent being more unintelligible, really stupid. I mean, you can really see where the alcohol was having an effect on this guy.
I need a drink too if I was going against Witsit.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, it's like, look, the dude rattles off some shit, and I'm like, what? And I have to back it up, and I listen to it again, and then I dissect it down, and I'm like, oh, all right, right. So then what I do is I try to take that and put it into terms for the everyday guy.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe use some kind of an analogy or a simile that can express it to them. You know, like I have a lot of mechanics around where I live, right? So discussing fluid pressure or air pressure is not a problem with these people. They don't have any problem with the idea of no gas pressure without a container. Okay. You got HVAC guys that they'll agree with me too. I get with my carpenter friends, builders and shit, and they know that plumb is plumb and level is level, man. They're perpendicular to one another, always, everywhere. And my friend Johnny said, if somebody come on the job telling me that plumb lines diverge, I'd kick them the fuck right off the job. And I'm like, yes, I would too, you know? Wow. Nick Volt doesn't drink. My ass, he doesn't. He was so shit-faced one night. He got up to tell me about his kids died in the Holocaust, and he fell back into his chair. And I'm like, what? Your kids died in the Holocaust? What are they, time travelers or something? What the fuck, man?
Is a ball flat? Asks Ian McKenna.
Yeah, it depends on what scale you're looking at it. Of course, a ball is flat if you get close enough to it.
Everywhere we can actually see it in reality, basically.
I mean, technically, it's never flat, right? But if you're small enough, depending on the ball size relative to the ball, you would appear flat for sure.
Yeah, if the fairy tale globe model they told us was true, you would be correct, sir.
Okay, but that's not a point to discredit the globe. Standing on your backyard and going, it looks flat to me, therefore it's flat, is not an argument.
Yeah,
right.
physical empirical
Occam,
measurements
Occam
falsifying the
razor
radius
is not a
value.
thing, right?
All right, let's move on from there. We'll give you.
It's not a thing.
Occam's razor kind of is a thing, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Falsify the radius.
Coming in for that.
Never been done.
Word. All right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you say the last word, bro.
Last word.
There you go. All right. My Shield is Discussed asks, Austin, can you draw a map that arranges the continents and oceans with their known dimensions on a flat plane? We know the width of Australia or the Pacific Ocean at any latitude from east to west.
How do you know the distance in the southern oceans? That's absolutely not true whatsoever. But let me go ahead and school you guys on this, because people really think this is a good argument for the globe. They're like, oh man, Australia looks different on a flat Earth map. It's like, okay, first of all, man, you guys need to understand coordinate systems and maps, right? And how they're just transforms. Secondly, you need to also understand that, for example, if we use GPS for distances in the south, right? If that's what you're going to invoke to prove the distances of Australia, knowing how big it is, well, GPS uses meridian corrections. Admittedly, in their own paperwork, they talk about how they have to subtract distances in the south for the distances to work with the GPS spherical coordinates of the assumed symmetry. So they have what's called meridian corrections, GPS. And of course, they could just hide the vast majority of it in the oceans. Even Australia could be much like we have it mapped out. And the second supposed evidence of this is the way that the plane will travel, like say east to west and then north to south, and it's about the same. And when the guy pulled it up, it showed that no, it actually, for the same distance, it takes both different times. So if they're going the same speed but different times, it can't be the same distances. So anyway, long story short, it could look a lot like it does on the globe, still be on a flat Earth. They've hidden the oceans, in my opinion. The distances are hidden in the oceans for the most part.
And that's what I was getting to earlier when I was talking about the Royal College of Longitude and what he was saying about these corrections and shit. That's all in there. And you start to quickly realize that, oh, wow. So they don't really fucking know. You know? And I first got onto that when I started going, you know, why are they using nautical miles in the ocean and statute miles on land? And then I started thinking about it further. And I'm like, wait, once you get past the equator and you lose that stationary North Star, what the fuck? Everything's moving. How do you know what currents? How do you, I mean, so many factors. How do you know how fast you're going? You know, there's all these different motions going on at the same time that you have to calculate from. So there's some shenanigans going on with it.
Are you listening to the conspiracy nonsense?
I just stated a fact. A meridian corrections.
You stated non facts there.
You know what GPS meridian corrections are?
I'm not talking about that. You're claiming we don't know the distance, like the size of Australia. That's what you're claiming right now.
No, I said that even it could be correct, but we use GPS meridian corrections. I said they could have just hit a lot of the distance in the ocean.
Next one coming in, Rudolfo.
A lot of distance in the ocean.
Yeah, GPS meridian corrections, my brother. Look it up.
Okay.
All right.
I'll look it up.
All right, that one was for Austin, so I did want to give you the last word. So Rodolfo coming in, Rodolfo Garcia.
Oh, just a correction on that 1 + 1 = 3. Okay. If you have a man and a woman, they get together and they have a kid, 1 + 1 = 3, didn't it?
Yeah, but that would be
I'm being tricky and cheeky, of course. Isn't that what you also call it?
You're talking living biological science, which is also like miraculous and ununderstandable. Right. Well, these guys just want to live in their physics formula world where everything is they can prove everything, you know?
Right.
Because then when you prove everything, then that's, you know, that's the mindset, you know, that gives you that confidence, that arrogance, you know?
And I can also say that mathematically 1 + 1 does not = 2 when it comes to fractional reserve banking.
Hey, did you notice how he tried to straw man Witsit? He said, hey, Australia could be the same size. They could hide all of the distance changes in the ocean. And the guy laughed and says, you claim we don't know the size of Australia. Like, it's literally not what he said. So that's same mocking.
That's what I was saying too. I was like, you could hide, you can do all that hiding in the ocean. We can physically measure land masses, right? We're using an odometer. There's a manner of all kinds of methods. But once you're out in the ocean, what are you doing? How do you know how, there's no frame of reference other than that North Star and these other constellations in relation to it. This is why they use the sextant. So once you have gotten down to past the equator and you can no longer see that North Star, now you're dealing with only movements, right? What's the stationary? You're having problems. And when, like I said, if you look into this thing with the Royal College of Longitude, holy shit, you'll come to understand exactly what he just said, what I'm even saying, that it would be absolutely to their advantage and easy to hide things using these corrections that they talk about. So, yeah, it took them a long time to actually get to that point, and they're still evolving. It's still evolving.
Thea says, hey, flat earthers, have you measured shadows at the same time in different parts of the world and found the sun position or something? You have not produced a universal flat earth model, right? He asks to follow it up.
Incorrect. You want me to show it again? I'll show it again real quick.
Yeah, you can screen share.
Real quick.
Okay. Flat earth model?
Yeah, here you go. So this would explain the relative apparent position, thus all the relative apparent shadows. This explains every single observation in the sky throughout the year. And this is a beautiful model. Important note, some globers misrepresent perspective and misuse this globe model. Interesting. To attempt to discredit flat Earth with a bunch of unnecessary bendy light lines. This flat Earth dome model can make correct predictions for many observations because the globe model was derived from the same celestial observations in the first place. This flat Earth dome model is entirely based on observed cyclical celestial patterns and orbits. It is in no way uses Newton's laws of gravitation and motion, bending or warping of spacetime, or any heliocentric specific attribute for calculations. In the real world, it uses in real-world measured 3D orbits, constellations, inclinations, axial tilts, distances, and velocities in the correct sizes and masses of sun, moon, and globe Earth to calculate all observables. So it's basically pointing out here that we're just using stellarium data. We map it out like it's a curved visual space. You guys claim that that's because the Earth is curving. We're saying, no, we're not crazy. We know that perspective also affects the stars. We have a significantly stronger position, and it accounts for everything in the sky, including the shadow positions. Thank you. It's rough out here for you guys, 2024. I'm going to be real with you.
Boom. Now that's a mic drop. Okay, Neil Tyson. That right there was a mic drop. And that's available there again, too, on that True Earth Wiki. I'll put the link to True Earth Wiki in the chat again.
And if you notice, Globie, when Witsit was giving that summing up, he was purposefully like looking to the side, not paying attention at all to what he was saying, like doing something else. It's like, it says it all, man. It shows he's not taking it in, and that it's like it's almost trying to suggest to the audience that, oh yeah, there he is rambling on. We'll just get on with something, Well, at least Witsit has the respect to actually focus when Globie's during the conversation. He's
like sitting there going, none of my friends down at the bowling alley talk like that.
When he was literally just like this, looking to the side and like doing stuff and like this distraction stuff as Witsit is giving his summing up. It's just small stuff like that, man.
Small psychological games. Also, sometimes they get caught checking in their chat. So I think Fight the Flat Earth was caught by Jaron. Hey, are you looking at your chat window? They need all the help they can get. So it's usually not one-on-one. It's one-on-one versus the chat as well. So
well, it's not just that too. Look, I've got both of you guys on here. I'm sharing a screen, right? I'm not having any feedback issues. I'm not having any echoes happening. And I'm not wearing headset. So why do every one of these guys, FTFE, McToon, why do they always got to have that fucking headset on? Because they're listening. Somebody's feeding them shit, man. I'm telling you, you're right on it, man. With that, they're getting it. It is like 3 or 4 against 1, and they're still not able to hold, man. What happened? Ryan left? Somebody kidnapped Ryan.
Oh, he left.
What happened?
It's okay. You thought I was gonna go really long. I tried to be fast.
Did I get back at just the right time?
Pretty good. Yeah, you're good, bro.
That's
you're good.
good. That's
I mean, yeah, because it's crazy. And I was about to start going in on how the fact that GPS actually uses the fact that the speed of light isn't constant. You have to account for velocity when relativity specifically says it isn't. So either GPS is wrong or heliocentrism and relativity is wrong. But we'll hold off on that.
Well, I'm so
That's fucked, man. There are some videos I found of Brenda completely losing its shit on other panels, completely losing its shit. Just going on a tirade, just chanting "stupid bigot motherfucker" over and over and over and over, man. Like just losing his fucking mind. Insane.
glad you behaved yourself while I was giving my wife a kiss goodnight, Witsit. Not
Yeah, I
opening
got
up a
you, man.
can of worms or anything over here, mister.
Yeah.
All right. Nominal asks, Globie, you should have a real photograph of the entire Earth from space as your background. Debate or over. Over. All right.
There's one.
Wisco Matt says, Witsit, does the globe model violate any natural or physical laws? If so, which ones and why?
Second law of thermodynamics, which says that entropy will increase in all spontaneous and naturally occurring systems, and that the amount of usable energy will decrease over time, as applied to a pressurized system, which people call the atmosphere, even though gases have no inherent shape, and it would fill the available space violently, immediately. So it would, because of pressure mediation, seek equilibrium and fill the available space. So yeah, the current globe model violates the second law of thermodynamics. And pretty much a bunch of things. If you get into like the heliocentric Big Bang cold dark matter cosmology, then actually that universe type of model, right, that cosmology violates the first law of thermodynamics combined with the second law of thermodynamics, denoting it requires a beginning and that there must be an external supernatural source, which is the opposite of what the Big Bang currently claims. But anyway, so yeah, the second law, big time. It's rough out here for the while saying one thing, and that in reality, in actual physical reality, physical laws are all determined and verified and applied in relation to the lab frame, which is the stationary Earth lab frame, right? And we can measure absolute motion. The globe claims that you can't do that, and that the Earth is actually moving. So it's like, yeah, they just violate all physical laws if you want to really get into the lab frame part of it.
And then just casually takes a sip out of his straw, like, yeah, we could do that if you want to. See, Wit's just playing his own little psychological game too, Xavier. What's up?
There's no comeback anymore. The Globie's just playing for time and staying quiet, so Witsit can just say anything he wants now and just run the show while like these other guys are just like hoping for it to be over. Well, not what Globie is.
Yeah. Did you have something, Xavier?
No, I was gonna say their new thing is to, like you and I do, we pause it to see what he's saying and to dissect it and maybe put it in everyday language for other people. They'll outright say it's just word salad. That's their new thing. I can't dispute what you're saying, so it's just word salad.
Well, yeah, even Globie tried an attempt at a cheap shot about the word salad because that seems to be their big buzzword these days, right? Like you're saying. And so he was sitting there eating salad, right? And then had to make it a point to say, yeah, I'm just eating my word salad. And I thought that was, you suck at humor too. I mean, Christ.
And it's like a dude found himself in the wrong stream. It's like he's in a serious debate where he was supposed to be on some like comedy like chat thing, like with all these little stunts and stuff, while we're trying to progress with like the point being made.
Yeah. It's like, but I mean, it's just like
he can't keep up. He doesn't. He's not like his learning isn't at the level where he can keep up with like the what's being said basically.
I mean, there's so much better things. I mean, there's so many better ways if you're gonna throw a fucking dig at somebody, right? Like if I was on against I don't know, Simon Dan or FTFE or one of those guys with the little poop fucking point on the top of their head like that. I have a hat that's a poop emoji. I would wear that and fucking imitate them. It's just like, I mean, if you're gonna go for a dig, do it good. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's carry on. Sean666 says, "Oh, hey, why did you trigger the Iron Maiden, Sean? All right, why would governments and the space agencies around the world spend billions of dollars to perpetuate what you believe is a lie about the Earth being round? Also, Witsit, you are a conspiracy theorist. They
look,
accuse
Brenda
you."
showed up.
Well, you're a coincidence theorist. You think that the angular resolution limit of the eye just so happens to reverse engineer into 3,958.8 miles if you assume the Earth's a sphere physically blocking what would automatically disappear because of your eye. You think it's a coincidence that if you take the angular resolution limit of your eye and where things would fall below resolution, the distance, so you wouldn't be able to see them, if you reverse engineer that, you can get the exact radius value of the globe model, which is 3,958.8 miles. You think that that's a coincidence? I would say you're a coincidence theorist, and I just,
Coincidence theorist. Yeah, I like that term. I like that. Brenda, it's good to see you. I want to remind everybody it's still not too late to get your 2024 Brenda pinup calendars. The swimsuit calendar is out. I think you can order it on her its page, and should be fashioning the latest in tuck swimwear. So be sure and get yours today.
For free shipping.
Yeah, right.
accept truth even if it's uncomfortable or unpopular, because what's true is rarely popular. What's popular is rarely true.
All right. Let's see. Free Palestine says the Greeks built a flat Earth model as a non-rotating plane in the center of the universe. The Antikythera mechanism, aka flat Earth working model, is what they said. Any thoughts?
How is the Antikythera mechanism a flat Earth working model? It just predicts where the planets are.
Yeah, a stationary flat Earth civilization, but you should go look up the documentary, The Mechanical Realm. I'll plug it. It's about the Antikythera mechanism. It's very interesting. The Mechanical Realm.
I agreed. Fascinating device, but certainly doesn't prove a flat Earth.
So these flat earthers accidentally made a globe clock, huh? That's the you can tell he's not very sure of his rebuttals because he quickly looks away like let's not dwell on this anymore. But he has to say something. He does have to say something. Look at there, y'all. Yeah, look at there. I made everybody's eyes poop and I didn't even have to show them anything. I did that verbally. Isn't that fucked up? I made your eyes shit. I made y'all's eyes shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it proves a flat Earth. Well, some argue it does. Go watch The Mechanical Realm, Antikythera mechanism.
The only reason they say it does is because they think that means this never changed, but they do measurably. So,
okay.
No, disagree.
There's a progressive cycle in the sky, and it's not what you think it is, and your parallax measurements go the wrong way a lot. I don't want to open up that can of worms. Let's just Mechanical Realm documentary, Antikythera mechanism.
You disagree? We've measured the proper motion of stars over the last couple hundred years.
You measure the proper motion of stars, and that proves that it's actually not the stars moving, but it's us moving. That's what you believe. So I think that's weird.
No. It proves the stars are changing their location in the sky. And
in relation to the elliptical.
They don't change. They're stationary, and everything revolves around Polaris, right?
You think in relation to the elliptical orbit of the Earth.
In relation to the elliptical orbit of the Earth.
All right, let's
go. What
you
think?
Rodolfo Garcia asks.
I think they move in the sky.
Yes, they do. You're right. The stars move in the sky. Yes,
they
sir.
do. You admit that.
Yeah. They move in the sky every day.
No, I don't mean like rotate. I mean move their physical position.
You think they don't move? Crazy.
I just said they do move.
Well, you think they look like they're moving, but it's an illusion.
What?
I know I'm obviously trolling you.
This is so weird straw man. Are you just tired at this
I'm obviously
point?
trolling you. Speaking of straw man, I'm out of drink here. Like,
all right.
Yeah, you
I'm
think
out
that
of
there's
drink,
actual motion and illusory motion. We get it, whatever. A lot of the
Here's the video Witsit was talking about. I'm going to put it in the chat. The Mechanical Realm. So if anybody wants to go and check it out, it talks about the Antikythera mechanism, which is some remarkable information, really. It's good to go. Just remember, this thing's never full, man. This thing's never full. It's remarkable. It'll hold more than you can imagine, right? Especially if you learn how to think.
claim progression is such long cycles you can't verify it.
But you can, because you can measure it over time.
Yeah, that's what you say.
All right, you guys, if you want,
are the astronomical almanacs wrong?
Dating back to
they
1885,
they
assume a negligible progression over long periods of time.
Not negligible.
Yes.
How is it negligible when you?
Because it's such a small, minute. We don't even have resolvability that would detect it over the course of many decades.
So how long is Polaris expected to move over 100 years?
How long is it expected to move over 100 years, or how much is it?
How much? How many degrees?
I don't know. Not that much.
Enough to measure?
I don't know. Supposedly.
You just claimed it was too small to measure.
It's like every 72 years, it moves like a really small amount allegedly, but whatever, bro.
Every 72 years, it's always moving.
All right.
Yeah, but it's not measurable till every 72 years.
It's slow, so it takes a long time to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Or maybe it doesn't do it. Let's move on.
Or maybe you can measure it year to year and go back to the almanacs and see how it has moved over the years.
All right, let's move on. Right there.
Maybe it progresses.
You always got to get that last word in there. You are such a stinker.
Or maybe it doesn't.
I have to correct his misinformation, man.
It
so do I.
Again. Did you want to grab yourself another drink there, Witsit?
Yeah, low key, if that's cool.
That's cool. That's A1. I'll find
right,
something
cool.
here for Globie, unless you want to grab yourself a drink as well, and I'll just do some housekeeping.
I'm out, but it's getting late anyway. I should stop.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get yourself in trouble, are you? Everybody
gotta wake up, get the kids on the bus, that kind of shit.
I hear you. Everybody else thinks I'm just thrashed. They're like, Ryan's totally done in tonight, but not yet. Not yet. I'm just a regular parent. This is just how things are. It just never ends.
Never ends.
And
they seem to be.
Yes, I'm happy.
They seem to be struggling with Newton's law of relative motion. How many times does he have to explain to you? Even Einstein agrees that you can't tell which one is actually moving if you're just looking at observation. The stars move versus a stationary reference frame, or if you're from the star's point of view, the Earth is moving. So you need to prove that. I mean, they just seem to struggle with relative motion, which is part of their paradigm as well. So I don't get it.
Well, if they did understand it, then they wouldn't question a kinematic effect, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly it right there. And that's the key to it. That's one of the big keys to it, because if you not offered another explanation, you're going to go with the one that you've been given. And then you say, wait a minute. Let's look at it this way. Now what? Oh, yeah, I see now, but they won't ever see. They won't ever see.
With my beer and having my pen here. So let's see. We got one here for you, Globie, while Witsit grabs his drink. He's pretty quick. For the heliocentric model, the signs eclipses give an example of a shadow being smaller than the object or part of the object obstructing the light. Clean that one up, November. Behave yourself.
You're going to have to say that again.
I said so he's saying you believe in the heliocentric model. Besides eclipses, give an example of a shadow being smaller than the object or the part of the object obstructing the light.
It does. Is he trying? I'm trying to understand the question. Is he trying to ask?
The umbra penumbra, you weirdo.
He's trying to say the shadow can't be smaller than the object. Is that what you're trying to say there?
Yeah, that's when the sun rays are not parallel, because we're not measuring shit with sticks and shadows. But when you have an eclipse, then they radiate, then they diverge. See, you got to know these things, and somehow it intelligently knows that you're doing sticks and shadows or there's an eclipse. But if you run those same ratios, okay, using, of course, the same light source, and we've done it here, we find, so you get a 70-mile shadow from the moon, okay? And I noticed on the thing where they're showing with the X that the one coming in April, the moon's going to cast a bigger shadow. What happened? Did it get closer? Or did what? I don't understand. But in any case, if we run those ratios, so we got a 70-mile shadow from an object that's 2,160 miles in diameter, how big should the Earth's shadow be on the moon? Well, we run that ratio and we find out that it would be approximately 200 miles. I think it came out to be 206 miles in diameter, which would be roughly 1/10 the size of the moon. So you would, in reality, see a little black circle in the center go across the moon. But we don't see that, do we? We see full coverage, and that's a problem. That's a problem. So why does the Earth's shadow not have a umbra and penumbra in the exact same ratio as the moon does when it casts its shadow onto the Earth? Good questions, right?
I can't interpret that question. Maybe I've had too many drinks.
It's okay.
If that's what he's saying, it's crazy because I've heard that one before, but you can absolutely cast a shadow smaller than the object casting the shadow. The shadow can be smaller than the object.
Can you give an example, Globe Face? Can you give me an example of something casting a shadow smaller than itself?
Just depends on how far away the light is.
LJ also asks, says, why is Globie's background CGI? It's 2024, bruh.
Oh,
You should just be floating
Brenda, I just figured it out. Why you didn't understand when I brought up the 1 + 1 making 3, being a man and a woman getting together and having a baby. It's because you don't know how the birds and the bees work, right? You think you can tuck your dick and be a woman, right? I got you. I understand. Cool. I dig where your confusion comes from.
around, I guess.
That's
Oh.
called nuh-uh, because none of you can ever prove this is CGI.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you just in space drinking? Is that what we're supposed to believe here? Run
I'm
Boston.
actually the cameraman behind filming.
It was you all along.
It was me.
Oh, geez.
He's the guy they left
Man,
up
a lot
on
of
the
people are
moon.
going to be disappointed, I guess, or excited. I don't know. Run Boston Bear says, McGlober, I'll bet your balls boy thought it was so funny when you snacked on lettuce every time you didn't understand what Austin was talking about. It's not word salad when it makes sense. Well, that's not much of a question.
It's not a question, it's a statement, but I'll reply to it.
You go ahead.
I've asked many flat earthers when they've said that to explain what Austin has said, and it's never been able to be replicated. Because whether he's actually reading from, I don't want to talk about, he's not here, but when he's actually reading from a paper, that's fine. It's not word salad, but he's not understanding what he's reading. He's pretending he does. And quite often, other times, he's just saying some random stuff. So yeah, it's not about not understanding.
Now all the flexing's over.
Oh, he's back. Shush.
Now I'm back. No more lying.
Lying.
Yeah.
We'll
just
the question.
We'll just zip it up. No, honestly, we were just talking about how
you don't know what word salad means. I get it.
How wonderful salad is, honestly. No,
how you guys don't know how to use it properly. I get it.
Me? I was gonna say, don't come after me. No, I was gonna say,
it's just cope because they don't understand the point. So it's a way.
No, that's like when you explain.
No, Tim Bob, you spelled Greek wrong. There's a K at the end of that word. Okay.
Moon phases the other day. It was fantastic. It was like
like
talked
you
about
don't understand
inertia and ethereal motion, and
Yeah.
it's all just words that you made up.
I can repeat it right now. Right, I said
I know you can because it's a script.
It's just like the center.
A man that dresses up as a woman is going to call someone morally bankrupt. Wow. Think about that.
Or something to the effect.
Go ahead, Anson.
And here's the thing as well. What has the shape of the earth got to do with morals anyway?
Right.
It's like it's not even relevant to the issue, and this is the exact problem that the so-called scientists are bringing morals and religiosity and emotion into the issue. Well, we're trying to stick to the facts, man.
Greeks were too smart to see this hate. There's no hate. It's I think it's funny and I think it's disgusting. Okay. And I think it's fucked up. All right. And I'm allowed to do that. There's no hate involved with it. In fact, if the Greeks were so goddamn smart and that was such a good idea, why did it lead to the decline of their civilization? It did, How about that?
It's just like the center of a Ferrell cell image of a magnetic field. That black hole in the center is actually just pure potential. It's inertial, meaning that it's not changing. It's an inertial state of pure potential, and that it goes through a energetic cycle, just like the cycle.
Who said anything hateful? I didn't say anything hateful. What the fuck are you talking about? Where was the hate? Did you guys hear me say anything hateful? Anybody? Hanson, did you hear me say anything hateful? I didn't say one thing. I didn't say I hated anybody or anything else. But when I do I find irony in a man who dresses up like a woman and pretends that he's a woman saying that I'm morally bankrupt? Yeah, I find a shitload of irony in that. I really do, you know? So there you go.
Cycle of a magnetic field. So that's
What does
not
that have
word
to do with the
salad.
moon?
We got a
That's
similar
not a word salad. That's
It's word
not
salad
word
because all those
salad.
words don't tie together to answer the question.
It does, because I'm saying it may actually just be energetic cycle of electromagnetic polarization that give you the same type of black over top of it.
All right.
Sure.
I was trying to inject there, guys, and get the
So
next
not word
question.
salad.
But
Okay.
sorry if I made poor comedy there, Austin. You know I love you, bud. Let's see. Rudolfo Garcia says, "Hey, flat earthers, have you measured shadows at the same time in different parts of the world and found the sun's position or something? You have not produced a universal flat Earth model."
Read that one.
I'd like to ask Brenda a question. Why in the fuck are you even here? Why are you here? You made it very clear the last appearance you made here that you were just out to be a bitch, right? You made that absolutely clear. So why in the fuck are you even here? I have to ask that. Why are you here? I don't know, man. Don't you have some fucking homeless people to catfish or something? I don't know, man. God damn.
You read that when I showed my model and
What? Somebody going to say something? No? Okay.
how he was. Yeah. We can predict everything in the sky, and he's just wrong. Yeah.
I was doing the magic scroll up there. My bad. Texas
No
Sniper
worries.
says Barj Khalifa is so tall that Ramadan fasting changes based on the floor you live on. This makes sense on a globe where the higher altitude lets you see further over the curve. Can you explain that on flat?
The angle of view increases as you increase altitude. You can see further over a flat surface as you get higher as well. The fact that you guys don't know that still is pretty sad.
Okay, let's see.
Is that what it is? It's just so that you can laugh at white trash that can't add 1 + 1. Well, I hope your quest is fruitful. I really do. Tell me more about air having downward acceleration due to gravity because somebody rolled a barrel down a fucking hill again. That was pretty cool.
IM says, how is a plane survey not a flat Earth measurement, especially when considering plane is defined as a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie?
Because you're not measuring something.
Agape love and sexual attraction are 2 completely different fucking things, Kevin. Or I'm sorry, Daniel. Sexual attraction and love are 2 different things. Why do you confuse the 2? I have dogs. I love my dogs dearly. I have a very, very deep emotional bond to my dogs. I don't have sex with them. Okay?
To test whether it's flat or not. That's why it's not a measurement of flat Earth. There's assumptions in those measurements, right? So what I'm asking for is a measurement without assumptions, like I provided in the beginning of this debate, and that were hand waved off. Okay. You can actually measure whether the Earth is flat or not, and it's not.
Except that we measure the Earth to be flat and plane survey measurements on the Earth.
You assume it's you assume it is by omitting things, right?
But
you would omit the curvature of Earth.
It's not there.
You can't omit something that's not there. You can't omit a curvature that's not there. The instrument is showing you that it's not fucking there. You have to take those and stitch them together and do a bunch of fucking math and make it be a curve. You know what I'm saying? That's insane, bro. Brenda, clip
assuming it's
whatever
not
the
there.
fuck
That's
No,
why
but
they're omitting
want,
it. I get it.
man.
I get
Measurements
it.
work. That's why
they're negligible. That's why they work.
They're
Because you
66
can-
feet.
And I'm curious about this tucking thing, man. Do you ever sit on your nuts and hurt yourself, man? I would imagine that would be like uncomfortable as shit. You go sit down on the subway or some shit and you crush your ball. That's fucked up, bro.
Of curvature in 10 miles, though.
Okay, but we're not talking about 10 miles.
We are. I just now read the civil engineering textbook that says up to 100 square miles that we use plane survey measurements for all engineering. So we can move on.
Coming in. Earth is
You guys are
life.
coping.
Earth is life.
We're
is
definitely
amazing.
coping. I just want a flat Earth measurement. I want to see a test done with a measurement and go, look, Earth is not curving. Why
Plane
hasn't it
survey
been done?
measurements. Plane
You can't just
survey.
randomly say plane surveying. Show me one. Do one. Why
All
don't
of
one
them
of you
ever.
guys do one?
Next one's coming in for you here. Witsit. Earth is life.
2024. You do it.
Asks, Witsit, in your debate with Will Duffy, you claimed planes in the South travel at 950 miles per hour. What distance would that plane cover in 14 hours? And what is the maximum range of a 787-9 Dreamliner?
Okay, I didn't actually claim any specific speed. And the planes that fly in the South, typically, they can go over 650 miles per hour. And we know that jet streams can go over 250 miles per hour. Like just recently, it made the news in the North that planes were clocked all over the place, multiple planes on the same day going over 800 miles per hour, when the planes actually were only flying like 500 or so when it comes to their actual airspeed, because the airspeed is determined relative to the static pressure around the plane. But it's going much faster in general because the air is moving. So yeah, you catch jet streams. He said something about you would need them to go opposite ways or whatever. Like provably jet streams go opposite directions at different altitudes. This is a well-known fact.
No, prove it. Prove Qantas flight Q64, the path it takes has opposite jet streams above or wherever it's flying.
Provably right
Prove
where
it,
the
prove it.
southern jet. Okay, provably right where the southern jet streams are. They're at different altitudes. They go different directions. And if you knew how autopilot in a plane works, it actually maximizes its travel and momentum by air resistance. So it tries to avoid air resistance. So it's going to go with.
What are you talking about, Brenda? Tell you more about not having sex with my dogs. What part of that? Why was the only portion you focused on was sex and dogs? Do you fuck dogs? Is that why you took offense to the fact that I don't? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I hope you get a better therapist than the state fucking hospital that you've been talking to, for crying out loud.
With the air that's moving with it and avoid the air going against it automatically on autopilot. And you can look it up. It's a fact that the jet streams go different directions, different altitudes.
That's how autopilot works, but that's not what I asked.
All right, I just answered the question. So
no, you didn't. I asked you to prove your claim that varying jet streams are used by that Qantas flight.
Oh, what I said is that it would automatically happen because
that's fine. Let's
the
move on.
autopilot would automatically change altitude based on the most optimal flight path, and this is well known.
So you can't prove there's multiple jet streams there.
Based on air resistance, and you can prove that the southern jet streams, right, at different altitudes go different directions. It's been mapped out. The data is well known. We use balloons and many other things to do it, but to actually get the maximum speed of the jet streams is very difficult. Certainly in the South, that's according to NOAA, right? So
no, it's not well known because I asked you for proof and you didn't even
BobWinds.com takes all the wind data and you can go look at it.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll go look at it.
I think what we should do, guys, just because of what you'd said about time there earlier.
Brenda, are you still butt hurt because I made you look so fucking stupid on that debate? Which one was it? Was it that one? Or are you butt hurt because I made you look stupid on here? Or is it both? What is it you're actually butthurt about? You know, don't blame me for your weirdness, man. You fucking lunatic. Jesus.
Yo, Sovereign.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how many of these exchanges have like ended in the statements, oh yeah, I'll go and research that, or oh, could you send me the stuff on that so I can go and look at that? And it's an admittance that they don't know their stuff, and a way of like cutting it short with the like promise that they'll go away and actually do what they were supposed to do and come back, because they know that there is no way out of, like, you know, logically they're going to come out this badly. So this is the thing, man. He just using every way possible to cut through and like move it forward. He was even saying, like, before, halfway through Witsit, it was like, okay, let's move it forward now. So it's not even your job to tell the debate when to move forward anyway. He's like so desperate to like minimize damage.
Brenda, I'm serious here. I'm just looking for your logic. So how would you go into great detail about something that you don't do? That would be a really interesting, if you could answer that question. I've put a poll in the chat asking, should I ban Brenda permanently? Okay. So it's going to be up to you all. If I have a majority to ban Brenda for good, then I will do so. So we'll let that go for a few minutes. Brenda, you can vote in it too, sweetheart. Don't sit on your nut. Okay.
I just find it funny that there's not anywhere in these discussions that say, you know, Brenda, despite there are differences, that he or she is a great debater. It's a almost consensus that that person brings nothing to the table. Funny.
Nope. It doesn't bring a fucking thing to the table. Ain't got shit. I mean, the poor little fucking deviant is really focused on sex with dogs based on an analogy that I made. You know, really obsessed with sex with dogs. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? You know, no wonder you're fucked up, man. You know, perhaps, Brenda, you need exorcism. You know, because you got some kind of a feminine demon infecting your brain, man, making you act like a little bitch. You know, you need to get a grip on yourself. I mean, not literally, you know, I'm sure you do that enough as it is, but you know, just grab a hold of some fucking sanity if you can, man. Right?
Globie, and I want to try to keep us within some of the realm of that. We're getting a little bit over time, so I'm going to set a 45-second timer. We're going to try to speed through some of these questions, and we're going to keep it to the speaker. So we're going to cut the cross-examination, guys. So we really enjoy that, but for the interest of respecting Globie's time constraints there, we'll keep it to 45 seconds to get through.
You kind of digging on when the dog gets his lipstick out. You like that? When the lipstick's showing, you like that one? You sick fucking pervert.
Thy Messenger asks, actually, membership chat came in, says, bodies of water rest flat and level, no convexity. 45 seconds.
The only one that keeps talking about it, Brenda, is you, bro. And so you're the only one that's still talking about it. I can go back over the last 5 comments and it's all about that. That's all you're thinking about now. Somebody mentioned sex with a dog and you got a boner. That's fucked up, man. Dude, you're even worse of a fucking miscreant than I thought.
Show the measurement of that in the beginning of the presentation. You can measure convexity on any body of water.
Go
Plain
look
and simple.
at your little CD
Flat
collection there, Brenda.
Misuse the definition of level. They think level is I'm measuring something level here, and then I'm just going out infinitely far, and that's the same level forever. That's level. That's not what level means. Level's relative to where you are. It's a measurement. It's a point measurement. So I'm level here. I can measure something level here, but if I move 20 feet to the left, that's a different level. It's not the same level, right? And the further you get, the more pronounced it becomes. But this is measurable, which I showed. And if he missed the beginning, I suggest you go watch the beginning.
Specular reflections.
All right.
Specular reflection.
November says, for Globie, why is Antarctica that only continent that tsunamis do not wrap around but bounce back almost like a giant barrier?
Mm.
Why do tsunamis? Well, first of all, I need to see evidence of what the hell. That's a random claim that tsunamis don't bounce around Antarctica. But
yeah, wrap around them. Yeah.
I don't know if that's.
I'll help you out here. Actually, I'll help you out. PhD Tony, so he's a seismologist, right? He debated me one time on here, and he said that it's because the continental shelf underneath Antarctica is different than other continents, and because it's like so much closer to the edge, deeper down, or something like that, that the waves interact with it differently, and it reflects. So I don't know. That's what he said. He said something like that, but whatever that means, that's convenient.
Convenient. I mean, is it a fact?
Only place in the fucking world. It's the only place in the world that has that characteristic. Really? So it's getting close here. We got less than another minute in our poll. And so far, it's not looking good for Brenda. It really isn't. But I can't believe that only 55% wanted to oust Brenda out of here, you know? But it's all right, man. We're going with majority here. So in the next 20 seconds we have left in the poll, and then we're going to have to ban Brenda from the show permanently because that's what the audience wanted. Shouldn't have been such a little bitch, Brenda. Too bad for you.
No, it's just he just made it up, I think. But I mean, who knows?
No, not his facts. Is it a fact that tsunamis don't wrap around Antarctica?
Yeah, my understanding is that they don't wrap around Antarctica like other land masses. Yeah.
All right.
That was he said that was an official answer for it. So I'm assuming.
Let's carry on, guys. We are past that time. So let's try to carry on. John Smith says, globe phase, are you I'm not sure what that means actually. So sorry, John Smith, but this is probably not relevant, and we'll just carry on. PLN, this I can't say your name. I'm so sorry. But asks, is Witsit still a fan of Russia? Not sure if that's very.
I read it earlier.
Yeah. We can't. We just cannot. I'm so sorry.
So let me just say, like, dude, stop trying to stereotype people that don't believe in the globe into using like all these different labels and stuff. It's super weird. Like, yeah, some of us didn't go with tyranny a couple years ago. It's okay. You don't have to stereotype us. Thank you.
No stereotyping, everybody in the live chat.
That's what it was. Where you agree, he's trying to like lump all flat earthers into one way to condemn them and make them look stupid and paint them as whatever. It's called a. You get it, bro. Poisoning the well, the stereotype house.
No worries. Let's carry on. Kango says, Witsit is shown in real time. The curve calculate matches the video of the Earth. Still says no.
You're kidding, Ash. Come on. How else can they learn if they can't participate? No, not with Brenda. No, you can't. That thing is so far gone. It's not even funny. It's just an emotional fucking wreck is what we're dealing with there. And personally, I don't really give a fuck if Brenda thinks the Earth's a globe, flat, a dinosaur's butthole. I don't really give a shit what she or it thinks. I don't, man. You know, they add nothing to the conversation. I mean, I felt like I was beating up a retarded kid when I debated it. You know, I really did. I felt like I was picking on a fucking special ed kid. You know, it's like, holy shit. I can't deal with that thing. Fuck her.
It literally did it. He literally didn't show it. We were supposed to just look at it and say, yeah, it looks close enough. It totally matches. I pointed out all the flaws with that video, and an honest viewer would see that. But Kingo is, I wouldn't really classify him as that. So let's move on.
All right. John Smith asks, Effie or Globe all agree that, once again, off topic, but he says that Gaza is a tragedy, right? I mean, you know, depending on how you feel about that, maybe we would have.
She's right now going, I'm so mad. I'm going to molest my dog. Get your lipstick out, Spido.
A debate, but
America must bow to Israel, man. Come on.
Okay. Enlightenment took some. Sorry, John Smith. We don't have. It's not very on topic. Globe had me laughing hard when he said, when he called your words word salad. I have a high school education. I can understand everything Witsit was saying. Globe side was sad. Did you want to say anything to Enlightenment, Globie?
What's his name?
His name's Enlightenment Tucson. It's
Lightning
calling you.
Tucson. Okay. Sure. He's free to come on and go live with me and explain in his own terms what Witsit was talking about. I'd love to hear it.
You got it.
Or you could just actually learn what the words that Witsit said, and next time you won't look like a fucking retard.
Yeah, we just did the same thing as well of like deferring responsibility for dealing with the situation right then. He's like, oh yeah, I'd love a scenario in the future where this guy could like explain that to me. He's like, no, man, the guy's challenged you and you've got no comeback. You're just like, he's just got these like smarmy like replies, but he's not saying anything.
Yeah. Just filler
Yeah, filler
words.
man. Yeah.
Filler words, filler buster. Basically. Yeah, what a bunch of shit. He's definitely outleagued. He needs to, I think, catch up, because I'm seeing some really 2017 shit coming out of his face. It's been addressed, debunked. This is why he gets smacked down so hard. It's like I don't understand how he could be so far behind. Well, maybe it's because they can't progress. That's all they have left. Is they've run the gambit of all their old arguments. Everything has been explained. Now they have nothing. And so they grasp. They go, oh, you're just saying word salad. What?
Mr. B, and also,
it's empty.
if you want to grab some more, you go for it, Globie.
Right.
But yeah, if you want to interact with either of our speakers, they will be linked in our live description. Just to remind everybody, if you're loving what you're hearing from either of them, hit them up. Mr. B asks, Witsit, can you please provide the math formula for celestial navigation to find your position on the flat Earth that you claimed you have?
Yeah, it's over here in some other folder, but it's just it's a logarithmic relationship. It's the same thing. It's 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. It would begin to be logarithmic under 15 degrees. And your model basically says don't pull any angle measurements under 15 degrees when you do celestial navigation because they're unreliable, and don't do them over 70. So you picked out the portion that would be linear, even if it was logarithmic. So if you just take that R value, so the actual angle is down to the center of a sphere for you, right? But for us, it would not be that way. It would be out to the edge of where you're seeing relative to direction. So it's just inverted, only not a linear relationship. It's logarithmic. And every single globe earther that loves celestial navigation and all the math all immediately conceded that the math works perfectly on a plane Earth.
So have you not submitted to Toon's challenge?
Because his is just about a map, right? So like he knows that obviously if the Earth's flat, we don't know exactly what the South is like. And so he's not actually trying to see if you can explain the relationship of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, because that's been submitted to him. He just wants to use a trick about asking out a point in the South and saying you can't use a globe map. And literally, I mean, longitude was created for the globe, and then there was a patent that you have to use that system to make maps. So it's just a stupid, dishonest.
I think that's the point, though, isn't it? It's kind of
just a dishonest bet.
All right, let's carry on. November says, Austin, you easily crushed this guy. Flat Earth gets the win.
Yeah, November was on here last night in our chat. Might be with us tonight. I don't know. Did I see him? I might have. Oh, let's see. What's that? Brennan Timmy fell down the well. What do you mean? What do you mean that you reminded him that it puts the lotion on its skin? Oh my God. You guys, holy shit. I sit here cracking up and I'd be thinking about fucking comments and shit I saw in the chat hours later, and all of a sudden I just chuckle. It's like you guys are on fire, man. You guys are on fire sometimes. I mean, I'm sitting here just now thinking about the irony of a man in a dress telling me that I'm an immoral person. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Come on, man. You got to be shitting me. Really?
Yeah, you're immoral because you went against the NASA god, man. You the blasphemous of claiming that their stuff isn't true, man.
Right. I'm immoral because I
science with a big S, man. It's a
A big
big
hissing
big
like
thing,
the
yeah.
snake.
That's the one.
Oh my God, that dude put Joe Dirt down in the hole. Oh no, Joe Dirt's down in the well. Brandy, you want to go down and get Timmy out of the well? You want to go get Joe Cool out of the well? What? You're not even going to wake up? Her hero days are behind her. She's more of a I'm going to relax, I'm retired type of thing going on. But Joe Dirt, don't church it up, son. No shit, right? No shit. So this is beautiful. This has been a good stream. We've had a couple good nights.
He's given you a compliment there, so we do appreciate
a question.
It's not a question, but you know, at least it's somebody that's not saying anything rude. That's always nice.
Thank you, man. Much love.
Yep. Let's.
Well, wait a second. Here's something, Daniel, that I need to consider. Both her and McToon are in Minnesota. I've never seen them both at the same time. Just saying. No, I think it's kind of weird that I've never seen Brenda and McToon at the same time. Just could Brenda and McToon be the same one, the same person? Is it possible? Absolutely it is. Am I saying that's what's going on? No, I wouldn't make an accusation. I'm just pointing out the possibilities, you know?
Man, if it is, that's the trippiest thing ever.
It is. And definitely worth exploring. So Push Button 62 says, wow, Dave. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, I just ain't never seen them in the same room together. You know, that's kind of weird.
Let's carry on here. We always appreciate people that just hang out to say nice things. Let's see. Coconut Cream Pie asks, where's Nathan Thompson? Not here tonight. We got the one and only Austin Witsit. So we're having a lot of fun. November says, invokes ring laser gyro, has to Google it. And so they're making commentary on the fact that you were Googling things. Do you have anything to say about that there?
Sure. If you were intellectually honest, you'd have seen that I Googled a picture so I could show what I was talking about while I was talking about it. Or you can be a lying flurf and pretend like I was trying to Google what it meant.
No, I agree. He just looked up a picture, which is why he butchered how it works.
I think
correct me then. How come you didn't correct me when I talked about it?
Because it was close enough for me to point out my.
But you said I butchered it, so I got it completely wrong.
You did a little. You did a little
Tell
bit.
me how I got it
It's
butchered.
all good. It's all about the interface.
You can't say I butchered it and then just move on.
I can actually. Let's just move on. I mean, you did okay.
Okay. All right.
So butchered it may be a bit.
Well, you get the last.
It was very lacking of substantive specificity.
Well, let's be fair. This is for Globie. So last word if you have any.
Last word.
I think it's okay. Last word. All right, you're good. I was gonna say I think it's totally fair to Google things. You know, sometimes I don't know how to pronounce things. I gotta look that up just to know if I'm saying things properly.
Bouw vermogen op. Door 4,2% rente te verdienen op je euro's. Nu kan het. Met Trading 212.
Yeah.
Nobody
I got you. I'm on here, brother.
Who's using a VPN? This guy.
Nobody can know everything, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, of course. But
I think it's a humble thing. So
the problem would be when you read it off Google Live as if you're now stating it as a fact. You're teaching everyone that you didn't know, right? That would be the problem.
Oh, I agree. Which not what I did, but
I'm not saying you did that. I'm just saying that would be the problem.
Excuse me, sorry. Enlightenment
last word.
Toxins Winston, do you have a good analogy for the globe side of how powerful 10 to the negative 17 TOR sitting next to Earth's 14.7 psi? They never understand this.
A good analogy? No, not on the spot. I mean, the air would violently fill the available space. I mean, like even with a normal vacuum, if you put a soda in a vacuum chamber that's way weaker than that, it's gonna just like explode. It's obviously gonna be violent to fill the available space. So they have to invoke that gravity as a container and just kind of beg the question. So I don't know. They don't understand it. You're right. They say that it's gradient as if that somehow means anything, which is change in pressure, delta X. You still need the antecedent for the pressure. And where does it continue on forever? Where does it stop? Okay, why doesn't it fill the available space? They don't understand it, I don't think, but yeah,
No, it's
just think about a
understood that-
soda. Think about a soda in.
What's the pressure differential between a soda and the vacuum chamber?
I don't know.
I do.
Soda
I have
can
it
is like
wrote down,
30
bro.
PS.
I do. I have it wrote down. So if you want to know what a soda can's pressure is, okay, I have this. Just a second. I know because I wrote this down. I got asked this before, so I went and found out. I didn't commit it to memory, so I just wrote it down. And I wrote it in my little Wait, maybe it's not. This isn't the right notebook. It might be in my other notebook. Anyway, oh yeah. Wait a second. Here. So it's got to be close by here. Glen Research Facility. Boom. Oh, maybe it is in my other notebook, but I did write it down. And then all you have to do is, it does rely on pressure. It does rely on pressure, I'm sorry, temperature as well.
You can't just Google it, no?
Yeah, it could, but I've got so many.
I mean, I could.
Yeah, it's just what's the PSI of a soda can, 12-ounce soda. I had it wrote down. I'm trying to figure out where I did with my other notebook.
It's pounds per inch. 1 pound per inch equals 6,894 Pascal.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means. How much?
I think. In there again, it's at.
10. The aerosol can is typically 10 bar, 145 Pascal. PSI, 145 PSI. The maximum pressure for an aerosol can, that though.
I'm trying to remember. It seems like I can see the thing in my head. I know exactly it's on the right-hand page at the top, and I'm trying to remember what the numbers were on it. Let me play this just a little bit. I think the notebook's in the other room.
PSI or something like that.
Okay.
So now you have 30 PSI next to, 0, say it's not 0, but
What's 14.7 PSI next to a vacuum? What's it going to do?
but it's not 14 PSI next to 0.
It would be
straw man. That's the straw man that you guys destroy, which is fine. You can destroy that all you want because it's not what's happening.
Last 5
It would be
seconds to Witsit.
It would be unless you had a container that was actually giving
Gravity's
you
the
the
container.
finite volume to then fill out and get a gradient.
Robert Polisher says, I hope Globie drops his green screen to show off his super cool custom light setup, space, and Legos collection.
Okay, so at 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever that is in Celsius. Oh, okay. 120 kPa at 4 degrees Celsius, which is the same as 17.4 psi at 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 250 kPa at 20 degrees Celsius, which is the same as 36.3 pounds per square inch at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's your range of pressure due to of a 12-ounce soda can and at the different pressures. So you can see that when it's warmer, you actually get a higher PSI, almost by twice as much, a little more than twice as much by doubling the, well, not even doubling the temperature, only going from actually only going up 29 degrees. Is that all we're going up? Yeah, between 39.2 and 68 degrees Fahrenheit, or 4 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius is a difference of almost twice as much. So that plays a big role in it as well. But so I wish you would have asked me that. I need to keep my notebook in here and not in the other room. Anyway, does that make any sense to you, Anson?
Yeah, I'm getting there, man. bit by bit.
So it almost goes up twice as much with warmer temperature, right? So cold soda doesn't have as much of the pressure in it as it does when it's warm, which makes sense, right? Because the expansion due to heat, contraction due to cold. So absolutely.
So on a really hot day in a hot country, and you opened a can, it'd be more explosive, probably.
Right. Yep.
Oh man, like what's wrong
You
with
hope?
having a Legos collection? Like,
Is that a true question, or is he trying to be a little smart guy about it?
I think it's just
I think
being
he's
funny.
on the
I think it's being
trolling.
funny. But you know what?
Am I freezing? I think I'm totally freezing.
Yeah,
You are freezing. I was gonna say, you know, I hide my background often enough, but there's my Hendrix worship corner there. You know,
Dude, I'm gonna leave and come
every
back.
guitar
I'm gonna
player
leave
has
and
to
come
have
back.
one. You know, it's a good time to leave and come back because we had a bit of a sidetrack question, and that's fine. See, look at that. You
Well,
guys get to
I
see
feel
the
like-
whole screen, so I have to do it that
Are
way.
they actually
Now I got to
gonna
go
show
up
their
and put up my
fucking
background
logo?
again. See, but
Come
yeah,
on, bro.
Like
Get
I
back
gotta
to
show
the
it now.
fucking show.
yeah. I was gonna say we had the moment where we asked what we were drinking, you know, where we at, you know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? Come on. You've got an entire room dedicated to this nonsense? Are you fucking shitting me, man? Blueprints, like that's actually a blueprint? Something? What in the fuck is this guy got? What a lunatic.
Everything's mirrored, so I'm all screwed up trying to show it. But there's the shuttle, the Hubble. Right? Like,
Ooh, it's got LED
those
lights
guys,
in it and shit.
and then the ISS. I'm working on the Saturn V right now over here.
Nice.
So,
hey, you weren't? Wasn't it you who said earlier you weren't kidding?
Hopefully, Austin.
What was it?
I said you weren't kidding earlier when you said it's their childhood when they went to this teacher. You know, my eager mother served us 9 pizzas, and they can recite it. It's their childhood. You're thinking, man, that's a good. You called it, man. That's a good psychological breakdown.
Listen, this whole thinking is designed to keep your thinking stunted. It produces childlike thinking. And this is why when you get into it with one of these guys into a debate, they really quickly devolve down to the mental age that they were at when this shit took hold. They really do. I've had him actually use the "I know you are, but what am I?" response. I literally have. This is no shit. And it's usually you can see, so you were about 9 when this really took hold. I see. You know, I mean, you can pinpoint the shit just based on the mental maturity that they devolve to in just a few exchanges. Right? Just a very few exchanges.
Yeah, because otherwise we should all have like shrines in parts of our houses to all our like flat earth like obsession, to go there so we can reinforce our belief, you know, and look at all this imagery.
Yeah.
But we don't, because we know that we don't need that, because it's like we've got the facts.
Right. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. I dig a good sci-fi show, right? I love that shit. And I chuckle, you know, because I'm listening. I'm like, listen, there's no air, man. How are they hearing explosions and shit? How are they standing on the bridge? You know, I'm picking the shit apart, but I'll go with it. Hell, I've watched the Narnia movie. I know that shit doesn't exist, but it was entertaining nevertheless. You know, so once you realize you're being hypnotized, you can't be hypnotized. That's the beauty of it. And for all of you detractors that go, oh, you just smoke bongs and this, that, and the other. It's like, let me tell you something about that. They found out that it's extremely difficult to hypnotize a marijuana user. That ain't no shit. It's more difficult for a hypnotist to put a marijuana user into a trance than a non-marijuana user. So I don't know, say what you want to about that, but I just had somebody on Facebook. You remember our friend Martin from Facebook that came on, the guy with the neck and his head were the same size? He just kind of looked like a thumb coming up out of his neck hole of his shirt. he reared his head up on Facebook today, and I told him, I says, well, go ahead and come on. I says, because I hit him up with that how much does the air weigh question, right? And he didn't like that. And I said, well, come on the show. We can discuss it tonight. I'll be on there. He said, I'm not coming on your bong smoking show, blah, 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 blah. Everything about science is why you have the technology to have this conversation. And I'm like, the earth being a fucking globe spinning around in space is why I have a cell phone? Are you fucking stupid? What are you talking about? Yes, I agree. Science is a wonderful thing. We invoke science all the time. We use science. We use the scientific method. Why are these people that scream science get mad when you ask them to tell you the science behind their conclusion? Because they know there was no science involved. It was philosophy, theories treated as facts. Then taking these theories that you've ascribed as a fact and putting it onto other objects that you have no idea anything about so that it'll fit your fantasy. You know, you might as well be playing fucking Dungeons and Dragons, you know. I knock your gravity down with a +4 elfin sword. You know, god damn, man.
Yeah, I know, but you're the immature one for like smoking some weed. Even though half the reason why we got to smoke so much is to put up with all the craziness and all the denial and everything. Like maybe if these guys would like, you know, start telling the truth and, you know, whatever, we wouldn't have to kind of, you know.
Well, it's like listen, I do it because I enjoy it.
Yeah, I would anyway, but sometimes it's like the medicinal aspect of it. It's like, you know,
and maybe they'll unclench their butt and smoke one with me. You know, they always wanting to divide, so much so that same guy with the toe head told me, well, what are your flat earth physics? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is flat earth physics? Physics is physics. It doesn't, we don't just, oh, well, physics completely change because the earth's not a globe. The only thing the only thing about physics that is in contention is the existence of gravity. And if you're tired of us questioning it, fucking prove it, shit, man. You know,
it's all just about playing the team. It's all about us and them, the flat earthers, their flat earth physics, their flat earth whatever, rather than seeing like the science for, you know, just purely for what it is. You know, forget who we are, where we come from. Let's just get with the program, you know. But nah, they want to play the psychological games, man.
Yep. And always wanting to act like the fucking victim when it's all said and done. Like Brenda, right? How you come in here acting like an asshole, and when somebody fucking hits you back with your own medicine, you act like you're a victim.
Passive aggressive, man.
Yeah, man. Fuck these.
It's like that's what you do. It'd be like really like, oh yeah, victim, but given an inch, she'll strike like a cobra.
Yeah.
It's like so like that other guy earlier where it was just like he just couldn't contain himself, like he had to let that anger out, man. And that's all it's about. You could tell that he'd been nurturing that like for the last, you know, hour, and he came on the panel to have a go at you personally and express that. He didn't come on to make a proper point.
No, look back here in the private chat, look at this shit. Stop spreading misinformation. It's not displacement, it's gravity. Stop spreading misinformation. What the fuck are you talking about? If you've got something viable to replace what I said with, other than using some word, you know, anybody can say gravity. You can say gravity a whole bunch of times. We could change that to say elf farts. Elf farts. We have just as much evidence of elf farts as we do gravity.
Besides which, it is your right to spread disinformation or any information, whatever comes out your mouth, it's other people's decision then to either listen or take you seriously or do what they want.
Right.
And this is going back to this thing of they want to control your very thoughts and words into their like weird like agenda, man. And like as soon as you start thinking outside the box, you're like, you know, it's like a criminal act almost.
One thing I found out is that we have a different understanding of what it means to substantiate something with evidence. What constitutes evidence? They substitute actual science, you know, isolating a cause and an effect with prediction. You'll hear that a lot. We have a model that predicts what will happen in the real world. That's their quote unquote evidence. Yeah, but how did you isolate for the cause? It could have been something else. It could have been something non-correlative that caused that effect. How did you isolate for it? And those are the questions that they tend to go away with. What does it mean to substantiate something in science? Science is a method. You gotta abide by the method.
That's exactly right, man. And this is what I tried to get through to the PhD guy that was here last night. I was like, wait a minute, man. Do you understand how the scientific method actually works, right? Because he kept going on about, well, can you predict things? I said, we're not the Psychic Friends fucking network, man. Okay? You must be looking for Dionne Warwick, man. Because what are you talking about? Predictions of what? And what you're calling predictions are post-dictions. Like, I predicted in 2 days that it's going to be Sunday, right? Because it's Friday right now, right? So 2 days from now will be Sunday. How about that? I mean, what the fuck? Is that a prediction or is that a post-diction? We know that because it's in a cycle. It's just a post-diction. It's not a prediction. And they want to, you know, I guess it comes, I think this idea of predicting or telling the future or some shit like that is born from the alchemy involved behind the globe belief. Because let's look at it for real. Copernicus was an alchemist. So was Newton. And guess what? They were obsessed with Hermes. They were obsessed with the emerald tablets of Thoth. Right? The Pythagorean cult.
Yeah, because they all went to these same institutions where they were initiated into these very particular skills and sciences, often like to do with manipulation, all this Machiavellian stuff. You know, they'll come out of there knowing exactly how to control groups of people and also being indoctrinated into believing that they have the right to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's coming from that's where you know, and these people admit to attaching themselves to particular organizations. You know, they're proud of it. Yeah, we're the Jesuit school from however, you know, wherever. You know, we don't let other people in, and people are just like, oh yeah, it must be because they're so brilliant, and let them just get on with it. You know, it's like, nah, man.
It's nothing to do with that. It's a club, bro. Yeah, these fucking people, they're pretty bad. They really are. Does Witsit come back? Yeah, he does, I guess, right about here. All right, cool.
And it makes his way back shortly because we have quite a few more super chats to go.
Words are hard.
Let's just see what everybody's saying in the live chat there. I better fix my background too. But let's see.
Come on, guys.
Just check the live chat. Make sure you guys are all just hanging out and having a good time, behaving yourselves. Oh yeah.
Oh, come on, man. I don't want to hear that.
I could hold it the whole debate. I swear. She's so pretty. All right. Austin, you made your way back. Glad you're back here up and running. Everything's good to go. So let's get back to our main screen. Now that we showed off all our backgrounds and let everybody know that we are existing in the real world. We're here in the real space. Oh, and Austin is now not. He is gone. All right.
I was in my spaceship, bro. That was real.
Yeah. No, you take it off there. Go. All right, let's say here. Mr. B, we read that one. All right, now we've got a little bit sidetracked. James GP, Glober, in the video you showed off the rocket launch. You said camera doesn't curve lines. The video showed the launch frame had a slight curve. Why?
Because that camera was on the frame of the rocket, the launch pad, looking down at the rocket. That was a different camera altogether. And yes, that was probably a wide angle camera, but the camera going up on the rocket was not.
How many fucking cameras they got on this thing? That's what I wonder. Got any cameras that will record the fucking thing blowing up when it's up there? Got anything like that? Got anything sending back real-time images? Well, you claim to. So how come we never get to see the explosion that happens, man? Fuck.
So yeah, two different cameras. That's why.
All right. Well, let us carry on. I was trying to fix my camera there, so I can behave myself. Let's see here. We got moderator Globeface. Your cup was empty at halftime. LOL. Hey, my cup has always got a little refill here next to it if I ever so need to.
A bunch of goddamn alcoholics.
My wife was awake for. Sorry,
it's still empty.
I was to say, you are welcome to take a second. It's fine. All right. So Globie from Mean Joe says, how do you explain the sun fading away at sunset? Go ahead and say it never happens.
The sun it doesn't fade away at sunset. There's clear video with a solar filter of the sun setting behind the horizon. This is how we all see sunsets. Every human being sees a sunset going down. Now the excuses, there's, all the excuses that we make for why it's disappearing bottom up. But then when people like him jump in with the question, we just see a sun fading off into the distance. It blows my mind. That's not how anyone sees a sunset. If there's clouds in the sky, sure, it might.
Oh, my bad. No, that's not that one. Where'd it go? Oh, Facebook. Right. My bad. There we go. What the fuck's going on there, bro? What's going on there? What's that bottom screen down there saying? What's that bottom screen down there saying? We're seeing that bottom frame. What is that? A yellow UFO? Is that what's going on there? Why did it get so dim? What the fuck's going on there, Globie McGlobe face? Huh? Cat got your tongue? What's the matter, brother? Come on.
Man, I could have at least come up with, like, trying to find some lame excuse like, oh yeah, on the bottom one, you're seeing just the very top of the sun as it's disappeared.
Yeah, that thing was showing a gap between the bottom and the horizon.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like because it's reality, there's always something, but you gotta clutch at straws.
Yeah, they do. They do. And every one of and this is great because they keep bringing up these same arguments and they end up completely destroyed to the point where now we have expiration dates on their arguments. It's like we've been saying 2017 call, they want their argument back, catch up. This is a tired ass talking point that they have. It clearly does. There's several videos showing that this does happen. We know that how things work through atmospheric opacity, that different conditions are going to yield different results, different temperatures. I mean, there's a number of factors, but the fact of the matter is we only need to show it fading out a number of times to dispel your idea that it wouldn't change. Also, your claim of the angular size should change and shit too. No, not necessarily. Okay. And we've explained how that works as well. When I went way back across the other room and you saw that the angular size of my hand moving toward you did not change as much because it was already far away from you. So I don't know what these people are expecting to see. Crazy.
Obscure the sun as it's setting, so maybe it makes it appear to disappear, but that's not how a sun sets. On a clear day with a solar filter, you'll never see the sun disappearing off into the distance.
It's literally been filmed with a solar filter disappearing at high altitude.
No, it hasn't.
It literally has.
Yeah.
You talking about the David Weiss video?
Many of them, yeah.
No, they have. There's only been, all right, I've only seen one.
There's like 5.
It was David Weiss.
There's like 5 of them.
And he completely used the post-edit fade out.
Wow.
100%.
So you've actually accusing him of editing the video?
I'm not accusing. He did. It was out.
You saying he did is an accusation. Absolutely, Globie. Back that shit up, brother.
Analyzed by someone. I know.
All right. Let us carry on there, guys.
Yeah.
You can laugh all you want. No one sees
by the way,
like
the
that,
Glober
bro.
argument is that it wasn't a good enough solar filter, dude. Just
I
so
didn't say it wasn't a good enough solar filter. I said he
Saying that's
edited
the
the
actual
film.
Who's going on about peanut butter? I'm a peanut butter freak too, man. And so is my dog, Brandy. She is nuts about only 2 things. That dog has never pestered me for food or table scraps or nothing. I can leave a steak sitting right there. She won't touch it. And unless I give her some. But where she starts salivating from across the room, all I got to do is get out a block of cheese and a knife. And she knows there's going to be cheese. She loves cheese and peanut butter. Fabio's big on the peanut butter too. But man, oh man, we're all like peanut butter nuts around here. Love that shit.
No, all the
I like
videos you
peanut
guys
butter
show
cookies,
of, the sun being zoomed back in and all that never has a solar filter on it.
I got
Except
donut.
that one did.
All right. I saw in the live chat, somebody was concerned I didn't get to their super chat. Don't worry, we're getting there. There's just a lot of questions here. And if I do miss your super chat, just tag Ryan Thymod in the Modern Day Debate live chat there, and I'll make sure that I don't miss your question. So James GP says, Glober, in the video you showed off the rocket launch, you said the camera doesn't curve lines. The video showed the launch frame had a slight curve. Why?
We just read that one.
Oh, gee.
Dude. Holy shit, man. Drink another White Claw, Ryan. Holy God. Fuck. I was like, didn't they just say that? Like the last question before this last one? And boo hiss on you, Angela, for showing me those fucking pictures, because I already know those are those thick ones that are gooey in the middle. I like them. And that was mean. Now I have to go get a donut.
See, this is that finger thing I was telling you about. You say mullet hat when talking flat Earth, small hat when lying. Not sure what that means.
Sure what that means. Is that another?
He called you the J word without using the J word. That's all.
Another comment. Nah, just move on.
Not sure. Benjamin Scott says, Globie, why on July 8th is 99% of the population of the Earth receiving sunlight?
Sunlight.
Probably.
Sunlight? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Deductive reasoning, Ryan. Unlight. I don't know what you mean. You maybe sunlight and the S didn't take, just a guess. Just putting it in context with the rest of the sentence and considering a typo, easy stuff.
Just a typo.
Because 99% of the population lives on one side of the globe.
All right.
Here, I'll just, real quick.
Sure.
And won't take too much.
Yeah, you got some time.
This part of this half of the globe, you look at it like this, is all ocean. And then you can see some of Australia here. The rest of the population is living over here. So yes,
they're still behind the ball.
A little bit more, right? More refraction going on. But you got to understand when they're talking about that, also they're talking about
No, we're not doing
any form of light, not just daytime, right? Dusk, dawn, every type of light.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, Sean 666 asks, why would governments and space agencies around the world spend billions of dollars to perpetuate what you believe is a lie about the Earth being round? Oh, yeah, we did read that one as well. Yeah, I was gonna say that was earlier because I was trying to find one for Witsit.
Yeah, right.
Asked you a few. I'm sorry.
Good.
Benjamin Scott said, I mean,
Good
sunlight. Call. Not sure what you're referring to. Let's see. He just asked, Globie, why on July 8th is 99% of the population on the Earth receiving sunlight? Oh, he was correcting his typo.
Unlight.
I was giving the benefit of the doubt, I was like, is this the dude? Oh no, the Canadian came out that maybe this was something I hadn't heard of.
Chocolate
Tiki
donut,
Tack
man.
asks, the Earth is in the shape of a peanut.
Don't think so.
Okay. That's a declaration of fun
Nuh-uh.
proportions, I'll say. November says Earth is not an oblate spheroid. Globie got crushed. Another declaration. Then Alexander L makes a declaration, says utter destruction of Witsit. Oh my, we got some conflicting people in the live chat, and they're letting it be known. Skidmark McGee puts in.
Was he even watching the same fucking debate I was? Somebody actually thought that Globie destroyed Witsit? Are you fucking kidding me, man?
Because you've already gone in deciding what he was going to say in his opinion.
Yeah. No, that wasn't biased at all. I mean, if you're actually listening to the arguments, it's...
Yeah, and the style of the debate as well. There's no way he could have destroyed Witsit because of his style of debate was so completely, like, laid back. You couldn't even just, you couldn't call it that.
No, I wouldn't even classify it as that, even close to it. I don't think these questions are going to get much better. We might just talk for a little bit. Let me just see if anything good comes.
Why does your evidence begin? Word salad isn't evidence. Where does your evidence begin? Word salad isn't evidence. Your claims and lies are not evidence. So when does your actual evidence begin?
That's all they have. It's like pretty sad. I feel bad for them, honestly, but they can never even give one specific example of word salad. And when they say they do, I just absolutely embarrass them and show that it's just that they don't understand words. And really pretty lame tactic, right? So I provided all kinds of evidence. Much of it was just completely misrepresented. Half time it was you're lying, whatever. I dropped all kinds of evidence, specular reflection.
I know they're constantly with the fucking you're lying. And I'm like, what? Well, listen, this is the bottom line to it. If you got to lie to make a point, and this goes out to what was our Glober friend's name again? What was he? Tom or Bob or whatever the fuck his name was.
Tim, I think.
Tim. That's right, Tim. So I was trying to remember what his fucking name is. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Don't matter.
If you got to lie to make a point.
Huh?
You said something about if you got to lie to make a point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. If you got to lie to make a point, thanks, Xavier. Then you don't have a point. So keep that in mind, Tim. If you have to take somebody's words out of context and clip it in a way that it favors what you want it to be, then you really don't have anything, do you? See, you've reverted back to your programming childhood age. And I feel bad for you, bro.
Your concavity, because you would have diffuse reflection. That proves that the surface of the water is actually flat. And we went on and on and on. Plane survey measurements, line of sight, microwave, high frequency, interferometry measurements at different altitudes changing relative to solar motion and periodicity of the sun and the moon, which proves that it's not the Earth moving. The actual pendulum changing its precession based on eclipses and solar motion and periodicity of the sun and the moon, proving it's... Anyway, you get it. I gave a lot. I gave a lot. You're coping, and then you have to say that I used word salad because it's just some way to try to act like I'm like lying or not saying the truth. You're coping. That's the answer.
Oh, what are you using those big words for? Are you a fag? That's where it's idiocracy. Well, you trying to read that? Are you a fag?
Yeah, or they'll play it the other way and be like, "Oh, you can't say that because you're like, homophobic or something." It doesn't matter which way you play it. It's about making you seem like a bad person. Even though you being a good or bad person doesn't impinge on what we're talking about anyway.
Nope, not a bit. And I'd like to point out, that McToon has a page out called Flat Earthers Are Horrible People. But I'd like to point out that Jeffrey Dahmer was a Glober. And John Wayne Gacy was a Glober. Ted Bundy was a Glober. So it looks like Globers are serial killers. It really does, because, every serial killer that I can think of was a Glober. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, well, think about the government. They're Globers, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They're serial killers, so there you go.
Pol Pot, right? The killing fields of Cambodia, right? Glober. Joseph Stalin, mass murdering dictator of Russia. Glober. Do I have to go on?
And also deep into the space program and all of that side of things. See, that's when you begin to realize that they're all in it together, man.
Yeah.
They're all in it together.
That's right, Franz. Franz says that Mao was a Glober as well. So, yeah, really? We're going to paint people that way? Is that what we're going to do?
Answer.
It's what it is quote mining. It's more than word salad. It's quote mining.
In fact, if you're not careful, believing in this shit will make you tuck your wiener and wear a dress even. I've seen it. I've seen it. So it's nothing to play around with, kids. Just say no to the globe. You can see it's very dangerous. Serial killers and mass murdering homicidal dictators, all Globers, man. Every last one of them. Right?
Giving that much trust away into an organization, it's like, it can't be good for your sense of identity and, all the rest of it. It becomes, it's all about the big boys in lab coats, and it's just weird, man.
They even,
I don't know how else to just.
Yeah. I mean, the stereotype of the scientist. Okay, when I was a kid, the stereotype of the scientist was, of course, you got to figure this was 60s and 70s, and the scientist always had a pipe, and he would puff on it and say things very matter-of-factly, you see, and his lab coat, of course, but he was smoking his pipe. He goes, "Oh yes, I understand," blah 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 blah, and say some shit. And we had this stereotype of an intellectual that was put out. And usually, yes, Anson with that British accent. Always with that. Because it just makes you sound so much. Oh, listen, he says mandatory instead of mandatory. Isn't that something else? It's like, what? Fuck.
My quote mind.
All right.
Quote.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Einstein, because we all know that he believes the Earth was a globe moving around the sun, right? So you're trying to quote mine him to invoke that he somehow admitted that he doesn't know if the Earth's moving.
I never said that. I said he admitted that though he believed it, you can't actually prove it.
But that's what you're insinuating, right?
No,
you're quote mining him to try to pretend like he didn't actually know it was moving.
No, that's a lie.
How's
My whole point is that he's a hostile witness. He's one of the best guys on your side that saved your model to claim it's still moving, and even he had to admit that you can't actually prove it. No measurements on the Earth, no tests on the Earth could ever prove it. So that's not a good one. So if you got another quote mine, I never quote mine. I never cherry pick. I never do any of the stuff you guys said.
Yeah, definitely not.
Give an example of quote mining. You are 0 for 1.
I just did.
Just explain why you're wrong.
That doesn't mean you're right in your explanation.
If I had listen, it would be quote mining if I said, or cherry picking, if I said Einstein thought that the Earth wasn't moving or something. I didn't say that. I said Einstein even had to admit that no optical or terrestrial experiment can actually detect the motion of the Earth, even though he believed that it was moving around the sun. Even Einstein admitted it as a hostile witness. That's not quote mining.
How about searching?
You guys don't know what words mean. Ironic.
How about searching for papers using ChatGPT and sending those links out as if they mean something?
That's another lie. So
it's
what
not
actually?
A lie. We saw it happen.
That's another lie. So what actually happened was I did ask ChatGPT for extra sources once. I couldn't find them. I reached out. This is what actually happened. I emailed Brian. I emailed Bryant Myers and I said, look, I can't find any of these papers. You used to be a professor. Do you have like access to databases? Maybe these are old papers. They got pulled, but you can find them or something. I can't even verify if they're real. Can you help me find them? And then he sent them to McToon. McToon did a video. McToon did a video and claimed that actually I claimed they were real. He just went around claiming they were real and I had read them. And now all the Globers repeat that lie. when actually I just reached out to a professor and said, I can't tell if these are real. It's funny how all the stuff you say about me requires you to lie.
It's funny how'd McToon get them?
We got to move on.
Because Brian Myers forwarded the email to McToon, and then McToon lied.
Oh,
McBrenda. I'm going to start calling him McBrenda because can you prove that McToon and Brenda are not the same person?
And if they are, then this person is a genius, a real genius.
Right. Some kind of a
but not in the realm of like, cosmology or anything, within the realm of like acting and fraud and all the rest of it.
Right.
But then again, maybe that was it. Like they went through the prison and got like the best like con artist who's just like the most skilled dude. They were like, right, he's the man. Like here's we'll get you out. Here's some cash. Just do your thing. And the guy's like brilliant. He can play like 4 different people.
Man, I'll tell you what. There was a television show, and I don't usually like television shows and series and shit like that, but there was one on years back. Called The Pretender.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
You remember that? And it was this dude. I still
it.
remember the character's name was Jared, and he had this genius level IQ to where he could just assume a role, like he could airline pilot, a surgeon, whatever, because he just like study up on it real fast and he'd know, and he already had a wealth of knowledge. And he'd always infiltrate by being these different people and shit, using his intelligence like that, like you're saying, being able to so skilled that you can fit in anywhere, and that's exactly what that guy would do. I love that show. Did you watch it, Anson?
No, but I've heard of it. It's like I do know of it. Yeah. Is that that like late 80s, is it?
Might have been late 80s,
early
90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good TV back in the 90s, man. Actually, I used to watch some good stuff back then.
Oh my God, some of the sitcoms were hilarious too, man. I'm talking like Taxi. Yeah. Oh my God, I can still sit and watch Taxi and laugh my ass off because that show, the characters were just perfect. They were just perfect.
And you know what as well, the old TV picture and like the pixelation, that was better as well.
Yeah.
I don't even rate the new types of picture anymore. Like when they said that they upgraded everything, like in whatever 2005, and we now have better pictures, I preferred that slight graininess of the old films and TV programs.
Well, here's what scared me about it in the first place, right? Was because you mean to tell me here we are, massive debt, budget problems, all this other shit, right? Problems geopolitically. And out of all of that, they made a huge effort because they care about our television viewing quality. Just like they care about our teeth, right?
And not only that, when they bring a new product out, you have to go over to that product and start using it, because they won't even be stocking the old stuff, the Walkmans, the old style TVs, the video players. All as soon as they switched over to DVD, within like half a year or something, they just removed all the video sections, and it was just straight into DVD.
Right. Well, and this is where you got with it, right? So they went from, they said, oh, we care so much. And people are like, well, what's that mean? How am I going to be able to watch my TV? Oh, have no fear. We'll send you a certificate to where you can go and get yourself a converter box. Yes, that's right. We're going to give you a converter box. Now think about what that cost to give everybody this converter, because they care so much about your television viewing quality that having 4K HD is really important above all else, that we're going to go through this massive program to switch over and make sure that you get that digital signal. We're going to make sure that you get that digital signal. And don't worry, in about a year or so, the fucking flat screen digital TVs are going to be so goddamn cheap that Billy Bob in his single wide trailer with the porch falling off of it, has a brand new 75-inch 4K TV that he got himself down at Walmart. So they made it sure that everybody got one of these. Same thing with the fucking smartphones. Oh, can't afford a phone? Here, the government will give you one. The Obama phone, because we care about you. No, it isn't. It's because you want everybody chipped and tracked, man. That's it.
Yeah, and initially, when mobile phones became more popular, as well as laptops, you weren't even allowed to bring any devices into school or whatever, and definitely not into the classroom. There's always been standards, and then suddenly everyone forgot about that. And before you know it, they're almost encouraging everyone to be on all their devices in school, you know?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I remember when pocket calculators first came out. Pocket calculators. And I was just a kid, and I remember seeing them in a Kmart store in the jewelry case. And the pocket calculator was about just a little bit smaller than the average paperback book. And it was pretty basic. It was pretty basic, but it was cool because it had square root. You could use that button and everything. So it was pretty cool. I remember looking at my dad and I said, watch, they'll get that down to a point where you'll be able to have it on your watch. Right. And of course they did. Well, my dad, always loving gadgets. He's like me. I'm a gadget freak too. He bought one. And so I begged and pleaded with him to let me take it to school for show and tell. And he knew I'd be very careful with it. But I had to leave it with the teacher until show and tell time because they just said, no, we were afraid you might use that to do your math. Now these kids, that's how they're doing it. They don't have any idea how they've gotten to the conclusions that they worked out. They didn't work it out. A computer did it for them. So if you're out of batteries, you're fucked. There you go. And yeah, you weren't allowed to. Now that's all it is. And they care so much about you. They want to make sure you have a cell phone. And they care so much about you that they want to make sure your teeth don't decay. But they don't give a shit if you're living in a Maytag refrigerator box in an alley someplace, freezing your dick off trying to survive. No, that doesn't matter. No, as long as you got healthy teeth and TV, you're good to go. That's all you need, man. And some gummet cheese.
That's what I was saying. That was what I was saying with there's no need to worry about fake nukes. You have an EMP and the power goes out in these cities, you give it about a week or so before these people with no survival skills start eating each other.
You know, I'm gonna do like I do about nukes as far as EMPs are concerned. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit, and I'll tell you why.
Cool, let me know, bro.
Why ain't nobody used one? Same reason with nukes. Okay, when I was coming up, I remember in the 80s, early 80s, might have been even the late 70s. This kid, for his science fair project, he was a high school kid, built a fully functional nuclear bomb. The only thing missing was the plutonium because it's a highly regulated material. And everybody flipped shit. They lost their minds. My God, if a high school student can create a nuclear bomb, well, any of our enemies could do that on a small scale. We'll zoom up about 15, 20 years. We got Colin Powell scaring the shit out of everybody with an empty vial, talking about yellow cake uranium that's for sale on the black market in Iraq, right? And all these countries that hate us for our freedom and everything. And you mean to tell me not one of these motherfuckers built a small bomb and placed it somewhere to go off? Nowhere, not in the United States, not in any other countries, nowhere. Nowhere have they done this. Why? Because they're not real. So they've been scaring the shit out of us about EMPs going to knock out the grid, and an EMP will knock out all this shit for about 30 years now. Nobody's used one, but they still worried about it. And I'm calling bullshit on it. Because if it was real, somebody would have used it by now.
Yeah, that's some fair points, brother. And hey, if they shut off the power manually, and they'll just say it's an EMP. That's another mind screw that they'll guess the public.
Yep. Just 9/11, the electric grid. Oh, it was an EMP. Well, yeah, sure it was. Where did it come from? Oh, well, look, our satellite image shows, and they'll show you some CGI bullshit. You know, I mean, if people haven't figured out now that everything they're told is a goddamn lie, then I don't know how to help them. I really don't. I mean, you have to go from that right there. The only thing you actually know is real is what you can verify for yourself. I mean, I'm even looking at history, and I'm a fond student of history. But I have to go with Voltaire when he said, of course, now Voltaire was a little bit of a nihilist, but he said history would be a wonderful thing if only it were true. And just even in the word, it's his story. Doesn't mean that it's our story. He who wins the war, the victor writes the outcome, right?
Toon lied.
I just specifically stated what happened.
All right, let's move on, guys. I think we've
called slander, by the way. And when you call me a grifter in a comment, it's also slander.
Yeah, I think we've gotten as much out of that one, Skidmark McGee. So let's try to carry on before
that's all they fucking got.
Alexander L. Let's see.
I mean, I'm serious. That's all they got is insults, mockery. Like, how many times did that guy come on? You guys are just stupid. You're stupid. You're a moron. And I'm like, well, what was moronic about that? Did what I say not true? Can you dispel it? No, I'm just going to sit here and say you're stupid. Okay, well, that's a fair point, I guess.
That's kind of just an ad hom, so we're going to move on from there. Sorry, Alexander, but thank you so much for your support. It's not very productive. Mr. Lollipad says, Witsit, can you explain celestial navigation? Thanks for your first super chat.
Yes, again. So on the globe Earth, right, they say that the stars look like they're dropping in the sky, just like perspective does to, say, streetlights or the hallway. But that it isn't because of perspective. It's because the stars are so far away that perspective doesn't make them change. It's because the Earth is curving. And since there's a celestial sphere around a curved Earth, and there's a linear relationship, a 1-to-1 relationship. So 60 or 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. That the stars will change, right? They'll displace 1 degree every 60 nautical miles you go across the Earth because the Earth is curving at that rate. Okay. But the flat Earth would just be actually perspective does make the stars go down just like we see them. It isn't the one exception in the universe where perspective all of a sudden stops working. And then you would have the same relationship, only it would be logarithmic over a plane surface with a visual limit as equidistant.
All right. Mr. Kaija suggests that we don't use words, that we use Muppets or puppets instead. It's more effective.
Yeah, you're just using words, bro.
That would be fun though if we animated a debate. You know, we can do it with AI at this point and other auto video filters, but let's just not. All right. So LJ says. Oh, we read that one. We're actually getting near the end. Look at that. Michael Colangelo says, Globers think Witsit is just a good debater. This is true, though the truth defends itself. So he's
let's go.
Thanks to you, Witsit.
Well, it's just that the truth is easy to defend.
Let's see here. Witsit debating a McToon on celestial navigation from Alexander.
Maybe my friend wanted to debate him specifically. He's got beef with him, I guess. That's why I asked McToon.
We got the beef.
McToon's just obsessed with me. He wants clicks. That's why I normally don't engage with them.
We got the beef, but let's not take the tea. All right. Yes, I have bed bugs. Asks. What a thing to make me say live. Witsit Witsit gets it, my precious. I think they're just being rude. But that's their first super chat, so we'll just.
I don't care.
I don't know what they were looking for. Rudolfo Garcia. I have to work on my Gollum impression now. Look at that. Do you have midnight sun in the flat Earth model? It looks like you have nights every day in your model. Do you deny midnight sun in the South Hemisphere?
Yeah, I don't agree with that claim because I know people that. Even one that worked for NASA was stationed there for 6 months. Said you do not see the sun in the sky for 24 hours.
Liar.
Right? Now you claim to have one video or whatever. You said that you could debunk all of them. Well, one of the most famous ones that got millions of views on YouTube, they ended up coming out and admitting it was Doctor because it was so blatantly the end was chopped on, the end was added to the beginning, and they admitted that they did it after we called them out. That's a fact. So I know people that have been there. They say you don't see the sun for 24 hours, you see light, and it includes a former NASA employee that was stationed there for 6 months. So I certainly don't deny it in the north, and I would have to have verifiable evidence. I'm trying to go to Antarctica myself next December, and I will see what happens. And then when I don't see it, you guys will all make excuses for it. I mean, we know how it goes.
It's hard to listen to the lies like that, man. And if you're not lying, I feel bad, but
I'm sorry, Globie. That one was for him, and we'll.
No, those are all facts.
sorry.
Those are all facts.
No shit, man. Oh, those are lies. We're so used to living in lies that that's what we're going to say everybody else is doing. This guy's pitiful. I don't think this is going to go any much further than where it has. Bottom line, Witsit wins, I would have to say. If I was on the fence, and I'm truly not being biased, if I were on the fence and I listened to that debate, Globie did not convince me. He did not. I would have to lean toward a flat earth based on the information that was given, the explanations that were given. I don't know, man. What do you think, Anson?
Yeah, I'd say almost purposefully weak arguments, allowing Witsit to just do like long teaching sessions and minimizing damage. But yeah, got some good information out there. So yeah, and that's the thing. He's like, he packs it in there, and we saw the diagrams, and so yeah, it's cool, man. It's good. It's been it's good.
I'll tell you what I learned out of this.
Yeah.
That I thought was really quite extraordinary, and I'm going to get some more information and simplify it a little bit. But when he showed that the mathematics for our visual resolution happens to be exactly the same for the curving of the Earth, man, and it's like, yes, that's what I'm saying. That they've hijacked human perspective and transposed it onto the surface.
Man. That's just that is just another level of evidence. It's like, this is what I mean, man. And like the emergency landings, it's where the evidence is so strong that it could only happen in a 1 in a million chance. That is like what I'd call pinpoint source material.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
you can't argue with that.
What's that coincidence of the 400 times bigger and 400 times further away? That's why the moon and the sun look like they're the same size. Look at there. What do you got? I'm looking up at your ceiling, Anson, and I see a globe, a ball up there. Is your floor a ball? It must be, because that thing on your ceiling is a ball.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. That's your way of looking at the world, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense. If your lights are round, your floor should be round too, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, well, I'll go along to get along, man.
Man, I mean, I mean, can you imagine that? That's what you think. You look up into the sky and see something and go, "Oh, I must be that too."
I mean, but that's the thing. You don't even see like what they're claiming you see, because they claim the crazy orbs. Well, I see circles of like radiating energy.
Yep.
Like it's nothing. I don't see anything globular up there, man.
Right. I mean, and sometimes now with the better optics, we're seeing that some of them are almost like octagonal, or hexagonal. And there seems to be like a cymatic pattern to their pulsing. When you look at the intricate details, it's all I can say is it reminds me of like cymatic patterns. Yeah. And, so balls of terra firma, no, I don't believe so. I'm sorry. It just doesn't compute. And you can wish that and enhance all you want to. It's not going to make it so, and when it comes down to it, this is just a huge belief system. So I'm just about at 5.5 hours. I think that's probably good enough for tonight. I actually had trouble going to sleep after I got off last night. I was still keyed up, man. Took me about 2 hours. It was daylight by the time I went to sleep. Crazy. And then I was back up like about 5 hours later. So I'll probably sleep pretty good here when I get off of here. Did you want to add anything before we get off here tonight, Anson? No, nothing. Xavier, how about
No,
you?
thank you. No.
No, I think, and one of the things that Witsit excels at, and something that we should take. I know you already know this, but the receipts, right? The hijacking of perspective to implant on a globe model that holds weight when people have receipts and they see the math works out. The kinematic equations that we say can be implemented with acceleration without the gravity that holds weight, and when people see that, that holds more weight than just saying that there's no proof for the globe, because we know there's no proof for the globe, but explaining it with receipts from their own paradigm, with their own science and the lack of science that they have, that's just something that we got to keep in mind when we're approaching these conversations.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing too is, like, they're always trying to, and this is the tactic, because we know the claim is that of a globe, but then they always want to prove you that my claim is wrong. Well, no, that's not how this works. Okay. I don't have to prove your claim wrong. You have to prove it correct. I observe 11 level stationary plane. Okay. I don't see that I'm on a ball, that I'm rotating. I feel no movement. Okay. Water at rest is level. And you're claiming that it's not. All right. That requires proof. So when I say even that the Earth is a level stationary topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system, I can comfortably say contained, because physics dictates that you cannot have a gas pressure without containment. Now, do I know its shape, what material it is, or how big it is, or how high it is? No, I don't know any of that. I don't need to know any of that. No more than I have to know where the cow was raised from the steak that I'm eating to know that that came from a cow. I don't have to know the field that it grew up in. I don't need to know the farmer who raised it. I don't even need to know the fucking butcher that made the steak from the meat. I know that it came from a cow because it's steak. So just like that, I know that we are contained because you cannot have gas pressure without containment. There it is.
Mind blown. Last thing I'll say is that what you're talking about now is something I try to implement. For those of you who are on Twitter, I'm on Mr. Xavier _ change the letter E into a number 3. And I try to implement a logical approach to it, because they all have fallacies, right? And you're talking about a necessary antecedent. Pressure necessitates something being pressed upon. You can't deny that. You could start making up pressure, something presses upon itself, which is a non-starter, but you can't deny the necessary antecedent. Just like light, if a wave is something that's propagating, then that's something that you got to consider what the nature of light is. Is it a particle? Is it a wave in a particle duality? Just things that can't logically make sense. Something that's singular and plural. It's a particle and a wave at the same time. It just doesn't work. So understand, like Witsit always talks about, if you can find a logical fallacy, everything else is easy. It's just a matter of research of how it fails. But you already know it fails if there's a logical fallacy.
What'd you say your Twitter thing is?
Mr. Xavier _ change the letter E into a number 3. Mr. Xavier _ change the letter E into a number 3.
Okay. And then there's an underscore after. I put it between.
Yeah, it's all one word.
All right.
I think I might be following you. I'm not sure if you got banned, but I know it's hard to keep up on Twitter. You just got to be clever how you word.
There you are. Oh, I'm already following you, man.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm
sometimes
I'm Devers 18, 14, 15.
Sweet. Yeah, sometimes I'm on the a panel on Flat Earth Fridays. Hashtag Flat Earth Fridays, Proud and Sacred, that hosts the space every Fridays and engages in these debates, and they have receipts. You know what I mean? Receipts are paramount to these conversations, and that's what we get people going. When you bring out the papers, when you bring out the Michelson Morley, when you could actually clip it and show where their imagination kicks in, where where science stops. That's the key parts of these conversations.
Yeah, a lot of times on that Flat Earth Fridays, I know that there's some heavy hitters. I've sat in and listened. I've talked once or twice, but there's some heavy hitters in there. You get Caleb shows up in there, Bill and Ted. Who's the guy with the oh my word, Sacred? Doesn't he show up there too? Yeah. He's got some real good information. He popped on our panel one night, I remember. So yeah, it'd be better, you know. It's so weird because there's all these different platforms, you know, and right now I don't have it set up to share over on or stream or whatever over on Twitter or X or whatever the hell it is. But maybe I'll remedy that here soon. I'm just kind of biding my time, and I haven't even applied for any monetization or any other such nonsense. I've not yet, right? So I'm waiting until I'm almost at 1.7 thousand subscribers, and I think my last community guideline strike comes off on March the 4th. It's either the 4th or the 7th, and then I'll go ahead and do that. But that's why I say, if you're not subscribed to my backup channel, subscribe to my backup channel, Sav's Place. The link is in my and on my main page. You go over there, make sure you're subscribed to it, and we're probably going to get that rolling pretty soon. I'm going to try to apply at Rockfin again too. I sent him an email and I never heard anything back, so I don't know what the deal is with that. Maybe it just I didn't get the email or something. I don't know. We'll find out.
If you ever need help on Twitter spreading some of your links, I'll be more than glad to.
Hey, yeah, that would be great, Xavier. That would be wonderful. I'd appreciate that all over the place, because sometimes I forget to share this out on Facebook, or sometimes I'll share it, you know, on there, but I never have. I mean, I could set it up on here on StreamYard to where this live stream would be playing right now on Twitter, but I just haven't done it yet. So,
no doubt, brother.
All right. Well, there's Brian. You're late. What's this? I'll talk to Rockfin for you, Dave. Thank you, brother. That would be great. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up, man. Thanks for coming up, Mr. Xavier. Everybody that showed up in the chat, even if I haven't given you a shout out, Logan Sandman, I saw you dropped into. And of course, Brian with the dose of reality to turn into a chicken. Yeah, you missed it. I did it while you were not looking, man. You should have been looking. It always ends up that way. Everyone, please keep your pets safe. Brenda is out there lurking. Yes, absolutely, Jake. Diane Red Heifer said good night, all. All right, this is great. So we'll see everybody next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Until then, remember, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and fire his ass, because he'll probably kill you. So y'all have a good night. Until next time.